Alright, we're finally here, everybody. We have our little bits settled. So this is a new thing we're doing. We're deciding the Smash 6 roster. There's a bit of a challenge involved. We have to come to as close to a consensus as possible as a combined group agreement. If things are tied, Kat is here to essentially pull a tiebreaker, as well as the fact that we have to have specifically a roster of 42 returning characters. If we go over, we have to cut something out.
Right.
I would say we could go lower if we want to, but I'm going to say 42 and no higher. You think that's a fair assessment? Because making it lower is just harder for us anyways, so we're probably going to push for 42 anyways.
Yeah. I'm for that.
I guess for video's sake, since this is going to be on YouTube too, I can have everyone introduce themselves. Our tiebreaker, Kat.
You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Hello, I'm Kat. I'm here to mediate and just oversee this endeavor. I'm GB's girlfriend, and I also stream on Twitch occasionally.
Yeah. Then there is someone a lot of people know, which is TJ.
Hi, I'm TJ Henryoshi. This whole idea started when late night on, like, I want to say 4 a.m. on a Mario Kart stream, we started having this conversation anyway. And then Golden Brawler was like, this will be a fun video idea.
This is
and
true.
Like, all right, I'll just have this entire conversation a second time. Fuck it.
We have another guest who, I don't know if you've been on my YouTube yet, but Cinna.
Hello, I'm Cinna. I used to play this game pretty competitively. I was in OK Daisy Main in the Minnesota community, and yeah, this should be fun.
Mm-hmm. And then we have someone on the more casual aspect of the ratio, which would be Topin.
Hello, I am Topin. I also go by Topin, and also Larender. Please do not look for me.
And I'm sure Cass is in the background somewhere, just like, hi!
I'm gonna try not to talk, but...
And she's already failing.
Oh, man.
Wow!
Cast
Wow! Damn! Okay.
Axe right away.
Alright, I think introductions are done. We have the premise set. Let's get to it and start with the 64 roster. Now...
By the way, I am putting up a Smash lobby for anyone who just wants a hand warmer while we talk.
Hey, yo, I will.
I'm literally gonna make it a free. I'm literally making it a free for all lobby with like a large variety of stage. So it'll just be the most casual thing.
Chaos is...
Aside from items, because I don't think anyone really likes items. We don't need that chaos to make it worse.
Yeah.
Also, my chat from Twitch is here because I am streaming this live on Twitch for those in the YouTube section. So you can catch more content like this live. But Chaos says Smash 6 speculation. That is mad copium. What do you mean?
Copium. That's fighting words.
I love it. It's the name for our next Smash title, Super Smash Bros. Copium.
We are shipping back. Have fun.
Good luck following Ultimate. Oh, we know. This whole idea is based around the fact that the roster is going to change anyway. It's going to have to be dramatic changes for every character involved. Speaking of, let's start with Mario. I think that's an easy one.
Immediate cut. Wow. Got it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't think Nintendo's gonna get the rights for Mario.
Especially if Martinet is not going to come back to voice him.
Oh, that actually is
Oh,
actually disgusting. Holy fuck. Oh my
Holy,
god.
Yeah,
we're gonna have new VAs next Smash, aren't we?
Yeah, for Mario,
Sure,
Luigi,
sure.
Wario, maybe Waluigi. Who knows?
How the
they
fuck
may
can they
bring that
change
back.
Mario at this point?
I mean, I think we're gonna get that.
Just use his
I mean, the-
items in a better way.
From what I understand, the Mario Wonder voice actor isn't Charles Martinet.
It's not.
Correct.
So
yeah.
they've already replaced him. So
I mean, yeah, technically.
I think
Oh,
that's gonna be the big noticeable change at first, is gonna be Mario's voice, but like,
you say
Is
this,
it-
but I
is it-
actually didn't know when I watched the trailer that
Same.
wasn't Charles. I
you know-
legitimately thought it was him.
Yeah, during his
To
final
the point
special,
to
he'll
where
go
even-
wowie zowie.
Like, to the point to where I even thought that the voice line had a very similar intonation to some of the first Mario performances I ever heard, which was back on the GBA version of Mario World.
Oh yeah, the Mario Advance games. Yeah, those have a
Yeah.
a moment of respect
character.
for Charles Martinet for making practically all of our childhoods.
Wonderful man.
Wonderful man.
Wahoo.
Whoa. Moveset change is difficult though, because I don't know what they do. I feel like Flood's getting axed. They
doesn't
swap his
serve
down
the
B all the
purpose.
time.
Like, I'm shocked that they've
There's-
kept Flood as his down B this whole time. Like, I admire the dedication to retain it, especially to keep him distinct from Luigi. But I do miss the Mario Cyclone. I really do. Like, I hate
mean,
that it's
yeah,
his down.
that's a good
It's his down air. I really do.
I will say, for a different moveset, I think implementing more of the Mario series power-ups could be pretty interesting. Like, just imagine if his up special was a
No elephant.
cape where it goes up a little bit and just kind of glides across, you know? That'd be
Yeah.
a pretty cool implementation.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or like somehow working Cappy into the mix, like very temporary, brief possession. So that
problem
would
with-
that would make it completely
That would be-
imbalanced, I know.
The problem with Cappy is that Cappy is a very like specific to Mario Odyssey.
Yeah. Or alternatively, instead of just possession, it just makes it like a little projectile thing, kind of like the chakram from Mii Fighter.
Maybe?
Right, yeah. Or and if you hold the B button, because I'd assume it would be a special attack,
Yeah,
but if
yeah.
you hold the button to keep it out, you could bounce off of it for combo potential. Or your opponent could as well, shoot. That'd be kind of cool.
If anything, anyone in
Kinda
chat.
like Pac-Man's up B.
Oh,
Oh boy.
who's
How are we
echoing?
getting echo? How are we getting echo?
Huh?
We're echoing off of your end, Cinna.
Oh, not anymore.
I think so, yeah. I think my wire is being weird. Might be.
Oh.
But it's weird because it's like Mario needs change, but like, how do you change? Because like, I feel the fireball is just in his kit. The cape is
Yeah.
pretty unique for him, kind of.
I feel like they could. I feel like
for Mario World.
And I think rather than speculate on how they'd replace the cape, I think a better idea to look at it is how they would change the cape. Because I think that you could make a very good argument that you could turn the cape into like an actual like recovery move instead of just
I
this quick
literally
little
said that.
flip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
On a similar note,
I didn't. I couldn't hear because of the echo.
On that similar note, on the like brief chance that they would like bring back gliding from Brawl, well, he could like use the cape as a glider or a la Mario World.
Yeah.
That is
It's an
true,
idea.
but will they
I
ever
think that-
do that? Is the question.
Highly doubtful. Well, but you know, it's an idea.
I really don't see Mario getting changed all too much because
Especially if
I don't
they-
think there's anything that feels like it needs to be changed that badly.
He's
only
the
thing I can
starter
really think of is
character. It
Flood.
makes sense to leave him kind of as he is with implementing whatever the new Mario stuff is, like how they had Cappy as a taunt.
Like,
I've-
I think the only reason why we're focused on changing Mario so much is because outside of Flood in Brawl, his moveset has been unchanged since Melee.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more material that you can grab from to further expand on his moveset. Kind of like how with Link they've expanded his bomb set to be more of the Sheikah bombs from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar sense.
I feel like there's not much to say. Like they could have changes, but it's like I feel like he's very just set. Mario is just how he is. They'll probably change a couple details, but The
He's a good
overall
introduction character, like which is
No one's
part of his
really
whole appeal.
clamoring for a redesign of Mario.
God no.
There are some characters that there have been, but we'll get to that later. Donkey Kong is
there's-
obviously
speaking of
staying.
which,
Question is, how could they change? I guess they could change Donkey Kong from what he's been in Smash to more what they did with Bowser and make him more like he was in like the recent games.
I mean, I think more than anything, the biggest thing to take away is that people always talk about the fact that we hear about this will be a reoccurring thing, I'm sure. But people talk about how Donkey Kong and any other animal-like character lacks all of their personality from wherever they come from.
I feel like Donkey Kong's expressions have been on point in the last couple
Exactly.
games.
Especially
Absolutely.
in
Expression, sure,
Ultimate.
but in terms of looking at what his moves do, they're not really anything that most of them anyway are not things that a normal monkey couldn't do. People have been begging for there to be at least a barrel somewhere in Donkey Kong's recovery. That is the obvious thing that's missing.
Yeah, I think if anything, you could totally change his up B from that helicopter thing to a barrel, a la Donkey Kong Country,
neutral special where it's
I was gonna
just
say-
Series, yeah.
I was.
You can pinpoint however, but it's not as wide ranging as the one in Jungle Japes. But it still gives you that risk of instantly pointing you in the wrong direction if you're not careful with it.
I was gonna say you could add side B functionality to down B and make his side B throwing a barrel out that he can use.
Yeah.
But I feel like a good chunk of his set, yeah, it's whatever. But some things, at least some of the specials seem like they should stay. His punch is funny.
It's funny.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of things that feel like Donkey Kong, but there's not enough to make that really. There's things
Fuzz,
they can
hey! Yes, we are.
Hi, Fuzz.
Hello,
Hey, Fuzz.
Fuzz. All right, so I don't think there's much else to talk about Donkey Kong. He's not going anywhere. He might get a small bit of detail put onto him. Hopefully, I think a lot of people really want that, but I don't think there's that much that needs to be done. Just a little bit more. He's gotten closer with each iteration to feeling more like what he should be, and I think that'll be a pattern we continue seeing more on.
Fuzz is saying to join this. This is a set cast.
Yeah.
You can't stop me. You're in chat. You can add your input in chat. Easy.
Oh, totally. Well, you're just not going to be attributing anything to the list.
I wouldn't even be opposed to having Fuzz actually. I think Fuzz actually is exactly the kind of casual you're looking for earlier.
Wow.
I mean,
Rude.
I mean, I don't know how much Fuzz has played competitively, but I've not heard of him playing competitively, and I know he plays Mario Kart casually, so that's just something to consider.
I mean, it defeats the purpose of setting the cast up in advance, but
It's up to you.
It is up to you.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd love to have Fuzz here, but the only downside is that it's getting to have the conversation in
That is
general
true.
anyway. That's the only thing, but
wait, you kind of lagged out. What?
just the they have right now already makes the conversation pretty filled, I
Yeah,
would say.
we have a pretty big group already.
Yeah.
I don't know. Either way,
Up to you.
Donkey Kong is staying. Link, staying.
Okay.
I feel like every 64 character we could put is staying, but I feel like Link,
Oh yeah.
he kind of got a
we'll-
revamp, but was it enough?
We'll get to a couple of the controversial 64 characters in a bit, but there's a
Yeah.
pretty strong argument for all of them. Link, I think the most of the conversation here is about what iteration of Link we'll have and whether or not, and whether or not there will be multiple.
Well,
Yeah.
in terms of that, each Link that we've received has always been borrowed from the latest Zelda at the time, barring Wii U and 3DS. As sort of. It's like, Melee and 64, we had Ocarina Link. Brawl and Wii U, we had Twilight Princess Link. And Ultimate, we had Breath of the Wild Link. Because it was the most relevant to those instances in time when those games came out. But why necessarily they kept Twilight Princess Link for not just Link, but also Zelda and Ganondorf is beyond me for Wii U, but
I will have a serious conversation when we get there.
I know why with Ganondorf, because they didn't have any other iteration of Ganondorf to use. And they weren't comfortable with bringing back Ocarina yet.
Chaos says all the Links now kind of represent the ages and eras of Zelda series.
Yeah,
And
that's the other thing too. Like, we got
That's the
Young
thing
Link
is,
for
I
Ocarina,
feel
we
like-
got Toon Link for Wind Waker, and we got Breath of the Wild Link for Breath of the Wild.
And that's the thing is, I actually really don't like the Breath of the Wild redesign direction that most people want to take Link into. But I know I have a lot of
Fair.
bias in that as someone who doesn't like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom era Zelda in general. But
that's fair.
I think what'll probably end up happening is we'll end up with two Links, probably a Young Link or a Toon Link, and then Breath of the Wild Link. With one of those other two representing the older era of Zelda games. Maybe even two of them, but with how heavily we're cutting down the roster for this, I'm only gonna expect one. But yeah, Link makes it. I think that we'll probably see a lot more Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom isms.
Chaos seems to agree with your sentiment of preferring Young and Toon Link. I'll have my own statement on this, but anyone else on Link?
I guess for Link as to which version, I think
Uh-oh.
honestly, depending on how long it would take for Smash Bros to come out, maybe it would be after the next Zelda game, after Tears of the Kingdom comes out, and to seize that one.
It's very
But
much possible.
I think it's going to continue the pattern of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom because I think someone at Nintendo has specifically said that Breath of the Wild is going to continue being the sort of blueprint for future Zelda games for a bit.
Right, but that doesn't mean
Really? Okay.
the design of Link is gonna be this consistent through that.
I won't lie.
Yeah,
I
but
would
I think we'll see a lot of we'll see a lot of more DNA of Breath of the Wild Link continuing forward.
I think that's
Right, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
honestly. I don't mind Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom looking Link, because the style is a lot different from the Link we're used to, and another Link could be the classic one in his place. The moveset, however, I feel like we got a somewhat okay revamp, but not a lot to him.
Again, the most change we got from Wii U is the bombs, and I guess the boomerang technically.
Yeah.
But I think that was at a time where Breath of the Wild was still this new thing. But right now they've very clearly settled on this is going to be the new Legend of Zelda for a bit.
Yeah.
I think now that they've settled on that,
Right.
they'll be much more willing to try stuff. I actually want to close the Smash lobby because I think I could genuinely hear it affecting Cinna's.
Oh yeah,
Cinna's
I
voice
noticed that
chat.
with all the lagging.
Okay,
Every
fair,
time there
fair.
was lag, Cinna's voice was lagging as well. So
Yeah.
I think closing the Smash lobby is the best course of action here.
Feels
Well,
like
it was a fun idea.
that's okay then. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, if I were to make a
I didn't
moveset
need to
for
close
Link
the app.
right now, based on Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, I would say his up special would probably be Rivali scale. It's just the one that makes sense, unless you want to get kind of funny with rockets on shields or whatever.
Hmm.
Oh
But,
yeah.
Cat, I
I
know.
don't know. I guess
Would it be broken
For-
to replace his shield with Daruk's protection?
I
you can make that
frankly,
as, yeah.
am a big idea. Sorry, what the hell? Frankly, I'm a big fan of the idea of replacing, of kind of going back to the idea that Smash 4 is wanting to do, which was to have customizable movesets,
Oh yeah.
but actually implement it in a way that's good and more thought out. Especially since
Right.
we're going to be downsizing
Yeah.
the cast. If we're not going to put all the development into having as many ridiculous characters as possible, we might as well put
Expand
that
on
time
moveset
into
possibilities.
yeah.
Yeah.
And allowing people to customize the sort of archetypes that already exist to their liking.
Yeah.
Um,
And make them more akin to each character's personality and traits.
Tears of the Kingdom Link, I don't know much about. Kat, if you have anything to add, because I know you have played Tears of the Kingdom, I don't really know anything on, anything unique about Tears of the Kingdom Link.
Right.
It is a
I
lot.
will say, I think something that could be cool with his bow and arrow, because I'd assume his bow and arrow would still be the neutral B, because that's just iconic Zelda stuff right there. But I think if you gave certain percentages of chances for it to be like a fire arrow or an ice arrow or something like
I was
that,
actually just thinking about
then
that.
it could
If
be.
you like hold it down long enough, it could like turn into a bomb arrow or something.
I
Yeah,
can see it even going to the exact menu, like what happens when you like have like a slow-mo arrow where you could like change the arrow you're using like midway.
Yeah.
I think that could work. I guess the reason why I think just having percentage of chances would be a little better from my taste personally is because I kind of envision it like a peach turnip situation where you could have a certain percent to have a bomb arrow that's like really powerful, but it's like a stitch face type of thing, you know?
Sure, but that's not exactly like faithful. Then there wouldn't be a reason for that as much. I feel.
So
It's not really
basically,
losing
you're
it, it's
advocating
bullet
for
time then.
what you're advocating for
It just would
is
be a menu to select with. It wouldn't slow down everyone else.
Well, no. Don't make it don't make it a menu, but make it like if you hold it down long enough, it'll equip a random power up to it. It could be an ice arrow, a fire arrow, or whatnot, or even a bomb arrow.
So-
There's a
But it's
random percent chance of
fundamentally-
that.
hey. So
But
what?
it's fundamentally not random in game. That wouldn't be faithful.
I mean,
what
you're suggesting essentially Project M Samus? Oh shit! The Nintendo Ninjas!
Oh no.
We're
Cut the
doomed.
stream, y'all. Cut
the
out the
stream.
video. We're not gonna do this anymore. I care for my life.
No, but I lost my train of thought.
I think he
Arrows.
could do with changes. It's just
I-
I don't know what they would be because I don't play Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the
I guess
Wild.
my main thing with the arrow thing we were talking about is just about it being balanced. Because if you could choose any of the three with like fire,
Would he have a wall
ice,
climb?
electric, and
He does a wall climb, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cinna.
that could be cool. No, you're good. Because like if you could just choose any of them, then why not choose the bomb that would probably be pretty powerful all the time? Is what I would think.
Yeah,
You
that's
know, it's
that's why I was
there-
introducing the random element to it. I know it's not faithful to the source material, but it would balance it out a lot better.
Yeah, and it would still implement it in a pretty cool way.
Mhm.
But that's just me.
Shall we move to the next
Fair
character?
enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Samus.
Samus.
I have more to say
before,
here.
Before we get too far into this, I do want to suggest that we possibly tone down how much we actually talk about each character
That's fair.
in terms of just redesigning them. Because I
Otherwise
don't
we'll
think
be
because
here
we're mainly here to talk about whether they'll be back or not.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Provide some general ideas. We don't need to go into this much detail.
Samus is definitely coming back now, and Dark
Yeah.
Samus is an echo, so we'll talk about that later. I think the big thing with Samus is specifically Metroid Dread. Like, Metroid Samus Returns, I think those games have introduced a somewhat new design for her and how she can play. Like,
Yeah,
the
'cause
parry
the current-
system, she could have a counter.
Yeah, she could definitely have a counter, but yeah, and
I mean, more
though,
than that.
Given how her parry
Oh yeah, a
works,
lot more.
Given how her parry works, it would only work on physical attacks.
And I think that would be unique.
It would be unique, especially if she was able to immediately counteract it with a blast. That's just like in the games. Because like that's another thing too. When it comes to Samus, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
we were letting you speak.
We're just letting you speak, my guy.
I got to get disconnected. When it comes to Samus's attacks, the one thing that's always been seen through her games that isn't captured accurately in Smash is how her blaster works. Because the closest we ever get with that is her charge beam, but that's hardly
Here's the
accurate
thing.
to how her blaster works in game.
Here's the thing. I feel like the Samus we have in Smash is nothing like the Samus we'll have in the next Smash. Because I
Yeah.
think the Samus we have in Smash feels nothing like how it feels to play a Metroid game. And this is this is going to be the first time I make reference to this, but I'm going to be talking about these videos a lot. But the Duke of Dorks and Designing 4 have a really good set of videos talking about how good the designs of each Ultimate character are in terms of how well they're designed faithful to their source material and all that. And Samus feels like she's designed kind of just as like a bulky robot and not really like Samus. Because
I mean,
how an
This is
actual
my
Metroid game
suggestion.
feels to
last
control
thing, last thing
is.
too, like with
Can I finish my thought, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
How an actual a Metroid game feels to control, even when you're playing as like a fully suited up Samus, is closer to how Zero Suit Samus plays. And I think an ideal Samus would be able to take both aspects of those Samuses and
Make
let
them one.
play, and let them play off of each other and strength and have a one ideal Samus.
One of Samus's biggest problems, in my opinion, is how campy the playstyle is. That isn't too integral to what we're talking about, but I'd like to add a competitive element too. In the sense of, I could see a redesign in how Samus plays, and with how she plays in Dread and Samus Returns. Like you said, a mix of Zero Suit Samus and Samus in playstyle could be very interesting.
It could be.
Yeah.
Also, this is not to our current stuff. Chaos mentioned what I personally think is they could maybe redesign Dark Samus to have a moveset more inspired by Prime with different use of beam weapons and be more than just an echo, or, change her down smash to be the assist trophy move that they cut for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably not going to be something we get to talk too much on because we're trying to cut down this roster specifically. So
I know, I'm just reading
trying to
chat.
introduce more characters.
I'm just reading chat here and adding that.
Sure. We'll have that conversation when we get to Ultimate discussion.
Yeah.
All the way down the line.
Kirby!
Wait, Topin, you didn't finish your thought.
Oh, wait, yeah.
I had one more thought regarding Samus, and that was in going back to what you said, TJ, about how they always treated Samus in Smash compared to Metroid. A lot of Samus's, like Mario, a lot of Samus's moveset has relatively been not changed since 64 and Melee, and so we've had a lot less to borrow from in terms of the source material to better influence the moveset going forward. And at that time, all we had to go by was Metroid and Super, and 2 if you want to count that. But yeah, in terms of what we could do now with that, there's like she has a lot more melee agile things to go with in her more current games than she ever did when they made her moveset in the past. So while she could certainly do with a bit more projectile versatility, in my opinion, she has a lot more capability of having her physical attacks be more tweaked and revamped, and to better fit how her style is in the actual games themselves versus how they have them composed in Brawl or in Smash.
Yeah. Overall, Rushdown Samus future?
That was a very interesting thing. Also, hi, I'm here now.
Hello, Fuzz.
Hi, Fuzz.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry for me jumping here so quickly. I am very invested in the Smash Bros. Not because I'm good at it, but because I find its development history to be insanely fascinating.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Yep. We are just about to swap to Kirby unless everyone has their thoughts on Samus done. I think we do.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Kirby! I don't think that nothing needs to be changed. The boy is the boy. He's unique. I think he's fine. And he's coming back.
Yeah, he's definitely staying. But...
Let him actually exist in the air, increase his airspeed, and he's fine.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Him having
Is there-
hats of all the characters is like half the enjoyment of Smash.
Yeah, I could see that.
And
think
the
that
next
Kirby-
developer is going to hate Sakurai for that.
Yeah,
I
For the
think
next
Kirby-
director.
it's Sakurai's boy. You can't kill
Fuzz?
Sakurai's boy off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that Kirby had a very unique advantage in 64, where in spite of I think that a lot of 64 characters could be argued as the reason behind some of their more primitive movesets in some ways. Not all of them, but some of them. Was just due to the fact that admittedly the small development time, but also B, just hardware limitations, a limitation of what games they could pull from, etc. I feel like Kirby didn't have the disadvantage just because Kirby was Sakurai's boy. He knew exactly what Kirby was.
It's going to be weird because I feel this game is going to have a new director, which may mean Kirby won't be as much of a focus. We've always kind of noticed that with Sakurai, is having Kirby as a focal point, like, World of Light, for example. Or...
And the Subspace Embassy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's going to be weird, but I just don't think they're going to change anything about Kirby at all. Maybe new additions to Down B, but...
Yeah.
I do wonder, would there be room to introduce some of his copy abilities from his game into his moveset? I feel like
mean
this
beyond-
could have a little bit more representation
Yeah,
beyond
like,
the neutral.
Maybe.
Yeah, because all we have in terms of his powers is Stone, Hammer, and Cutter.
I guess if you were gonna probably fit
Uh,
copy abilities anywhere, you could probably do it in his
Fire
aerials.
is his dash attack as well.
And
Yeah,
we're gonna
like-
probably see more representation outside of the Sakurai games if this is not a Sakurai-made game.
Yeah.
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 Cons-
That's a good point.
I feel like if you're gonna include like the copy abilities anywhere, the aerials are probably where they're gonna do it, just because the aerials, Kirby's aerials, a lot of them have like. I'm not gonna say they're bad because I think that
They're
work
bad.
as Kirby.
Well,
You know what?
they-
Yeah,
they-
I can
they're
actually agree with
simple,
that.
But they're also a lot
They're very
worse
blank
than
slate.
just the whole lack of airspeed. If Kirby
I
could like
just say,
actually move in air, they'd be mostly fine.
I really appreciate you just like being the bad. I appreciate you just saying what I wanted to say there, TJ.
They're
I really
bad.
do appreciate
They're
that.
just
They
bad.
are bad. They are bad.
It's incredibly.
He's our
jarring
boy,
how-
but he needs a
Aerials-
training arc. He needs to go do the Little Mac trailer just with Kirby. That would actually be fucking adorable.
True.
Yeah.
True.
But yeah, but for the most part, I'm pretty fine with Kirby. I think that Kirby's in a better place than a lot of the other characters.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
If
It-
anything, we will only see him get downgraded with time because, which is not a good thing.
I mean,
but
Can he be any worse than Melee?
we'll find out.
I mean, Kirby's never been like a technically viable character, but I think that his character is not. I think that his
64.
design.
But that's
Yeah,
a
I
little
I think it's
different.
second best in four.
Yeah, it's like I just think that from a design standpoint, Kirby's fine.
Yeah.
So it's time to talk about TJ Henry Yoshi. I mean, just Yoshi.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna.
Oh, he's gonna get cut. No, I'm kidding.
Gosh.
I mean,
not TJ.
Yoshi's
No.
probably the most contentious one we've talked about so far, anyway.
Really?
Definitely, yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
out
of
of the- I mean,
anyone-
these are all
of
mainline
anyone
characters
we've-
we've talked about.
I
Of
guess
anyone
that's
we've talked
fair.
about, I'd say Yoshi's probably the one who's most likely to get cut. He's not going to, but
Yeah.
None of.
but that he's probably the one who would be most likely to. It's not going to happen. What I have to say about Yoshi, again, I'm gonna cite the design dorks and design. Sorry,
Take your time.
Duke of Dorks and
No,
Designing
like-
for his tier list, talking about character design, where they said that Yoshi is as middle of the road as you can get for a Smash character. I guess he feels like Yoshi, but like there's no real reason why anything is like. There's not that much personality in Yoshi. There's just enough to where it's like, yeah, that qualifies as Yoshi, I guess. And
Definitely
one of the
needs more.
suggestions- And I think one of the weirdest things that's been holding Yoshi back from being a more interesting character has just been like this weird super armor double jump he's had since the first game.
Yeah.
That being
Yeah.
That's
his
kinda weird.
one and only crutch of his recovery has always just been a little weird. And a suggestion that I don't know if it was in that video or if it was in the comment section of that video. But-
Make that flutter jump his uppy.
No, it
Oh.
is to have it work like it did in Yoshi's Island, where you can continuously flutter as much as you want to, but by doing so, you'd be committing to this large animation. It's basically you can repeat the flutter, but it wouldn't have super armor, and it would be a somewhat. It would give you a lot of control in the air, but it
I
would
have a
make you
balance
pretty
for
vulnerable
this.
for it.
I have a pretty big balance for this. To make up for that, I think his up B could be an attack like the Yoshi's. Was it Yoshi's Island? Or Yoshi's Story might have had it too, I think. Where he would like sit down and he'd have the egg ready and it would like pop up the reticle and where he's going to throw it.
Wind up.
It's the targeting reticle. That's the
It
other
wouldn't
thing
be
I
a
wanna bring up
recovery,
is-
but his recovery
to
would be
turn-
his jumps.
I mean, his uppy is basically that already.
Yes.
It's just a lot faster.
and
It
it's
was like that in Melee and 64 as
and
well.
it feels like it's very limiting compared to other characters that get special treatment in the air.
It is.
Compared to Yoshi, which just has what he has, but I guess there's super armor on it now. But in terms of changing his egg toss, having a targeting reticle is exactly what I want, because I feel like as it currently exists, his egg toss isn't satisfying to use in any meaningful way.
Right.
It
And
always felt
like
like
kind of-
especially-
It always felt slapped on a little bit.
And especially in compared to Yoshi's Island, I love the idea of Yoshi having this like super fast like projectile that he aims with a targeting reticle. That's almost more of a finisher and like is actually more demanding than the
It's a lot more
current state of
impactful.
egg. Yeah, like I'd like you to have someone off stage, you to be able to start charging an egg while they're recovering, and then have the egg actually be the thing that kills them.
Yeah.
That feels like that would be more akin to what I expect a Yoshi egg throw to be.
Definitely needs a
I can see the
rework.
argument for that, yeah.
I'd say aerials need work too, but I don't know what you could do.
They're good enough. I'm fine with Yoshi's aerials, but they could definitely be better. I don't have any specific ideas about how.
I'm not
For the
gonna
most
lie,
part,
I'm kind of. I feel like I'm the odd man out here because I'm actually pretty fine with most of Yoshi's design.
You know, that's
Like-
also valid. I guess the main
Again,
point again
I
is
feel
that
like-
we're focusing
feel
on
like
if they're
Yoshi
returning,
I
but
feel like Yoshi occupies a very unique spot in the game as a character, and I feel like he adds something to Smash that other characters don't, and just like the sheer. Like when I think of an air fighter, Yoshi is like one of the first characters I think of. He managed to have this kind of almost like he mixes all these different play styles in a very
And-
unique way.
Yeah,
And
his
isn't
down air
it
is
weird that this
unmatched.
air fighter immediately loses all of his ability to move in the air if he gets hit once out of a double jump?
I will
Yeah,
also add.
There's a lot that works for Yoshi, and I think that's a lot of what they meant is that there's nothing about Yoshi that's bad or that really like needs to be fixed, but it just is only good enough to make it feel like Yoshi and not like it's like surpassing what you'd really want a Yoshi to accomplish.
It feels like something's missing.
Also,
Yes,
more
exactly.
characters need unique shields like Yoshi does. Just saying.
Yeah,
I
that's
actually
definitely
agree
true.
with that.
True.
Yeah. And it doesn't even seem like it'd be hard.
Now,
Direct
Uh,
protection.
Now, going back to what you said about your recommendation for changing Yoshi's jumping, his flutter jump, how exactly would that be implemented? Because you said you wanted it to go how it is in Yoshi's Island, but how it's implemented in Yoshi's Island is that you retain that flutter jump as long as you hold down the jump button. In Smash,
No,
you're always just tapping it.
you have to specifically time it. You can't just
Yes,
hold it.
Yes, you have to. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
So
What I'm
basically,
saying
more
is
of a
if you-
Kirby
Island,
jump.
what I'm saying is, if you let go of it in the middle, you're going to cut it off prematurely.
Yeah.
In Smash, then, how is it going to work? Like you still tap it, and it just plays the
Wow.
whole animation,
You tap
or
me.
because like you're still going to run into
Wonka,
the same
get the fuck
problem
outta here.
of your animation
Wonka,
getting cut off
come on.
prematurely if you get hit by somebody. So like,
This is, by the
while I
way,
understand-
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Topin. This is exactly why I was surprised when you just said you were going to do it in your server.
What?
Should we? Sorry, Wonka. This is a set cast that we have for this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Should we
Yeah.
just do like a.
This
This
is
is
for a
like-
video.
It is literally for a video.
Yeah, get out of here, you
Well, I'm not
intruder.
invited.
No.
No,
You're not
Aw.
invited. I'm sorry.
that's the gist of it.
All I heard was tap, and I made a dumb joke.
Yeah.
You got your cameo.
Yay! Can I be in
That's
the video?
blooper.
No. Just cut this
Yeah,
all
I'm
out.
gonna-
Just cut it out.
What?
Oh my gosh.
We can talk
Save
later,
the group
Wonka.
chat then.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. No, I'm in favor of just making a separate group chat to avoid that.
I
think-
made
I
this
think
private.
Goldenrod locked it.
I
Yeah.
just locked it after that. I didn't
Oh, okay.
realize.
We're fine
Fair,
now.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So yeah, to
let's just.
continue the Yoshi.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for that, Topin. You didn't deserve
No.
that shit.
No, you're good.
But yeah, point is, I just don't see how changing
It
it
would-
like that would make it like work as well as it would in Yoshi's Island, considering again how the
I mean, it would
button
give you-
implementation works, as well as the fact that you're still running into the same problem of the animation still being cut off prematurely should you get hit by something, and that just still ruins the idea of keeping it like steady and rhythmic and whatnot.
Well, I think in this case Yoshi would still have a move that actually acts as a recovery, but it would just be that he would also be able to hold this very valuable presence in the air, so long as you're putting that extra focus and timing your jumps to keep yourself airborne and not lose height. Similar to how if you mistime a double jump in or a flyer jump in Yoshi's Island, you lose elevation. So at a certain point, you would be just slowly losing elevation over time.
All right, let
I
us
have an
keep
idea
it
too.
brief.
Can I extend that just real quick? Just 'cause
Real quick.
Something came to mind. Yeah, so I would agree with the Yoshi flood for how it being like the game, because over time you lose height unless you time it perfectly for Yoshi's
And
story or
It's
Yoshi's
not like it
Island,
would.
rather, but
It's not like it would even be uncontestable. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's not like it'd even be uncontestable because by committing to the flutter jump, you'd be unable to do attacks to like actually make being punished while you're just holding in the air. There, you'd be a sitting duck, but you'd have as much control as you'd want.
right, yeah. Then also a cool part of the design could be maybe, I mean it's a bit of a stretch, but maybe making his up special as an actual recovery, his grounded down special, so he'd gain the height, then just go up and down. That's a bit of a stretch, but then that could leave room for his down special being the reticle, because then you could aim it with the down special and whatnot. But yeah,
Maybe.
for the egg toss.
I think that's a
But
good summary of
None of
Yoshi.
these have to be like concrete things, just general ideas
Yeah.
apply to the
Yeah.
character for changes that we want. Anyway,
Should we start putting on like a smaller timer of some
Yeah,
sort?
we should. We should kind of keep this to a minimum.
yeah.
Fox is
let's-
staying.
Because I'm looking at like 45 minutes, like 46 minutes in, and yeah, this is
Yeah,
the
we-
character.
Yeah, so Fox.
I think we're gonna stop having conversations about redesign when we get to Melee and further.
Yeah.
Fox
Oh yeah, it's
is
basically just 64
Well, to say general,
in
so.
Melee.
Fox is the first contender that I feel like there's an argument to say you could remove, but I feel like you cannot have a Smash Bros without Fox.
I
think
was gonna
Fox,
say
similar to
something
Captain
similar.
Falcon I feel like Fox similar to Captain Falcon is a moveset that is
Unique.
cemented
It's
into
iconic.
Smash as something that you cannot get rid of.
Yeah.
That's a good
the
point. Yeah.
I would argue that Fox is like one of the most iconic Smash characters of all time.
Yeah, and
Well,
whether
it's
or
just a
not
fact.
Yeah. his series
Yeah.
is still relevant, his
It doesn't
presence in
matter
Smash
too much.
definitely is.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, could you take Fox out of the moveset, or could you take the moveset out of Fox and still
No.
make it work?
I don't think
No,
there's not a reason to.
Considering how I'm just saying, like, considering how
Fox isn't changing.
much.
Yeah.
Okay then.
But
If
I don't
there's-
see
a
it.
perspective,
Like, Fox
from the
is
other.
like one of the best.
Forgive me.
Fox is one of the best designed characters in 64. His design has stayed consistent for a reason.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of characters.
Fox is intrinsic to Smash. I can agree with TJ to an extent. I just don't think they'll cut him. I could see it. He's the one out of all of the ones we've covered that I could see happening, but honestly, especially out of the original 8, I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
An argument from the other perspective would be that if you're looking at it from the standpoint of Nintendo, which is a business and wanting to make money in advertising their games to this, unless they are making and do intend to make other Star Fox games in the near future, how worth it do you think it would be to keep Fox in a revamped Smash? Remember, this isn't just another Smash game. This would be like a completely redesigned sort of format they would go for here.
Well, you need to
Because I
keep
think
some
that's
the
what
same.
they would have to do.
You can't just redesign every character. Some of them I think you
Yeah.
want to keep the same.
I especially think, like Chaos says in chat, a lot of Smash fans would be pissed if Fox was cut.
There will be
Yeah.
riots.
Yeah, but
And
fans
rightfully
would
so.
Yeah, but
There would
fans
be
pissed
riots.
to be cut off a lot of these characters.
Oh yeah,
but, like-
but Fox,
Yeah, but like
out of the
Fox
original...
is so Fox is considered so fun. Like in every single game, there is a dedicated Fox player. Everyone loves Fox. He is one of the. I would argue that him and Captain Falcon, who we're probably going to be who we're talking about in a little bit. Those two are the characters who I
Spoilers.
think that. Oh, I wonder.
Fuck you,
I wonder.
TJ.
I
Oh, no.
wonder. It's like one of those things where I would argue that Fox, along with Captain Falcon, are the two characters who are defined by Smash these days. People
Yes.
love them, and their player bases love them. They are considered the hype characters. People love it when they win matches. People love it when they play as them. They are the Smash Bros. Characters. If you change them too much or at all, you will have like the worst time in the world for the next I don't know, entire existence of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Genuinely, if I could see Fox returning, and I don't see him changing. I feel
Yeah,
like
that's
most
what
of
I
us are there. I think Cinna's the only one that said was iffy on it.
Well, I was just presenting the other side of the argument. I think personally he would stay, but I can just see why people would think that he'd have a case for leaving as well.
Yeah.
Sure.
There are much
But
more
yeah.
characters I could see people not losing sleep over being cut compared to Fox. Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of the original 8, I don't think any are getting cut. Speaking of Pikachu.
Yeah.
He's,
yeah.
Obvious.
He's Pokemon.
Oh,
He
I
is
wonder
the
if
face
the franchise.
of Pokemon.
I wonder if the face of the single biggest.
As much as some of them would like
franchise
him
in
to
the
leave.
Yeah.
Pikachu is iconic.
Pokemon in Smash is prolific. Like, you kind of can't have it given the Pokeball mechanic, because of the Pokeball item. You can't have
Pokemon
Smash
is
without Pokemon.
Pokemon is known from symbols. 2 of them. One is a Pokeball, the other is the shape of Pikachu's head. Or at least the ears. And it's like, I think that's saying something.
All of my icon.
I think it's also saying something that if you argued for many characters being erased from the next game, if you said Pikachu was gone, the person would laugh in your fucking face. It's impossible.
Oh, yeah.
You took out Pikachu, but you kept fucking Squirtle.
Fox McCloud?
I think we don't have much to say. I could see potential revamps, but
I mean, it's worth
And
noting.
also
It's
just-
worth noting all of Pikachu's moves are basically like from the first like 1 or 2 generations.
Yeah.
We
again,
could. There's just a
virtually
reason to
unchanged
see
from
more.
Melee.
You could
We
do
could-
a bit more with him, but he's a character that might be a bit harder to validate changing just because Pikachu's kind of considered a golden boy of the competitive community a little bit. Like, if you change it too much, you could probably get in trouble there too.
Pursue Sam.
He's out.
Like, I mean,
Also-
Pikachu's like the only one of the veterans like Pikachu and Fox are the only veterans of the franchise to be consistently high tier.
Well,
I
because
could
they're
see-
very agile. Of the original 8, they're very agile. They are arguably the most agile characters of the original 8.
Yeah, which I think that it just means that people love them. They really do love them.
Yeah.
I could see him not being messed with that much, but I feel like there's maybe a couple things they could change. I don't know what those would be, despite liking Pokemon. It's really hard to say what they would implement from newer generations into Pikachu's moveset.
I feel like if they're gonna do
Personally-
anything, they'll probably do like what we suggested with Kirby. They might change his aerials a bit.
Personally, I would not be against him changing his side B.
I could agree with that.
Like,
I mean,
of
they'd all
all
just
his
be Pokemon moves.
I'm not a fan of Skull Bash.
We don't need to. I think we should still try to be on.
Yeah.
We're still in 64. We should be on the short end of this.
Yeah.
We could.
Right.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about semantics, we would be here all day. There's plenty of
Yeah,
Pokemon moves. We don't need to revamp Pikachu's design.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
Pichu's
just saying
fine.
of all the moves I would change, that Skull Bash would be it.
Yeah.
All I'll say from
Also-
chat is I would love to see an evolved mechanic with Pikachu and Pichu as a full revamp with them, but that's a pipe
Ooh.
dream if
Take,
we're
like, the
going
Pokemon Unite
batshit.
route. Yeah, we could take like the
That's
Pokemon
not
Unite route. That's an interesting idea.
Pikachu and Pichu as like a dual fighter might be interesting in some.
What,
cases.
like start
I
as
don't-
Pichu and then like halfway through go Pikachu? That
Yeah, like
And then
by
potentially
finding slowly
Raichu?
build experience and
We're
end
getting
up
Digimon
at,
up in this bitch.
Probably wouldn't
Like, you
happen,
build-
it probably wouldn't happen with Pikachu because if you evolved Pichu into Pikachu, then then it wouldn't make sense to have then you have to have Raichu, and that's not happening. Pikachu is
Yeah,
a mascot,
you need
not
a Thunderstone
Raichu.
for
I mean,
Raichu.
Even though
You
Raichu
don't-
deserves it more.
You need a
would-
Thunderstone for that.
I will say you wouldn't need Raichu because
Oh, I guess you
Thunderstone
do.
is a mechanic, but
Okay, well, it's an idea. I like the idea of an evolving Pokemon, and maybe that could work.
and I
But
think that
either
Pichu-
way-
I want and keep Pichu in the
That
game.
would certainly
to
throw a
make me
Pokemon
happy.
trainer out the window.
Yeah.
Either way, Luigi is staying.
Also,
Duh.
real quick before we move on, I'm thinking of the video viewability. Let's just try to be careful about like letting people finish their thoughts and whatnot.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just kind of noticed that as a trend, just across the board type of thing. Yeah. Anyway.
all good. Next up is Luigi. He's staying. Easy.
Luigi.
You can't.
Yeah.
Luigi.
I mean, they say Super Mario Bros. For like the group for like the Mario title, the Mario series.
Super Smash Bros. I don't think it would be called Super Smash Bros. If Luigi wasn't here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think there's much to say. There could be some changes to Luigi, but like,
We have
And-
entered the Luigi zone. I'll let everyone else say their thoughts first, but I have a lot. I want to talk a lot about the Designing 4 video, but I want to try to make it brief and uninterrupted. So I won't let anyone else say what they have to say first.
Go.
Only thing I have to say about Luigi is just give him more stuff from Luigi's Mansion, and I will be perfectly satisfied.
If I can
My thoughts exactly, yeah.
Chaos is like, yes, give him more Luigi's Mansion moveset. Go full to that style. Fuck, give him some Guigi tech?
Ooh, Gucci. Gosh. Also, to expand on that, use their Luigi's Mansion inspiration to replace some of the moves that are meant to sort of be an echo of Mario, just like different enough type of thing. Because let's be real, Luigi's his own thing now. He's not just Mario's shadow anymore. He's his own character. Just give him some time to own like Luigi-inspired moveset, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Anyone else? Before TJ says his thing? I think.
I think of the original 12, Luigi probably has been the most revamped in terms of his moveset. In most prominently his grab has been completely turned on its head, which I think has been some good representation for Luigi's Mansion, and has given his moveset a bit more versatility in terms of how to use it. In terms of how, and obviously he keeps his Cyclone compared to Mario, but Dr. Mario also has the same thing, but that's irrelevant. But that's a side point. In terms of how it could be changed into more of a Luigi's Mansion focus, but that's even if we want to really go in that direction.
I mean, have this whole conversation.
I know. I'm just thinking about like how it could really be implemented to like keep it as Luigi's Mansion centric moveset, but also keep it Luigi. Like of all things of Luigi's moveset right now that makes me say it's Luigi, it's his green missile and his little like taunt, his little kick taunt. Like that's Luigi, and his dash attack. His dash attack also. Like that's Luigi to me, and I don't see how changing any of that from a Luigi's Mansion centric moveset would make it more Luigi, if that makes any sense.
I feel like you could do a good mix, but
I'm not really saying to replace all of his moves.
I
I'm
will
just saying,
get
like,
into
you
this
could,
all.
You could probably just change. I think that changing the fireball, because I think that Luigi doesn't get as much use out of the fireball as Mario does. In my opinion,
that's the one move they could share, in my opinion. But that's my opinion. Anyways,
I don't think it's needed. He has more. If anything, at least just give it a different idea behind it. I want it to be a bit more, and like
ice.
I would argue the Cyclone maybe, but like it has frame 1 invincibility and people love that. But that's a competitive thing, and we're not talking.
Give the ice flower some love, and
Do people love that? Okay, I'm sorry.
TJ, go.
Do you mind? Okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
This is where I can cut you off.
Oh wait,
of the
no, let me
things
just
you
defend
guys-
this. People just like Luigi. People just like Luigi. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
There's no
Okay.
Smash Luigi without misfire. I believe that is true.
All right,
I
TJ,
agree
go
with
ahead.
that as well.
Go off.
I agree with that.
Go off. Teach.
So, Luigi was probably the single most infamous character for Designing 4 and Duke of Dork's tier list, simply because they feel like Luigi is in a weird place where he has gotten a lot better representing himself, like being faithful to his own source material. But in doing that and slowly adopting that, it's kind of changed Luigi in a way that is not very enjoyed by a lot of people. Most competitive Smash players right now, as far as I'm aware, are not happy with the current state of Luigi and the fact that Luigi has this really weird grapple grab. And I feel like, and they went on a massive tangent about whether or not how they even rate Luigi and if they would even want him to continue going in this direction. And I feel like there is ways to have a healthy medium on both sides here. And I pitched this in a the very YouTube comment, which is that I think I think Luigi was most fun when he had the ridiculous traction of every game up until Ultimate. Him having this slippery nature, I think, makes him feel that similar Luigi-like awkwardness that Misfire, I think, represents. But I feel like his tether grab, as it currently exists, is too strong. My proposed solution for how you Luigi's Mansionize this Luigi a little bit more, and when I say this Luigi, I mean the one from every Smash game before Ultimate, is that you basically take that framework from before, but then you change his neutral special to be the flashlight. And the flashlight would basically stun opponents who are near him, and then if he gets a stun, he would then be able to use his vacuum to actually maintain that chain grab from before, or not chain grab, tether grab from before, without it becoming this really weird awkward thing where Luigi's not representing his own playstyle very well. Because I feel like Luigi isn't meant to be this like weird grappler chain grabber that he is right now. I think it makes a lot more sense for him to play a lot more in and out, like to kind of match his somewhat like cowardly nature, where he isn't like wanting to get up close, but when he does, he has a solution for it.
Yeah.
So that's my whole entire rant. I feel like what we have right now is a step back, though motivated by good intent. I think what we had before was a more fun Luigi, and there's a way to maintain that while having the rep that they're going for here.
I agree.
You know, I can agree with that.
I can see that. Yeah.
So, this is where we're gonna have a spicy take.
Hang on. Can I add just one more thing about Luigi?
Quick, real quick.
Okay, real quick. Personally, I don't see it likely happening. I do bet that a more revamped Luigi would be more possible than a version of Luigi that we've seen in the past. Frankly, my personal favorite version of Luigi has forever been Brawl Luigi, because I always liked seeing Luigi in the earlier games as like a twisted version of Mario's pure architect, because that was always like been Luigi's aspect, was that he was just always the shadow of Mario's character, and twisting that, and that has just part of been Luigi's charm for me all these years, and I wish that was coming back, but I know it's not.
Yeah, that's a lot of what I was saying. Is I think that's the Luigi that is more fun to play in Smash and that represents him better, but Ultimate tried to take it in more reference point, and I think that if we can perfect both of those, that gives us the best Luigi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm done.
This is where we're gonna have a spicy take. I could see two things happening here. I could see Ness returning.
Go down.
I could see Ness getting cut for Lucas too.
He was always going to be that in Brawl.
Lucas.
As much as kind of a die-hard Earthbound fan as I am, I love Ness and Lucas in this game, in the Smash series as a whole. I see none of them returning for revamped Smash Bros.
Oh,
because of the fact that we've seen.
Ooh.
I can see that.
Actually,
when's the last Mother game?
When you're done,
The last Mother game was in
Cinna, I'll give my
2006.
take.
Har.
Let's
But
do
the last Mother
this.
game
Ooh.
was in 2006, and it wasn't even in North America. It was literally for half of the Mother audience, basically.
And I think
The reason why I'm so bold on saying that both of them would likely leave is just because of the lack of the representation from their own series. They are so much more known from the Smash games than their own series, and to me, that kind of takes away from a lot of the point of putting characters in a Smash game, is to sort of be an advertisement for their own franchise. But if nothing at all is happening with the Mother series, except for maybe some remakes down the line, and even if that were to happen, they would be far down the line. I just don't see any reasonability in it, personally.
Well, I mean,
Again, as much as
Alright,
I love the characters.
well, it
Can
is
I give
accurate.
my take on that?
Okay.
I think
Go
that's total bullshit. This is never going away.
Yeah.
Earthbound is one of the most beloved video games of all time. Videos are made about Earthbound every day. The game it hasn't gone a direct game in a while. Everyone knows what Earthbound is even now. It is a game that is considered so massively influential, well-known, popular, and beloved by not only Nintendo, but while I don't make new games for it, do actively acknowledge its existence way
And
more
still
than
don't
other
port Mother 3.
franchises. Oh, well, there's actually kind of a legal issue there, but I don't want to get into that. I'll
It
be here all day.
inspired Undertale.
Look,
It inspired Undertale!
counterpoint.
Fuck. And no, I'm not done.
Okay.
Like, seriously. Ness, and besides even that, Ness is another character like Fox, who people know for Smash Bros. Now. People love him. He's been in every game for a reason.
Love is a strong word.
Okay, people know. Okay, people.
Respect
There's a
him.
word for it. Yes, respect. Okay, respect whether they want to or not. And anyways, it's kind of like Ness has never been this great character. I think that his moveset has flaws. There is
Oh, yeah.
zero
Genuine.
fucking chance that they will ever remove Ness now.
Yes.
And I don't think they will ever remove him for Lucas, who, again, his game, the only reason Lucas keeps coming back is because in 4, he was the most requested of the Brawl newcomers, besides need to get back some traction there. And for Ultimate, everyone fucking came back. Ness has never... There's a reason why Ness has apparently been one of the first characters developed in every Smash game since Brawl. People want Ness in these games. Sakurai wants Ness in these games. And the fan
Sakurai's
base
not in charge
wants him.
anymore.
Yeah.
But that's not the point, though. I think everything else you're saying is valid.
Chat
I'm
has a
just-
counterpoint.
I'm just saying that it's Earthbound is considered very influential. And while yes, you could argue it as just the indie scene, the indie development scene has become more and more valued by the gaming industry, whether big companies want it or not. People the indie development scene has become big. And we can see that in the fact that many indie characters actually made into Ultimate as costumes. And
And
that's
DLC.
not insignificant.
True.
And that's not insignificant. We can't ignore that.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's
True.
not insignificant at all. I have a
And,
question
like-
real quick, and this is important for the rest of the roster as we go down here. For this hypothetical Smash game, should we think of it as more of a celebration of kind of gaming as a whole and the characters, as Sakurai has gone in the past, or should we think of it with more of a mindset of trying to advertise other things? Which one should be more predominant?
I don't think that Nintendo
I don't think
has
that's-
never.
Yeah, are we going
Something that
promotion
we can
or
just
like
settle on. I don't think that's something we can just
Nintendo-
settle
I
on.
mean-
I think we have to strike a balance similar to how
Balance,
other developers have.
That's
Well, yeah.
What the
that's
fans
also
want
how
is
Smash is.
Also,
There have been
Yeah,
clear
well-
advertisements in Smash. Let's not. It's a video
Well,
game
it's part-
with
Right.
other series in it. Let's not like gloss over
Correct.
that.
Yeah, it's like advertising is part of it. At the exact same time, though, like
there's too
key
much legacy
character
behind
des-
them.
Key character design and development details. Smash is really good about that, if nothing else. You can tell that the people behind Smash are trying to still genuinely make characters that sure can work as advertisements for their series, but they're also including characters that clearly aren't that, and they have been in multiple games. Ice Climbers have been in almost every game, and they have not had a game since the 80s.
Let's
We'll
kind
get
of.
to that
And then
later.
there's also
What?
Rob and Mr. Game.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get to that later, because I
Look,
think
just making-
We're
just
spending too
making-
much time on Ness.
All right.
I'm just making a point.
Hey,
I am just making a point.
Cat
And I
is
think it's a good point.
Cat is a mediator. Listen to Cat.
let's not all talk at once. That's all I was gonna say.
I'm just making my point. I don't think that Ness is going anywhere. I don't think it is.
I could see it. I wanted to be spicy, though. To be honest, my thought process is either Ness is the sole representative again, or Ness is cut entirely, and same with Lucas, like Cinna said. However, where's everyone stand?
The main
If-
reason I presented that in the first place, and the reason why I am at least semi-confident in it, is because of the fact that there are so many characters from the roster here to choose from, that I think it's reasonable to think that a character that doesn't really have any predominance that's in their own series, like being a continuous thing, like what other character can't get in because of something like that, just because of the legacy they have, a legacy that is very beloved and that I personally cherish a lot. I absolutely sobbed at the end of Mother 3. Like, I am a very big Earthbound fan, but from a developer perspective, I can definitely see both sides of the argument on there.
That's kind of
I
where I
agree.
am. Except I've never played the series, and I'm just kind of like, I don't see him going anywhere because he's original 12, but I could see them also saying, Sakurai's not in charge anymore.
Right.
Get him out of here.
Potentially.
Get Ness
I
out of
think
here.
he's still guaranteed, though.
Where I fall is, I think I've made it pretty clear. I think Ness is not going anywhere. Earthbound is the mother franchise, even if Nintendo doesn't want to directly acknowledge it by making a new game or anything, the mother franchise is considered too much of a staple of gaming.
And
not,
I don't think
and
it's.
well,
We
I don't think it's
it is.
Nintendo's
We're
choice,
spending too
because I
much
think
time
that's-
here.
I think that's.
I know.
I think it's
not
because it's a
it's
toys
not
baby.
It's not Nintendo's choice, pretty clear.
It's
like I'm
a
pretty
toy.
sure if yeah, if Nintendo
Earthbound
could
is not
profit
Earthbound
off this,
without him.
if Nintendo could profit off this, they would 100% would. Let's be real there.
Okay, so
It's not going to be Lucas because Lucas doesn't have worldwide presence. That's all.
Cinna and I are in between. Fuzz thinks he's staying. TJ?
No, he's not going anywhere.
So,
Definitely not.
and then that leaves Topin.
Okay, so I'm trying to collect my thoughts with this damn thing as everyone keeps talking. I think Ness here can, especially going forward with the rest of the roster, Ness here kind of acts as a bit of a catalyst in terms of how we are approaching this in terms of legacy characters. There's not legacy in terms of Smash, but legacy in terms of, again, Ness doesn't have new games. He is a character that is strictly restricted to just a game. Game 3, if you want to count the entire Mother series, he's at that. And what he represents, not just in terms of that series, but also the influence that series is built off. Again, Earthbound being one of the most influential RPGs of all time, and Ness being the representative of that, I think stands a bit bigger than having Lucas around when we get to Lucas. I think if a Mother's representative has to be there, Ness would be it regardless. As well as if we were looking at this through, again, looking at other legacy characters going forward, like Captain Falcon here in a bit, it would also stand to reason that we would also have to be looking at all of them in the same light. Like, I look at Fox, and if Star Fox Zero never came out, the last game he had ever came out was Star Fox Command on the DS, and would we still be looking at him in terms of being a prominent Smash character or a prominent legacy character in that regard, regardless of his status in Smash? So in that regard, long story short, Ness, he can take or leave. I understand legacy, but I would completely understand if they would cut him out entirely.
We seem more neutral than 4, but does that really? I think that puts more 4 because
I'm more to leave.
I'm leaning on likely.
I am leaning on like I want him in returning because I think he 100% is, but I'm fine with likely. I'm fine with it.
I think I'm more on staying.
I think
Because I forgot my big thing was I was like, oh well, Mother 3, and then I'm realizing, right, the Mother 3 copyright issue we brought up. It's like, right, that's why Lucas would never replace Ness.
Yeah.
So they still could cut him. That is my personal thought. He would probably be a lot lower on mine, but it seems like we are more settled on staying.
I think that there's a couple of returning characters who I could see them cutting. Like if they had to cut them, I understand the logic behind them. Like Yoshi, like we brought up Yoshi for that earlier. We brought up Ness now. There's another character in the original 12 who I think that could happen too.
Oh boy,
But
let's get there first.
But it is genuinely, I am of the opinion the original 12 are basically safe, with maybe one exception.
Yeah.
Speaking of original 12, I think it's time to move on. Falcon, staying.
So
okay, we brought up before that people.
This
would
better
riot
be the
if they
shortest one.
We brought up before that if they removed Fox, the people would riot. They would burn down Nintendo if they removed Falcon. Let's be real.
He's linked with Smash, is what chat says. I think everyone's in agreement. He's staying.
I used to be a prominent Smash fighter.
Falcon is definitely staying. So I just want to make a clarification that the reason why, in my mind, Legacy is okay for Falcon to stay in Smash, but in my mind it wouldn't be like as for sure for Ness, is because when you think of Ness in Smash, you think, oh yeah, he does have the Earthbound series, and that has a really big community now that has done their own things with making Earthbound-inspired games and everything. With Falcon, literally his entire moveset was taken off of a picture of him in the manual of the first F-Zero game. It's like he's more of a Smash character than he is an F-Zero character, and that's honestly a fact. Just in my
Falcon
opinion.
is Smash.
He's a Dragon King character.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the exception for Legacy characters.
In a way, he was technically the first character because that was the Dragon King model.
That's correct.
Yeah, he was designed around that.
I think that's everyone saying he's staying. Which is probably the shortest section we've had on a character so far.
Well, I
Checks
think
out.
to be fair, I think there's more to talk about with the original 12 than a lot. Of
Hello, Mini.
characters.
Yeah.
We'll
Which is why I'm
see about
hoping
that.
that a lot of these will go faster as we go on.
Puff is,
Yeah.
think is linked with Smash, but at the same time, I can also see Nintendo cutting it. Speaking of,
Oh,
Puff.
I have a thing I want to bring up with
Jigglypuff.
So Puff is a very weird character in Smash Bros. Because of one specific thing. For the first, up until Smash 4, Puff was always the character who was going to be cut. They were always one of the characters who were one of the last ones to be designed consistently. In Melee,
I've never heard of that.
Jigglypuff
That's
was the
interesting.
in Melee, Jigglypuff was the second to last character they finished. The only one they finished afterwards was Game &
Game
Watch.
and Watch.
and then
And Brawl, Jigglypuff actually was the last character finish. It was Jigglypuff, Toon Link, and Wolf that were all finished.
That's
just
why
at
they
the
weren't-
deadline.
that's why they weren't in Subspace Emissary. They were bonus.
Yeah.
And then in Smash Bros. 4, admittedly, we have less information regarding 4 because I think there was stricter NDAs after all
Yeah.
after all the information about the previous games came out. However,
Okay.
it can be still assumed that just based on the general way that Jigglypuff works within the game, it makes sense that Jigglypuff was one of the last characters developed. However, apparently it was the exact opposite for Ultimate, because now Jigglypuff is rumored to be a fan favorite within the Smash office. Like, people adore Jigglypuff. Like, it's kind of become Jigglypuff. It started as a joke character. That was what her intent was. They was like, all right, Jigglypuff is the last. They were like, okay, we have 11 characters for Smash Bros. Who else can we add? We can't really add anyone. Hey, where's Kirby? Okay, well, let's make Kirby again. And then they made Jigglypuff, but they made her a bit of a different thing. Yeah,
That is
but
another thing with the.
I have a statement on Puff. If you're done, Fuzz.
In 64
I'm going
specifically, I
to
wanna
finish
make it
up
clear.
really quickly. Jigglypuff is a character who I understand has had a very long, arduous history of like complicated design elements and strangeness. At the exact same time, though, Jigglypuff is probably one of the most popular characters in the franchise now. When somebody wins Jigglypuff, there's always a reaction to it. It doesn't. It can be positive. It can be negative. People now associate Jigglypuff
Xbox.
so hard with Smash Bros. That it's kind of one of those weird things where I do think that
And a hungry box.
Yeah, and the hungry box. I think if any one of the original 12 was going to be removed, it probably would be Jigglypuff. At the exact same time, though, I have zero doubt in my mind that Jigglypuff is completely safe. I don't think they can remove her now. She's gotten to the point now where she's so permanently... Like, I know we brought up Legacy a lot, but it really is true. Legacy kind of matters in the Smash Bros. Series at this point. It kind of does. And if we try to ignore that, then we're kind of, like, almost disavowing what Smash has kind of had as a core design element for many years, which is celebrating the history of video games at this point. What was previously Nintendo when it was transferred over to video games, but it's still primarily Nintendo. Jigglypuff isn't perfect. I do think her character design is actually perfect. I think Jigglypuff's an amazingly designed character.
Oh yeah, she's amazing. She's
Okay.
great.
I think Jigglypuff's safe.
I on the opposite side of the spectrum. Out of the original 12, the only reason I brought up the possibility of Ness and, like Cinna said, both of them getting cut from the Earthbound series was because I was more on the line of Jigglypuff being replaced.
No.
Interesting.
No.
Being cut and replaced with a certain later character. I have reasons for that. Considering how each of the games have gone in development, I believe part of the 64 development was they picked Pikachu and Jigglypuff depending on, because they didn't know how the show would go, I think, if I remember correctly.
They picked Pikachu because of the show. They literally only included Jigglypuff because they had Kirby's bottle.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah, and it was just easy.
Yeah.
Like that's the truth here. Luigi, Jigglypuff, and Falcon only got into the game because they had the models.
I didn't want to
Yeah.
isolate Puff fans by immediately just going, I think Puff is cut.
I don't think she's cut. I think she's fine.
I had Jigglypuff.
And-
I'm judging the likeliness of whether they make it in with like an actual tier list. Jigglypuff was the only 64 character I had in A tier, and after hearing what you guys said, no, I'm putting her back in S.
Oh,
Yeah.
you think Puff is staying?
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
Really, she has more She has more air game than Kirby.
A
Yeah,
couple
yeah.
things I would like to. A couple things I would like to say is that the reason why Legacy matters a little bit less for Puff than other characters to me, while Legacy is important, for characters like Ness and Falcon, they're like the head sort of character of the franchise. With Jigglypuff, we already have Pikachu to sort of serve that role. And also, I think the similarities between Jigglypuff and Kirby is kind of a detriment to her as an overall character, because I believe in the Pokemon franchise itself, Puff doesn't really have that floaty sort of flying ability, right?
She's literally the
That's-
balloon Pokemon.
She is
She is a balloon Pokemon, but that's a creative liberty based on the way Smash was designed.
You want to talk
And
about
I
creative
think-
liberties? Captain Falcon is a creative liberty. I don't think
Yeah.
that's gonna change.
I'm sorry, Cinna, but I'm sorry, Cinna. I agree with TJ.
I'm sorry. I'm
Whoa.
sorry. We're spending too much time on this. I think we just need to go forward.
Yeah.
Well,
and also,
wait,
I will just add this now.
Okay.
Again, the fact that Jigglypuff is literally just Kirby's model in every single game, it's the exact same line of logic as an Echo Fighter. They're always going to have the model. They will never have a reason not to include her because she's just easier to develop than every other character.
So, Cinna, where
Yeah.
did you stand?
Me?
Yes.
Just to finish my thought real quick. Sorry, I just kind of lost my. Yeah, I was taking her design and kind of mending it with the whole legacy thing that I was saying earlier, because I kind of weigh those things out and kind of put them on levels as I'm going about it. But personally, I would also probably put Puff in Leave, but that's not a popular opinion. Apparently.
I have an idea about how you could actually format this tier list a little bit easier. You could have a tier based off of how many people vote pass, how many people vote keep.
I could, but it's supposed to be a defined one, not like a messy one.
Yeah, but that would be a
Yeah.
good way to start it, and then we could narrow it down from there.
This is
I-
why we were supposed to have
Visualization.
our own lists.
I mean, I
Again-
Yeah.
do.
Again, my own. Oh, I have my own list right now too. I'm just
Exactly.
gonna say again. The only reason I'm so genuinely in the belief that she won't get cut is again. they
Original
literally
12
made
is the only reason I
Jigglypuff-
would think it. That is
They've
literally
tried.
it.
No, it's literally just because she's so easy. Apparently, they made Jigglypuff for Brawl in a week. She is that easy to make because they just have the model of Kirby. And
Topin?
they already have her. She is the
Um,
easiest character design in the entire franchise, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, Jigglypuff represents not only just the Pokemon franchise, but also the starting of basically the joke character. Your Jigglypuff, your Game & Watch, your Wii Fit trainer. She represents a really important role in the roster for that. On top of just being a very easy fire to be developed for her. Though in terms of versatility and further representation of the Pokemon series, I mean, she is colloquially more associated for Smash than she is Pokemon in this regard. So
Yeah.
I'd say it's very up in the air as to whether or not she would be cut. Again, if they were really more hell-bent on making sure a character got made in time rather than for her uniqueness, then Jigglypuff is a shoo-in. But otherwise,
So you're torn?
I'm torn. I'm unsure.
I am firmly into 100%. I guarantee returning. I think that she's safe as the Dickens. She ain't going.
So 2-4-2 against, 1 unsure. That's our first big tie. Damn. The first controversial one.
Dumb.
Y'all are. Me and TJ are the ones.
Let me
that-
think about it.
I agree with you, TJ.
It's funny because I actually was going into this prepared to.
Ah,
have
fine.
them as my
Fine.
lowest.
I normally would say cut, but I'm thinking about it, and it's like it feels weird to have all the original 12 and then cut one. That
They
was
tried. They have fucking
They have
tried
tried.
to
They
get
have
rid
tried.
of her.
fuck it.
But she is a parasite that is never going away.
He is the cockroach, and she
Ugh.
will never die.
And now we're done with 64, guys. Woo!
I
How long has it been?
genuinely-
Like an hour and a half.
I genuinely think everyone else will go so much faster.
Yeah.
No, they won't. I think we need
Alright.
to implement an actual number of like actual timer for each person because
Alright,
we're not
I'm
getting
not-
through it otherwise.
I'm grabbing a timer. I'm just gonna.
Cat
tell it,
is
like,
literally
stand up.
right here.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cat. Hi, Cat.
Okay.
Yeah, give us the time.
Cat?
You would
Or
kill
is
Cat.
she? Oh, did she step away?
I guess we don't.
Maybe
I
like
guess we don't have her.
Cat. All right,
maybe
let's
take, like
All right, let's just go to Peach.
All right,
Peach.
we're moving to melee. Peach is staying.
Peach is
Yeah.
Obvious.
We can't get rid of her.
Next.
Yeah.
staying, and Daisy's an Echo Fighter.
I'm gonna start. I think we don't need to talk too much about revamps here at this point. Like,
No.
there's potential,
I think
but
that was just to fill the air for 64 before we realized what we were getting into.
yeah.
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 Daisy's an Echo Fighter.
Only the most iconic female video game character of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Bowser also staying.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Heavies are already underrepresented. There's no reason to even think about cutting Bowser.
Unless
Ice
you really
Climber.
wanted to make him a boss, but no.
Yeah, they're not
Ice
cutting
Climber-
Bowser. Let's.
I would put, I
Any.
would put Ice Climbers in likely.
I also want to make sure everyone's saying stuff with each character and not kind of glossing over, even though if it seems obvious. I think everyone kind of just agreed on Peach and Bowser. Yeah.
Yeah.
Topin.
yeah,
Topin?
yeah.
Ice Climbers is one I am thinking could get cut.
They already did it once.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Granted, that
agree.
was technical limitations, but still.
That's the whole reason why is the technical debt that is required for the character, I think, makes it very difficult.
Have you guys ever had 8 Ice Climbers on the biggest stage in Smash? Good God.
That's kind of why I kind of am expecting the cut.
Yeah.
I think that Ice Climbers are. I personally think that Ice Climbers are gonna likely return because Ice Climbers, I think they're associated generally is just a staple of the Smash franchise at this point.
But
And,
here's
like,
the thing.
and
There are
let me
so
say-
many characters.
let me say, I don't think that means that they will. I don't think that guarantees them a spot or anything. I don't say that they should go into.
You'd say
return.
more of a likely.
I think that they're a likely. I'm not saying I can see a universe where they get cut. At the exact same time, though, I can definitely still see a universe where they're in the game. And that's where I'm falling. And you guys can have your own opinions. That's just where my opinion is.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd say they are vastly unlikely because of the technical capabilities or the technical infringements they would have on the hardware, as well as the fact that if you look at all the characters on this list, they are like at the very bottom of how notable they are. They're very fun in the game, gameplay-wise itself, but just as to like how many people outside of Smash know about the Ice Climbers compared to most of the other characters on this list.
Hello, Captain Falcon.
I mean, even then,
I
with
think
meme
original
and
12 is
internet
kind of a
culture-
different.
Yeah, that too. But just with his meme culture, I mean, literally in the Henry Stickmin games, there's references to Captain Falcon's knee and Falcon punch in that, just from the meme culture, and like people get it, you know.
So
But-
you're kind of advocating cut. Fuzz is 4. I'm cut. TJ and Topin.
You first.
The Ice Climbers are a proof of concept that have only stayed around because Sakurai can't let anything go. They're gone.
Damn! Fuck!
That was
Man,
harsh
that-
but valid.
Topin, I think it's decided,
There
but...
are way better NES reps in Smash right now that we're probably gonna keep. Ice Climbers are gone.
Yeah.
Topin, I think it's decided, but I want to hear your thought anyway.
I commend Ice Climbers for what they represent in terms of just the technical achievement of it. And surely, if it weren't for Ice Climbers, we wouldn't have we arguably would not have characters like Rosalina, Luma, and maybe even Pokemon Trainer to a similar extent. And just
I think it's worth commending, but I
It's
don't think they're
commendable.
Of course.
It's
I
very
don't. They're not
commendable.
coming back.
I thank you for your services.
Goodbye.
Laters.
You will be
Goodbye.
You will be buried respectfully.
I will say this now. I will laugh so hard if I'm right.
I'm not saying they can't come back. I just think the technical
I
debt
don't think they will.
from a dev standpoint, like, I don't think they would.
Oh no, this isn't me mocking you guys. I'm just saying I will laugh if I was the only one to predict that correctly.
Well,
Exact
we're not
same
even
time,
necessarily
I will lose.
just.
We're
At
not.
the exact same time though, I may as well say this now. I've never liked playing as Ice Climbers. I would not care if they didn't come back. I just say that there's a solid chance.
Even Chad is like, I could see Ice Climbers getting cut.
Here's the thing. We're not necessarily. We're not. This list isn't necessarily just for the sake of saying whether they can or cannot.
Right,
come
Fuzz
back. It
missed
is-
that.
The goal of this is ultimately
Oh,
to,
yeah, no,
to
I
lower the
missed
roster
that.
down to. Okay, well.
This
the
isn't
ultimate
just
goal here
predictions.
Is that we
I
are
was never
making a
told
roster
that.
that is down only to 44 of the characters. I assume
42.
Chad when we were talking about it.
No,
Oh, wait, yeah.
I wasn't here. I didn't.
So-
I thought we were just predicting. I
This
didn't know
is-
that at
Yeah,
all.
This
We
is
haven't
based on our thoughts of, like, overall. It's kind of based on our overall thoughts. Who's staying, who's getting cut. Our thoughts on it. We're trying to stick to a solid 42. That is the, like, end point. And that's why I'm like, certain characters, like Ness and Jigglypuff earlier, is why I considered them cut, because there's other characters later that just could do better.
Right. So like,
But-
Probably
Rory
original
contextualizes
12.
what I was
That,
saying
that
before.
explains so much. Good God.
Anyways,
Anyway-
with that
Anyway.
said, Sheik.
Sheik, I can see getting cut.
I
I
could.
think she's coming back.
Is this another situation like Ice Climbers
No,
where
okay,
everyone
okay,
says
okay.
Okay, no. For,
Okay,
more
the
specifically,
reason
I
why
think
I
it's
would say-
unlikely. I think it's unlikely Sheik will stay.
Yeah, the reason why I agree with that is because, I mean, again, it just goes down to where has Sheik been in the games, and Ocarina of Time was, I think that's the only one in the mainline Zelda series,
It
right?
is. It's just
I mean,
Ocarina.
Yeah.
she gets a lot of callbacks in recent games though.
She does,
Yeah.
but as far as like actual appearances, you know.
She's more on the legacy side of things, and again acts as a Ocarina of Time representative along with Young Link in Ultimate.
See, I guess my conflict with how much the legacy sort of perspective takes hold is because I see so many characters down the line here that would really conflict having legacy versus characters that feel like they more so deserve a spot in a hypothetical Smash 6 roster, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, how far can you take legacy and how far can that go in the series before it gets stagnant, before
Well,
it's like something that gets old to a lot of people, you know?
Well, on top of the legacy of her character in the games, she's also a legacy in terms of the technical achievements, like Ice Climbers, in terms of how she was implemented in Melee and Brawl, or with the transformation through Zelda. Which, if they were to bring transformations back for Sheik and Zelda, and maybe even
please
Samus
don't.
and Zero Suit Samus, I mean, like, are we taking that into account or not?
I will say I agree with Topin. Unlikely. Is that where we're aiming? Is unlikely at this point?
I'm just making
I'd
my
say
own
unlikely.
tier list, but I may as well just explain my thought process. Is I'm assigning the tiers into this kind of category of returning being 100% and cut being 0%. I just, from personal perspective of how the Smash franchise has evolved, I think that she's coming back. I understand why she wouldn't.
Okay.
Like, if I say someone's going into likely, that's not me saying I can't see a reality where they don't come back. That's not me saying that.
It's kind of how I have mine set up. Though it's the whole group as a whole in how we're deciding it.
My thoughts are this. I think Sheik, what Sheik brings to Smash is being the only of a specific archetype, which is a super large rushdown like combo-based character. Is what I would say if Greninja didn't exist.
Exactly.
I feel like Greninja represents the same type of archetype really well, and that makes me really unsure how
Doesn't
to feel
matter.
about Sheik because I think Greninja
that's the other thing,
is a
too.
very popular Pokemon. I think Greninja possibly makes a bit more sense for its popularity, whereas Sheik, is just kind of another Zelda character that I don't think has to be the character that fills this role. So I kind of have Sheik as what would be a C tier, which is like I can see it going either way, but kind of more leaning towards possibly getting rid of her.
So I think we're settled on unlikely, right?
And that's the other thing too. Sheik just plays like shit.
Don't
Man,
don't tell Chicken that while he's playing melee.
She's a worse Greninja, like TJ said.
People would
Not-
murder you for that.
I'm not.
take.
I don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say Sheik is a worse Greninja. I said Sheik is probably less deserving of filling that role than Greninja, given
I don't even
that
really agree
I
with
said
that.
it.
is like
But-
literally the second
Like,
most popular
Sheik just-
Pokemon.
I'm sorry, she just plays like shit. Like she's impossible to get kills off of.
People
Well, that's-
love Sheik.
that's
so
'cause of-
much.
Don't
just
you
'cause
like getting to 200% and still not
That's just
having a
'cause of
kill
Smash
move?
Just because of Smash Ultimate tuning. Don't blame that on Sheik. That's Smash Ultimate
Yeah,
tuning.
no, that's
Fair.
ultimate. Don't blame Sheik. for
Fair,
that.
fair, but still.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I still think unlikely. We could talk more about it later, but I don't think Sheik is happening.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Zelda.
Zelda is coming back, right?
Staying.
Yeah.
Going anywhere.
Literally the namesake.
Now the real question: what version of her?
That's the big question, and I think we'll be here all fucking day based on one person.
I
Hi,
don't wanna
TJ.
Talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to. We'll be here so long.
Now that we've had the Smash 64 discussion, I'm gonna save everything I have to say about Zelda for my own video.
That's
when I
fair.
get to that.
That's fair.
I will say I never get held up on like which version of the Zelda characters comes back because there's a dozen plus fucking versions of those characters.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of whether
Canonically.
multiple will, which we'll get to that in a bit.
I think we can move on.
Dr. Mario. Can I
Goodbye.
argue that Dr. Mario should just be an Echo Fighter?
I agree.
Should we put him as an Echo Fighter, or is he just getting cut? That's the question.
Actually, I'm just gonna make a hot take with my own tier list where I'm placing all the characters who were literally designed as intended Echo Fighters into Echo Fighters.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, like,
So,
Dr. Mario, Pichu,
are we
and
putting
Mario
Dr.
Right there, they were all Echo Fighters.
I
technically.
am throwing Dr. Mario into Echo Fighter. I'm throwing Pichu into Echo Fighter. I'm throwing Falco into Echo Fighter. I'm throwing all these guys in there.
There's a
don't
difference
care.
between a semi-clone and an Echo Fighter.
I
Yeah,
think
don't
also
care.
where
Okay,
Echo
Alex.
Fighter's Can I just say, Echo Fighter's a stupid fucking label that was only created to say, yeah, we made clones. Who cares? Like they don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna have if any of these characters come back in any form, I think it makes sense to just say what they are. They were made as characters who were done very late into development, just because they had a model running around.
All I'm
On that aspect, should we put Luigi into an Echo Fighter?
I don't agree. No.
No, because
he's evolved enough by now.
I
I
think
would
Fuzz's
probably
hot take
has
is staying with
two.
Fuzz.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that's my take. I don't say you guys agree with me. I'm saying
I
it's
wanna
fucking
consider
stupid
this,
that
though.
Dr. Mario is his own character.
Oh yeah, no, Dr. Mario's one. That's without a doubt.
Should we should we at least put Doc as an Echo Fighter or no? Because I don't.
Yes,
Okay.
I think so.
I think that'll be good for later discussion then, because
There's not really any reason to discuss him, because I think if he's not an Echo Fighter, every single one of us is gonna say he's gone.
Yeah. Speaking
My
of,
likely
Pichu is
worst.
gone.
I'd
Can
say
I-
unlikely a worse for the Doctor.
I hate that you're right.
Pichu's
I
just
hate that
gone.
you're right. I hate that you're right because I love Pichu. At the exact same time, though, I do want to just say I literally am just making my Echo Fighters totem just a totem of things where I'm like, if they come back, it could be argued that they could be Echo Fighters. That is how I'm following the logic. Does that
Yep,
make sense?
Because
Does
I'm
that
looking
like
at
a
it
decent-
as development time they're using to design new characters.
I have
I
a
think
hot
my-
take.
I think. Look, I'm just saying that I think that my logic is decent. I say I have an. I think that my stream of thought isn't bullshit. I think that's a fair. That's a fair assessment.
But just to be sure, we're Pichu's cut, right? We're all in
Yep.
agreement.
Yep.
duh.
I hate.
Yeah, duh.
Can we stop repeating it and move on to a
Okay.
to a happier thought?
Falco.
Oh,
I
cool.
could see Falco getting cut for Wolf.
I kind of do too, which is weird. I'm gonna put it. I'm putting Falco in the same spot I put Sheik, which is for me basic. I didn't change the labels. I just have A through D tier. Actually, I should have an F tier as well.
I'm gonna put as unsure for now because this is a very controversial take for me to have, but it's like you have the villain of Star Fox and then just Falco, who is still an important character, especially to Smash. So it's a matter of, are they gonna pick the friend or the rival?
I think the rival's more interesting.
I think they're picking their
Falco,
rival.
I mean, Falco's popularity in Smash is only in relation to Fox's popularity. By himself, no.
Interesting.
Okay, that's
Unlikely
a
tier?
hot take.
What? I mean, because
Yeah, I agree.
all of his aspects
I'd agree with that.
are lifted from Fox.
That is
Yeah, but people do still love Falco. He's one of the most popular characters of the entire franchise.
Yeah.
I think the argument being presented
I know
is
he
that
has his own unique
Fox can
attributes.
be
I'm aware
Fox
of that, but
without Falco, but Falco can't be Falco without Fox. I think is what he's
no,
saying.
that's exactly it.
I'm
And
gonna
before-
say that Falco's likely, but that's just because I think that I think he's likely. I understand why he'd be cut. But again,
For-
that's why I'm saying likely is 75% for me. I still think that these characters could be cut if they had to be.
For me, I would honestly say it's not comparable to like
context-
Mario and Luigi, for example, because I'm sure someone's going to mention it like, oh, well, you have Bowser and Luigi. I don't think this is comparable because it's Super Mario compared to Star Fox. It's entirely possible they
Not only
could
that,
cut.
But not only that, but
It's entirely
Bowser and
possible
Luigi-
that we just get Fox.
Yeah,
It is.
I think that's a very likely outcome. In fact, but
I'd say Wolf is likely to join in as Falco.
Yeah.
yeah, but like that's not.
I think they
Not
might-
only is it Super Mario, but there's also the fact that all of Fox, Falco, and Wolf are based on a similar framework. Whereas
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas
It's
and
close
there's
to the
not much
Marth
need
tier.
for that.
Bowser and Luigi are.
It's very. It's
There's nothing. There's not a single move those two got in common.
it's very
I don't care how
close.
much- I don't care what universe you're in. Fireball is not the same as Fire Breath.
I will say
But
that
it's
I think
fun.
that there's a I do want to say I think that there is a Falco is like the Falco and Wolf I think are the clones that this franchise did the best at differentiating from Fox in meaningful ways. And just
I can
turns
see that.
like people who play Falco do not play people who play Falco because he has this playstyle they like. There is very, very, very little intersection between Fox players and Falco players compared to basically every other clone characters in the series. And I
Valid.
think that's something that that's just something I want to point out. I'm saying that it makes I could see Falco getting cut. I think that Falco has at least a decent chance at coming back. That's for
Oh.
me.
I would also say that it also kind of varies from game to game. Like Falco and Fox have their differences, but they're also a bit different in terms of what game you're talking about. But as well, as both characters evolved with the franchise, is like the most distinct thing I can recognize of Falco in Melee is his reflector and his down air, and those guys
His blaster.
also and the blaster too, but that was borrowed from 64 Fox.
Right.
And again, it got further differentiated as the series went on, but certain elements changed along with it that made them not the same as they were back in Melee or even Brawl.
Chad even says, I think Wolf because Wolf has a drastically different moveset from Fox compared to Falco. I think they're still very similar. Either way, I think we're on unlikely for now, right?
I'm personally
I'd say
cut.
I'm on unsure.
middle road.
I'm
Unsure?
looking.
Okay.
I'm saying likely. So
I feel it's weird because it's like I feel like ultimately the middle ground is unlikely because some are saying cut, some are saying unlikely.
For this
Well,
tier
I'm-
list, probably.
well, I'm saying.
I'll
that
put
since
it
there's
on
We
such a
could go
unsure.
undecided for now.
Well, since there's
Yeah.
such a big divide, I think
Yeah.
unsure is fair.
Yeah.
When we have to get really deep into this tier, like into this roster, I think that's when we'll be able to decide better.
We'll revisit
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Marth,
Anyways, Marth.
staying.
returning.
Well,
Mr. Fire Emblem,
hear me out.
he is
Hear me
the
out.
one. He is the one.
He is the Fire Emblem character.
Well,
He's
hear
returning.
hear me out in terms of Marth's suggestion. Yes,
Okay.
Marth is the basis for everyone else, but that's just it. Do you want Marth specifically, or do
Yes.
you want
Yes.
another version of Marth? Do you have
No,
a
I want
better
Marth.
preference
I want Mars.
in
I
comparison
want
to Marth?
Marth.
You rather have Marth?
I would
You
rather
rather have your vanilla?
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
cool with it. I
And
like vanilla.
honestly, I
Like
While
if you had
we're
to
on the
if you had
topic
to
of
limit to
Marth.
just one of the Marth clones, Marth included, you would just pick Marth.
Yep,
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
I think
I'd
he. I
personally
think
say
he
Marth,
has. I think he has one of the most interesting plays. Like he's not just a sword fighter, but he's a sword fighter that specifically is built around being able to maximize your spacing. Even though I think for games further in the franchise took that too far. In Melee, it was just more of a suggestion of like, yes, this is just a part of the playstyle that you want to implement, but it's not a requirement. And I think, how, would you guys be okay if I had the Lucina's discussion right now?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Where are we at, Marth?
Lucia's an Echo Fighter anyway, so we know where she's gonna go.
I would rather her kind of get cut or act as basically an alternate costume, because I think Lucina's existence invalidates what Marth was supposed to be. I think by making it so Marth's main gimmick with the tipper is no longer a thing, I think you have accidentally made an incredibly brain dead character and made Marth this really weird gimmicky character that doesn't really have a reason to exist. And I think Marth should be closer to being more generalist like Lucina, but still have the tipper mechanic give him a slight edge as an incentive for playing him better. And I think Lucina existing and nullifying that gimmick kind of makes her less valuable.
So real quick, Marth is staying. I think we're settled there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's a very valid take, TJ, and it makes a
I
lot
agree.
of sense gameplay-wise as well.
Yeah.
In this,
still-
And I like
Oh,
Lucina, but I agree.
Right.
I
Either-
agree.
I want her to have the same mechanics if she's back at all.
I think Lucina
As
could
an alternate
work
costume,
as just
essentially.
An alternate costume. I think
Yes.
that would be fine.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the exact same time, though, I don't really mind either way. I think that they bring Lucina back, she'll almost certainly just be that alternate costume.
where
I
are
don't
we
know.
putting Lucina then?
Let's put her on Echo Fighter because she's an Echo Fighter.
Go.
Yeah, I think that's valid enough.
Speaking of Echo Fighters, Young Link.
I don't know if Young Link
Look,
counts.
Young Link should be an
I
Echo
know.
Fighter. He should be.
Yes.
No.
Well, actually,
I'm-
The reason why
I feel like
Young Link
Dr.
is
Mario is the
proportion.
exception and not the
Not only-
rule.
Not
Let
even
me
just that.
rephrase that.
I think Young Link is an idea of the framework of previous Links, whereas the new one, regular Link is going to evolve in the Breath of the Wild sense. I think because of that, Young Link's gonna basically be his own thing now.
I was kind
Oh
of
wait,
Young
actually,
Link
that's
to
a
be...
fair point. And also, admittedly, I think Toon Link's coming back, but I think Toon Link might become like an Echo Fighter himself. I don't know though, because Toon Link and Young Link, as people discuss with Ultimate, they kind of developed the same player base. They just accidentally seem to nerf Toon Link way too hard for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I'm not gonna think
little
about it.
bastard.
I'm not gonna think about it because if I think about it too hard, I will have an aneurysm. I think Young Link might come back. I never understood his existence. I kind of understand it now because Link went in a different development direction. Young Link's my first unsure, actually.
Young
Like
Link's
he's
a
the
no
first
for
one
me.
I'm not certain on in any way. But whatever. You guys can do whatever you want there.
I feel like in a similar way to Lucina, I think that we need to have the conversation of Toon Link right now. I think if we're gonna have one Link to represent the sort of legacy Link, that's gonna be Toon Link.
I can agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Same.
I think Toon
You
Link.
know what?
I think Toon Link represents a larger range of games because it's not just Wind Waker; it's also all like a large majority of the 2D games.
So are we saying Young Link is cut and Toon Link is in?
I think
The
I
way
think
I-
Young Link's gonna become an Echo Fighter of Toon Link.
I've also seen to me, what I see Young Link representing is going in a more like 3D Zelda based moveset, while Toon Link would go in a more 2D based. But like I think,
I feel like Toon Link would just be both.
I don't know, but regardless, I feel like what's ultimately going to happen is I think Toon Link is probably what is essentially A tier for me, and I think Young Link gets dropped into like C tier, maybe D tier.
I
I
think
would-
Young Link's gonna become an Echo Fighter for Toon Link. That's
I
where
mean-
I fall.
You know,
Fair.
actually, in terms of what you just suggested, TJ, with the have one be 2D and one be 3D, maybe if you just revamp Young Link, like don't make him Ocarina Young Link, make him like a different Link, like make him like what he may look like as a 3D version of original
Smash 64.
Zelda.
Smash
Original
64 Zelda.
No, original Zelda. like Zelda 1.
Like Link's Awakening
Oh!
or something like
make
that.
it
Yeah.
that and have him be more attributed to his 2D aspects, but in a 3D body, and it's still, but call him Young Link.
So
Maybe.
I'd buy that too.
So wait, where are we standing with these two then?
I'm putting them both into
Young Link,
unsure,
I'm gonna
because
say
think
Toon
one
Link
One at a
likely.
time. One
Sorry.
at a time.
Yes.
Let's go alphabetical. That's a good solver.
Okay.
Cinna.
We're
Would it
gonna
be-
forget about that immediately.
Yep.
Okay.
But
I guess where I stand on that is, okay, so to address this first, the main issue I have with making Young Link and Toon Link as interchangeable is because not only is the aesthetic of it, but with the way that, say, Toon Link in Wind Waker and the DS games is handled compared to Young Link in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are so incredibly different in the Zelda series. Like, they are not very similar in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion, in how they would be addressing their personal moveset outside of the Smash series. So I guess that wouldn't really sit as comfortably with me. I actually really like the idea of having two links, one for 3D Zeldas and one for more of the 2D retro stuff. The only issue is that I've always kind of found having multiple links as kind of strange. Not because I think there's actually anything wrong with it, but just because I always thought as the Zelda series being sort of underrepresented because of how prominent it is within Nintendo's library and how much of a big deal it is. I think a better route would just add an actual like new character into it. Like
Problem
say,
with-
I guess with if you were to take other Smash games into consideration, then Smash 4 could have implemented like Girahim. That would have been such a sick character for Zelda, but they didn't put him in there, which I get. That was for the Wii U, and Girahim was on Skyward Sword for the Wii. But I just think that there's a lot of missed out potential because, well, we have 3 links in Ultimate, you know?
Right.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm finished.
Fuzz.
I am of the. Actually, I think I've settled onto this idea. I think that a second Link will come back. I see Young Link and Toon Link as interchangeable in that regard. I think
we should treat Toon Link as the second Link and treat Young Link as the second Link, or the third Link. My bad. Sorry.
I could see that.
And yeah, that's fair. And I think I'm sticking both of them into unsure, leaning likely. Because let me make this clear. I think one of them is coming back. I just don't really particularly care which one does.
If that's
Does
your
that
take.
make sense? Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
If that's your
Like-
take.
Like it's a. Oh well, thanks for adding. Oh well, that's your take. Thank you.
I said if that's your take,
Okay.
because I thought you were done.
Sorry.
Anyways, yeah, that's basically where I fall. I think one's coming back. I don't really care. I don't really care which one. I think one of them is though.
I think they are going to prioritize Toon Link because there's so much more they can do stylistically with Toon Link than Young Link.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I put Toon Link higher as someone who likes Young Link better.
I think Young Link
I'm-
is cut.
Yeah, I
Yep.
have
I agree.
I have Toon Link in my A tier, and I have Young Link in my D tier.
Okay.
I think there is things you can do for that, and I think especially P-Jiggle's video is really good on describing that. But I think that's all I have to say.
Topin?
I think, practically speaking, I would see a 25-75 chance on Young Link to Toon Link. But if I were to recontextualize how to go about implementing them, I would have it be, and going it with Adult Link 2, make it so, pull it like a hero thing in terms of their costumes, and make Link's alternate costumes just be a different iteration of each of his appearances, and likewise mesh Young and Toon Link together, and make them also alternate costumes for that one, as well as a couple of others, to still stick in mind with the 2D idea that I had in mind with making him Zelda 1 Link as well, and just going in that direction. And I think that would work well, but practically speaking, I would see it being Young Link at unlikely and Toon Link at likely.
That's
Okay.
actually about where I stand now. That actually convinced me. That convinced me.
So, Toon Link likely, Young Link unlikely, basically.
Yeah, sure. I'm down for that.
Ganondorf.
Toon Link and
If they don't
undecided.
fucking redesign Ganondorf, then I
Yes.
think everyone's going to have an aneurysm.
Just
We're talking about
redesign him. And
enemies.
He's coming back. He needs a redesign.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine.
Next.
Wait, but what redesign? Breath of the Wild?
Uh,
Or
I
two?
don't know,
Moveset.
just make him feel
No
like
spoilers, by the way.
Ganondorf.
Not
That's what-
Just
Falcon
make him
2.
feel like
The Tears of the
Ganondorf.
Kingdom.
His current moveset
we
can
gave
be
him his
taken
sword.
up by
What more
Black
do you
Shadow.
want? We gave him a sword. What more do you want?
A lot.
Everything.
A lot
I
more.
want everything.
Dorf is
Just give his
returning.
current
He's the
move-
only
just
villain
give-
for Zelda. I don't think he's leaving. Dorf stays winning. I
We
agree.
need more villains anyways. Who cares?
Yes. And
Mewtwo.
speaking of, give his old moveset to
Oh.
Black Shadow. Yes, please. Then
Also-
everyone can be happy.
I love that. Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Black
Black
Shadow,
Shadow
antagonist from the
as a-
F-Zero series.
As
That's
a
if they'd give
fighter,
F-Zero another character, though. But either way.
Yeah.
I mean, if they made an Echo design of Captain, if they made an Echo of Captain Falcon, it'd be fine.
Either way, Mewtwo. This is where it's going to get tricky for me because this is a three-way tie between different characters here. For me.
Not for me.
Mewtwo,
Mewtwo wins in my head.
Lucario, and Greninja are tied for me here because
I don't think Mewtwo and Greninja compete. I think Lucario does compete with Mewtwo, but I think Mewtwo wins.
I think
In my
yeah.
head.
I agree. I very much
If I had to
Is this a
if I had to
full-on
pick between
return
and
Mewtwo?
Lucario,
I think that Mewtwo's unlikely. I could see an argument for him not returning because Brawl did have him as he was one of the last. He was planned for Brawl, but they couldn't design him in time to make it so he could actually make it in.
Yeah.
Which is because they were like, well, we have limited development time. Let's prioritize Toon Link, Jigglypuff, and Wolf because we have their frameworks already done. So they prioritized him, and Mewtwo got cut, and I'm guessing, and Dr. Mario got cut, probably just because
I
they were
always
like
thought
he was the
Sonic
least.
replaced him.
No, it was like
Because Sonic was designed just
The
before
Forbidden
the other
Seven.
three. And I
Yeah,
always thought
Sonic
Mewtwo was
was
cut for Sonic, and then they had the other three.
So the actual timeline here is Sonic got finished, and then they were like, okay, we have 5 more characters that we want to make. Those 5 characters were Toon Link, Jigglypuff, Wolf, and then it was also Dr. Mario and Mewtwo, because Dr. Mario and Mewtwo were planned to return. But then they were like, well, we have to prioritize here. Do we make Mewtwo and the other 4 don't get in, or do we make like 3 of the, or do we make those other 4 and Mewtwo doesn't get in? They decided they would cut Mewtwo, then I'm guessing they cut Dr. Mario at the very, very end, where they were basically just like, he was just less interesting than the other 3, which I agree with. I think that made sense. Because there hadn't, and that was basically, because it's been confirmed already, Mewtwo and Dr. Mario's code is in the game.
He was-
People have known that for have known for that.
He was
for-
supposed to be in 64 and Brawl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he has staying power that a lot of other characters don't have. Chad even says Mewtwo is DLC in 4. I think he's around that area.
I think he's likely. I think that Mewtwo's likely to come back.
I agree. Yeah.
I think similar to Pikachu and even Jigglypuff to an extent, Mewtwo has a lot of lasting legacy power behind him, and being a legendary Pokemon and the first real one at that.
And it's not even like him being Gen 1 affects the fact his relevancy, because they're still finding new ways to reinvent Mewtwo with like Mega Evolutions and Dynamaxes and all that.
Yeah.
Like, he's still as relevant now as he was ever.
Yeah,
Mewtwo
he just
is-
has
Oh!
that prominence to him.
Chaos
Mewtwo
says
is
Mewtwo's getting cut. I really don't believe that.
I don't believe that. Mewtwo's the second most popular Pokemon of all time.
And he's the only legendary that's been
That
playable.
was an
Ninja?
action. TJ, that was an actual poll. That was an actual poll.
Okay,
And
I'll take your
Greninja did win a poll eventually.
okay. I'll take your word on this.
No, it's like but
I don't keep
Mewtwo
up with
has
Pokemon enough.
Mewtwo has won a Pokemon poll. Charizard has won a Pokemon poll. Pikachu is the face of the franchise. Greninja won a poll later.
Okay.
But chat makes a good point, because I do worry because of Gen 1, because I have another Pokemon I think that is guaranteed to come back, and that's going to be 4 Pokemon from Gen 1, and that's,
I mean, that pretty accurately represents how the Pokemon franchise sees Gen 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Not
are we
wrong.
on returning or likely?
I say just put him into
Returning.
likely. I say likely
Okay.
just because it's like, I could see at least a timeline where Mewtwo doesn't get in.
I have him on my A tier.
Okay.
I'm
So,
pretty likely.
if we're comboing sword fighters here, we've got Roy, and then we've got Chrom. So,
Brahms and Echo Fighters to throw him in there. Roy, I think is I don't even know how to talk.
Roy's
about Roy.
cut. Roy's cut.
Mm.
Now, okay.
The reason I say that so confidently is because of the fact that if you're comparing him with Marth in their series, then he's just the lesser of the two.
Yeah, but he got
At least
DLC.
that's how I see it. He did get DLC in 4, but taking into consideration just how many characters we get to go through in general here, I think you'd have to make a pretty significant argument to say that Roy has any likelihood in being in another Smash game if we're going by our rule set that we've made for ourselves here.
I have my own rule set. I think that I could see Roy coming back, but I think it's unlikely. Roy's in my unlikely.
Okay.
Like if I feel
An
like,
unlikely
I
and a
feel like
cut.
if they're gonna, I feel like if they're going to clean out the Fire Emblem rep a little bit, Roy probably will get cleaned out. But I can at least in favor of one like Ike. I think that Ike has a higher chance of returning than Roy, but we'll get there. But it's kind of like one of those things where I could still see Roy having potential to come back. So I don't want to put him into like 0%. He's gone from the franchise. Fuck you, Roy, because I don't really think that that's completely fair. I think I can at least see him coming back, if only because Roy's our boy.
TJ, I'm sure you have an interesting point here.
I mean, you're saying this because we had this conversation before.
I already know where you're going with this.
I feel like there's a reason why the Marth framework has been used on 4 different characters in the current version of Smash, and that is because it is a very solid just framework. But I think the way to narrow it down would be to keep particularly Roy and particularly Marth, because they represent sort of two. To me, they sort of represent a yin and yang, where Marth is the agile lord who has to play carefully to perfectly space his opponents, whereas Roy is the guns blazing, get as close as Roy is a rush down swords character, which is an archetype that doesn't really exist.
And you made a good point, because
I think that makes him special and worth keeping, especially in the aspect that I only do want to have 2 characters that represent the Marth moveset. And I think having Marth and Roy being the yin and yang makes sense.
That actually convinced me enough to push Roy up to unsure.
That's kind of where I've been. Because I
only put Roy in A tier, but I feel like that's kind of my idealism. Like I want that to be the case, but in terms of whether it'll actually happen, it's probably not going to make the final roster, sadly, for what we're going for.
I will say, based off of what we've talked about, I think I've said before, I could see them moving that to Crom, but I could also see people not liking that. So
I don't think they would like that. They would
I don't think Crom is as flashy as Roy.
He's not. He very much isn't. His neutral B alone.
Yeah.
I feel like this grounds would push Lucina and Crom to cut if we had Roy even as unsure.
They're an echo. They're echo.
They could be echoes. They could be echoes and like costumes, but I think that Roy is effectively Marth's echo, and he makes more sense.
Yeah.
But
I have 2 questions to present. One, and this isn't me making a claim for either side, but if we were to think of it in a way where both Crom and Roy would be cut, what would the likelihood of them being a costume for Marth be? And my second question is, I think that was a really great point you brought up, TG, of having more of a spacing and a rushdown sword fighter to fill different roles. Do we think that there could be other fighters in the Ultimate roster that could serve as a rushdown sort of sword fighter better than Roy, or do we not think that?
I don't have any ideas.
Most I could have thought was Crom, but again, that's because he's based off of Roy.
They're together, yeah.
And unless you wanted to rebrand Ike, which we'll get to that, but that's the only one I can think of, because I have a specific idea for Ike that I want to save for then.
I will only say that my thoughts on Roy are I have less of an opinion on him compared to others, mostly due to I've seen so many Fire Emblem characters, and just I get how he functions, like you said, TJ, but it still is just like he's worst lord of the series. Why not anyone else? Hell, Lynn could show up, but that's a different fucking topic altogether that I'm just not even going to open up.
That aren't main characters. our
that's
main
never
character
gonna fucking
like
happen.
base sword class.
That's
I
never
mean-
gonna fucking happen.
What is it?
Robin's an attempt at it.
A non-main character Fire Emblem character. That's craziness. They won't do that.
I'll say
That's
I'll
why
say this.
I have my
Just
thoughts.
more
on
of the
that.
weapon triangle. That's all I want.
Yeah. I'll say this. I'm fairly convinced that Roy would get thrown back in there just for the hell of it. But ever since Melee, Roy has just been a glorified clone to me.
I mean, yes.
Like
Yeah.
and like
But
the
it's
fact that
enough-
he's never been considered an Echo Fighter is bombastic to me. That
Oh yeah, no,
even
he
calling
should be an Echo
Crom
Fighter.
an Echo
Roy
Fighter
should
of
be an
him
Echo
is
Fighter.
stupid beyond belief.
Roy should be,
I have-
but Roy and Marth are like the ideal way you make an Echo Fighter be actually different, despite having the same moveset.
Yeah, not.
I could
none
I'd
us use
compare
that
out of
shit.
Echo Fighters, Roy would be compared to Ken, I think.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
maybe a little, maybe like a tier lower, but like yeah.
No, I'd say it's fairly accurate with how Ken is. They're
Roy
close to
doesn't
their
have good
own
animations.
character, but they're
Well,
based
actually-
off of.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
So I can see it. I feel like there's better characters they could pick, but I could kind of. We'll get to this more later. I think is a good way of putting it because we're still unsure.
Yeah.
Game
I
and
know.
Watch.
On that note, Alec, just want to make it clear here. If you're going by like unsure and upward, you're at 22 fighters.
I was gonna say we're well over 1/3 of the way.
Yeah, but we're not
the
going
threshold.
off. Let's just consider returning the guarantees right now, and let's like not overthink it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Game and Watch. Now this is I have a spicy take with that. I believe it's between Game and Watch and Rob. I don't think we're
I
getting
don't
both
think
back.
that's the spicy part of the take. I don't think, but I think
I would argue Game and
I
Watch
think
over
that
Rob.
Really?
I
I
think
would
Game and
argue
Watch
the other
is-
way.
Me too. I feel like Game and Watch has run out of juice. I feel like they have done what they can with Game and Watch, and I think that the fact that they changed him in Ultimate, and that no one really likes the changes that he has in Ultimate, to my knowledge anyway. Correct me if you've heard different. I think that's a sign that Game and Watch doesn't really. His novelty is kind of just worn off.
Does anyone
The
remember
only
the
thing that
Game
I-
and Watch
the only-
controversy in Ultimate?
Yeah.
Poor Meister.
That's what they get for trying.
Oh no, you're not talking about that. Oh yeah,
No.
that's right.
No, his,
No.
his side special. His side
Yeah.
smash.
That's nice.
Side smash.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anyway.
yeah,
Well, yeah,
you
but-
are right. You are
The
right,
worst
TJ.
feeling is I could see them cutting him for that, is they don't want to deal with that again.
I mean, they could just go back to what they were doing back in Brawl and Melee.
That is
I
true.
think the only saving grace they have for Game and Watch is the fact that he is the oldest character in Super Smash Brothers.
That is
But I
also-
don't think
yeah,
that
And
is
he's unique.
enough. I think he gets demoted to an assist trophy.
I could
He's
see
also
that.
unique in that he's the only 2D fighter, like purely 2D fighter. Like that's also
Not
part
enough
of
to
his
convince
charm as
me,
well.
Not enough to convince me though.
I feel like
Yeah,
unlikely
not.
is a good placement for now, and
I guess it's just another one of those legacy.
That's
questions.
a novelty that so many other characters could fill.
I just
Who?
accept that I'm making.
You want to turn
completely
any of these
different
characters
tier list.
2D?
Hmm?
You want to turn any of these characters flat 2D, TJ?
Yes, a few of them in fact.
Wait.
Make
Huh.
Simon Belmont 2D.
I just accept. I accept at this point that I'm just making a completely different tier list from you guys.
Oh yeah, and I'm doing that too, but saying my
Fine.
words along the way.
I'm throwing him in unsure then.
I
putting
have
him
him
in
as
B.
unlikely for now. We can talk more once we get to Rob, I feel.
Yeah.
Meta
And
Knight.
with that, Melee. is
We're
done.
we're done with Melee.
And in half the time, only half an hour.
How is that faster?
So-
That's crazy.
We had less to say.
but yeah, we weren't trying to revamp the cast for like an hour.
We also
Yeah.
went through. We also went through like 3 of them real fast.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Just
the
speaking
case
of-
with Meta Knight.
Also, there were more
Yes.
Echo
well,
Fighters.
well, let's.
Sorry.
I have a question, by the way. Is Simon a guest character?
Yes.
Yes.
Konami.
Hold on, Kat. Do you
I
have?
forgot. I forgot where Simon was. To be honest. Thank you.
Kat, do you have to go?
Yeah, I should go to sleep.
Okay, I'll miss you.
Yeah, you guys have fun.
Love
On
you.
the topic of that, I should actually take some sleep medication so that I'm ready for my 8 a.m. class tomorrow.
Good night.
Fuck, I have work in 6
Good night.
hours.
Well,
Anyway.
we are at Brawl.
Yeah.
Meta Knight. I think Meta Knight's guaranteed. I don't like what they've done with him in Smash, is like playstyle, but I don't think that matters in this conversation. I think Meta Knight is guaranteed.
Okay, the thing with me with Meta Knight and King Dedede, I think it's worth having the argument on if we think the Kirby franchise would have 2 or 3 fighters with a cut cast like this.
I still think so. I feel like it's...
I think Kirby has only gotten more popular.
Yeah.
Okay.
It certainly has.
I
So-
can relent to likely if we're not 100% sure, but I think Meta Knight's a shoe-in.
I can definitely say. I think, well, I guess out of the 2 villain characters, King Dedede would sort of play the role a little more than Meta Knight. They're both definitely iconic, especially within the Kirby franchise. But
I don't
they're
think
also
either of them are
vastly
villains.
different.
In a way there.
They're vastly different characters too.
I also don't think
Yeah.
either of them are villains. I think if
They're
we're
both
getting
rivals.
If we want to get a Kirby villain, we add
Yeah, they're
Dark
more
Matter.
anti-heroes.
Oh, that's
And
that's a
There's a
conversation.
really
Because I could
good
have talked a
video on
lot about Lynn and how she could take Roy's
Well-
spot very easily, but I think we need to focus on...
Or you
Oh,
know,
this.
they could have
We're keeping
Marks.
both Kirby characters.
Also-
I'm firmly in that belief.
To clarify, when I said villain, I meant like they have fought Kirby at least in the past, and they have served a villain sort of role.
I'd say it's more rival, but yeah.
Okay. Tomato, tomato.
So is this a guaranteed return, or is this a likely for y'all?
He's
Going
undecided for
unlikely.
me,
I've
just
gone unlikely.
because. Well, I'm not saying that I have my feet firmly planted in like only one more Kirby character. I'm open to the possibility of both of them, depending on how many slots we have open, and how many people we're sort of undecided on and fighting over at the end of
Yeah.
this. So, for me, he's undecided mainly because I think King Dedede is more of a shoo-in than Meta Knight is. But that's just me personally.
I say
But-
we put him in, and then we get ready to put him out if we need to.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
Also, someone said Meta Knight, the Brawl meta. That is true.
Also, I already finished my tier list of what I have.
I'm going one by one with the characters that we have
Same, yeah.
Same.
Put Dark Pit as an Echo Fighter.
as we're discussing them.
Pit's returning. I'm pretty
Really?
sure on it.
I'm positive on that too. Actually, I think Pitt's returning.
That's interesting.
I feel like to get rid of Pitt would be to be kind of disrespecting the previous director.
Oh
And
yeah.
I think
That's a
I
good
think there's
point.
an argument to be made for the rest of the Kid Icarus characters. Pitt, I think he has enough relevance to be still in the game.
Oh yeah. I think
Okay, I can
Pit's
see that.
I think Pitt's solid stay. Easy. I don't know where y'all so who's on returning and who's elsewhere, because I think Pitt's returning.
I think Pitt's returning. Yeah.
TJ,
I agree.
I'd say it's
I'm going
returning.
likely.
wait.
All right. So I heard one likely. Everyone else said yes.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty set.
Yeah.
ZSS.
Samus, I think, is going to get merged into Samus, and make
Yeah, that's
a
how I
better
feel.
They're going to take 2 characters that feel incomplete, and then make a character that is complete.
You mean they're gonna put her back together?
Yes.
So we're going back
Wow.
to Brawl.
We're gonna have aspects of Zero Suit Samus's playstyle with Samus, which I think makes Samus a more interesting character because of what they've done in Dread, and what they've done in Samus Returns, and what they could do in Prime 4 if it ever comes out.
In literally every Metroid game, really. Because Samus is an agile character in every appearance she had, except for maybe the Prime series. But like, I don't think those. I think that that's still the vast majority of appearances. What you expect a Metroid, especially considering the whole Metroidvania genre, to be, is to be that same energy. And I think
Okay,
it only
but-
makes sense that the regular Samus is like that.
Okay, so that's considering meshing them together. But in terms of Zero Suit Samus alone,
Cut.
There's no I think Zero Suit Samus only exists to allow that type of Metroid movement without changing Samus. That's how I firmly
Yeah.
feel.
I feel I feel like Zero Suit Samus ultimately I would probably place ZSS here as unlikely, but I feel like we're not gonna get her more than we are.
I'm tempted to put her as my first F tier, but I'm gonna keep her in D tier because I think that my idea is still pretty niche and there's not something that's super obvious to the developers. So I'm gonna keep her at bottom of D tier for me.
Where's everyone else's thoughts so far, though?
I'd say ZSS is cut just because of the fact that Metroid, while more predominant recently, I don't think it's predominant enough to have two of the same, like, yes, different sort of movesets, but both different versions of Samus.
Like, we don't need to reintroduce Zero Suit Samus.
Yeah,
And we have better, and we have better Metroid representation now.
Like,
Yeah.
When she was introduced, Zero Mission was what, 3 years old?
Yeah, that was probably the reason.
It was the
Zero
reason.
Suit only happened because Sakurai was too stubborn to put in Ridley.
Also, there's probably an appeal with ZSS.
Don't care. No sex.
Saw
Yes, sex, but also don't care.
So
sex would still.
Yes, sex, and I do care.
Look, I get it. She's hot. I don't care.
So are we putting on cut or unlikely?
Cut.
I'm putting unlikely.
That's it.
I'm just.
TJ thinks cut. I think I'm
gonna
like.
get involved anymore. I've made a very different thing.
So I'm gonna put her as unlikely, maybe cut. Oh.
I think they're gonna do what TJ says. She's just gonna get reformatted to Samus.
Yep.
That's where I'm thinking. Wario's
Put her as her own self, just more or less irrelevant.
Yeah.
Can
Wario's
we really get rid of Wario?
you can't.
Well,
He's a Mario character. He's like Donkey Kong and Yoshi because they're characters that are like tied to the Mario universe that are like their own thing at this point.
Yeah.
I'm putting him in the Mewtwo tier.
Really?
I think he is extremely likely, but I could maybe see him getting removed. Probably not, but I think he's not like a super obvious like no, they would never remove Wario.
right. Yeah.
They clearly don't care about side Mario characters that much, but I guess he does have his own series to be fair. But I think that if he had the prevalence that I think most people want him to have, then we probably would have seen a Waluigi by now. But I think that he's only here kind of out of virtue. I don't know.
Bro, Wario's coming back 100%. So many WarioWare games came out. You know?
That's valid. That is a valid argument. We got two right here on the Switch.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's worth
Mario's
having a
100%
conversation.
in.
For a revamped Smash game, do you think they'd go for more of a Wario in the Mario universe moveset or Wario and WarioWare moveset?
That's
Wario and
kinda
the
hard.
Mario move.
In between.
I feel like that's kind of already what we have, because I feel like a lot of Wario's base attacks are just like different alterations of Mario's attacks, and then his specials are more of WarioWare. I think that's kind of what we already have.
Okay.
I mean, what much of WarioWare is there to pull from outside of his bike?
Pull various assets from his micro games.
I mean,
They'd have
I
a
guess
really
there's
silly
the
nature to
garlic
them,
stuff, which
but
I guess there is the garlic stuff, which is more prominent in WarioWare compared to Mario, but still.
well, also the mic be a really silly aspect, but that would be very in character for Wario. Just in general.
There's stuff they could revamp with him, I'm sure, to fit a little better, but our first guest character, and the sad thing is, I don't think Snake's
He's never
coming back.
Nope.
I think Ultimate was his big comeback for like everyone's here. There was a reason they used him.
Yeah, that's going to be a real point of contention with all these third-party characters that
they're going to be the
a lot of them
hardest.
are really not going to be coming back, no matter how much legal hoopla you go through to ensure it. Like, it was enough legal hoopla to get it through them into Ultimate. What's the likelihood any of them are coming back in another game? That was.
I'm gonna say I have basically every guest character. I have one in 100% returning, and then I have basically every single one at best in unsure and a vast majority in unlikely.
But like a non-zero chance.
Like, it's basically like there's one character who I am 100% positive that is coming back no matter what because of just dumb.
Sonic.
Yeah, dumb.
It's Sonic.
That's
It's
like
Sonic.
the one. I think that's the one that everyone can be like, if they're gonna bring a guest character back, they're bringing back Sonic. Every other guest character in the franchise, I'm like, they are at best in unsure just due to the development history of the game. Like, I think that if it's a character owned by Capcom, they have a higher chance. But if it's
Capcom
just
and Bandai are the two that I think are.
Capcom and Bandai are your best chances if they're going to be. And also recently Microsoft, because Nintendo is really, really buddy with Microsoft now.
True.
I have
But
plenty
even-
of thoughts here, but
One
I
tier-
think we
one
should
tier lower,
focus
but
on
we're
the
getting ahead of
characters.
ourselves.
Let me finish. I don't think that any guest character is completely fucked. Like, I feel like a lot of them would be DLC if a next game happened. But it's one of those, like, I don't see any DLC. I don't see any guest character as a complete 0% chance of them never coming back. I consider basically almost all of them at best as, like, if they try really hard there, they could probably come back. But it's like, if we were just basing this off of, do they make the base roster of the game comparatively to other characters? Yeah, most guest characters are not getting back in.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
Snake is my first F tier.
Yeah, Konami. I think that's the big one.
Fuck
Konami's a real dickhead when it comes down to their everything.
Yeah.
Konami.
It was Snake's creator that wanted Snake in Smash.
And
Snake's creator
Sakurai,
no longer
they're-
has any say on Snake.
I think it's time to move then. Ike. I'm.
Alright.
I'd say likely, but not guaranteed. Is where I'm sitting.
I think Ike's likely just because of his unique playstyle compared to the other sword fighters.
Yeah.
Ike's the only one of the sword fighters who's a complete heavyweight. And like
See,
he's like I
and this
want
is-
him getting remodeled though into like a full-on tank. I want Ike getting remodeled
Yeah.
into like this super hard aggressive tank.
So you
Funny
want
you
Radiant
say
Dawn.
that.
Or
Funny you say that, because I mentioned way back at Roy that I have a different idea for Ike. And that is get rid of Ike, put his moveset on Hector, so that we actually have an axe user in Smash.
Hector's never coming in.
It's not happening. I
It's
think.
not happening.
I
But
think
I
it's a
can
better-
see. I can see
I
something
think it is a better
because
representation of the series and the fact that we'd actually get closer to having more weapon triangle. But that's how I would, in an ideal world, like to see things. But I also know that Ike's character is a really well beloved one, and if they shared a slot, I'd be happy with that too. I just want to have any excuse to have any Fire Emblem character that's not a sword user.
That's fair. At the exact
Yeah.
same time though, Ike is the only gay Smash character.
Or Ace, you don't know that.
I.
Look,
He
look,
doesn't have
that's
interest in
primarily-
women. That's all
Look,
that matters.
I should just say that's mostly a joke. I just really appreciate the fact that the LGBT community embraced Ike so much. I think that's
Absolutely.
Really nice. I think that's really.
He
I
doesn't-
think it's cute.
He
This is something
doesn't
I'm
have
very
interest
unaware
in
of.
women, and that is wonderful.
I think Ike very likely could come back. I honestly could see them trying to push Ike into that very same archetype you were talking about with Roy, just more heavyweight. But
Ike is very large. Like, there's a lot you can do with him, and I think because of that, he's very A tier.
Ike and Marth are basically the faces of Fire Emblem now. If they're gonna be advertising Fire Emblem, they're advertising it with Marth and Ike usually alongside like the new org.
Martha is one of the most popular male characters in the fucking series. That is a character that if they were to say just bring back Marth and Roy, Fire Emblem fans would be pissed because it's like, where's Ike?
Everyone loves Ike, and I love Ike. Ike was my.
We
Ike's one of
like
my favorite
Ike.
characters.
Ike's our bike.
That's not how that works.
Shut up.
Ike is a character I acknowledge I'm terrible at playing, but I love him in the friend. I love him being in the series.
Yeah. Personally, I have
He fights
Ike
for his
as
He
I
fights
have
for his
Ike as being back in, but in my own personal tier list, that's with having Roy being cut. So there would only be one filling the role of an aggressive sword fighter.
That makes sense. Well, I guess isn't really aggressive. He's too slow for that kind of thing.
Well,
he can't be really
if he were
rushed
to be
now.
a little more aggressive.
Okay.
Well, I guess I had it in my mind as tank and aggressive being sort of interchangeable just because of similarities in how those playstyles could be. But I see your point you're making.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I think Ike is likely, maybe just straight up confirmed to return. I
don't think quite confirmed.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Me.
I would like that, basically, is where I'm saying. Pokemon Trainer, I think a very...
So, wait, but before we get to this
Oh,
discussion,
right.
I think it's worth defining whether we're judging each of the Pokemon separately or Pokemon Trainer with his Pokemon.
I think
How are we going to approach this?
I think
I
we're
think
just
we-
going to get
I think-
Charizard again.
I think we approach it in a similar way of looking at what was in previous Smash games. So in previous Smash games, we've had Charizard separately and we've had Pokemon Trainer. Right? So I think we judge one for Charizard, one for Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
we should just lob Squirtle and Ivysaur as solo fighters and then immediately cut. Those two are
Okay.
never going to be solo fighters.
They can't stand on their own.
Never.
Yeah, fair.
Let's just throw those two into cut, and then we can get into the actual discussion of Pokemon Trainer or Charizard.
Yeah.
That's the tough one. I feel like it's going to be Charizard. However, I am willing to be...
You're right.
Because when I think of all the starters, Charizard is, again, the problem of... The Gen 1 problem is how popular Charizard is, and how popular all the... We have all the Gen 1 Pokemon in the roster at this point.
I would even say Charizard likely, Pokemon Trainer unsure.
I would put Charizard into 100%. Charizard's sticking with this franchise now.
I guess that's a good point, I think we're sure Charizard's returning. I don't think we're 100% certain on if it's going to be as a part of Pokemon Trainer. Is that where everybody's at?
I differ from...
I think that
differ from you
Pokemon
guys.
Trainer actually has a hard I actually think Pokemon Trainer has a good chance of coming back. I just know that no matter what, 100% Charizard is in the game.
I differ.
They ain't scrapping most people consider the starter Pokemon of the franchise.
You guys, because I think from a developer standpoint, having the dynamic of the three Pokemon together has a lot more value to it than having the one Pokemon, because of how it contributes to the game fighting wise and just how unique it is. I know that Charizard is
The
very
technical
clearly
deck.
the more Charizard is very clearly the more popular of the three and has the... I think it would make sense to have him as solo compared to the three with a Pokemon Trainer. But I don't think the technical debt would be as much...
Because they're designing
issue
three separate characters is the big
well,
problem.
Yeah, but as compared to the Ice Climbers, I don't think it's as much of a technical debt because it doesn't really take as much to get them to work within the game, mechanically speaking.
No.
My thing is...
You're still designing three whole movesets, Cinna. That is still a dedication.
That is true, yeah, but I'm saying compared to, like, say, the Ice Climber argument. But there is still
even
a part of that in there.
like, the issue with Ice Climbers is that it's just a lot of characters on screen at once. They're all moving and in tandem with the place. It's a very different thing. Like, it's not like all three Pokemon are out at once. It's very
That's quite literally what I'm saying.
But the difference there is, Ice Climbers, you only gotta design one moveset still. Pokemon Trainer, you were designing three entirely unique movesets from each other.
And in a game where we're getting
definitively
revamped.
not supposed to stand on their own.
Yeah.
In a game where we're supposed to be getting revamps, it's like, that seems rough. Now, if we were to get Pokemon Trainers, what if they merged Greninja in with Pokemon Trainer and had a new grass type in the moveset?
Okay.
That is my claim, and that's my idea.
I would love that, actually.
You get Greninja, you get Charizard, and then you get a grass type. I don't know what that would be. Probably a new Pokemon that we don't know about yet.
Like, for right now, that'd probably be Sprigatito, because that's the latest grass
So
starter.
Meowscarada, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's an idea. I still firmly am not a big fan of stance change characters.
I love stance change characters. I understand why people don't.
I'm
but I
not
think
sold
they're
on this
unique
idea.
characters.
Okay,
I
well,
think they're
okay.
unique
I should reiterate. I think I'm against sentient characters as they've been done in Smash, aside from the concept of Pyra and Mithra. If you have a character that's multiple characters at once, that feels weird to me, and it feels like it would just be better in their better interests to just be designed to use one moveset. I don't like that, but I think the idea of having more modern starters mixed in with the Pokemon Trainer makes a lot more sense.
I can
Where
see
I
that, yeah.
thi- where I'm standing is, I think that Charizard is guaranteed in the game. I think that Pokemon Trainer as a concept has a good chance of coming back and Charizard being a part of that. I think Pokemon Trainer for me is a likely just because of Red's, popularity. However,
guess.
Charizard, no matter what, is in the game. Like, let's not be around the bush there. We're gonna see a Charizard of some form in the game.
I'm spitefully putting him in B tier.
I think Charizard's
He's gonna
returning.
be in the game, but I can pray, damn it.
I'm unsure about Pokemon Trainer. The only way I see Pokemon Trainer returning is if they merge a bunch of Pokemon in with Pokemon Trainer, like I said, with like Greninja and like... Because that would be Greninja, Charizard, that's two of the big ones, and then they could put in a new Pokemon and be able to do all three in one character.
I don't think the concept as a whole is going to get scrapped. I think at the very least that they're going to consider how they could have a Pokemon Trainer in the game somehow. It may not be his own... I think that if, honestly, a joke that I've heard people say is, what if Charizard is just the only playable character, but Pokemon Trainer's in the background acting like he's telling him what to do? But I don't think that's what they're gonna. I don't think that will be what they do. But I think a Pokemon Trainer of some kind has a good chance of being in the game.
I guess from a technical standpoint, with my previous idea, is I'm thinking about it with, like, the kind of kit Greninja and Charizard both have, and I'm actually wondering if I'm throwing out a bit too much of an idea in terms of, like, viability anyways, because...
I mean, combine Charizard and Greninja into the same character, and you're going to kill the tournament scene. People are just...
This is also why I
Greninja
don't
and
like...
Charizard are already considered pretty... Like, Greninja's considered one of the strongest characters in the franchise. And then there's Charizard who, isn't, but has some of the most insanely devastating moves of the franchise.
Greninja would combo, and then you'd switch to Charizard for the kill, so yeah, I could see how that could actually... This sounds great, and then I'm realizing, oh god, this is a nightmare.
Cheap, but it would actually work.
It sounds great until you realize they would absolutely make the most busted motherfucker on the planet.
Yeah.
And if it was Meowscarada, you'd have you'd have the Zoner, you'd have the Rushdown, and then you'd have the Heavy in one
Smash
character. Oh god!
There is no Six Smash game. It's dead.
It's gone. The game stops existing forever.
I'm tempted to bump Trainer down a level just out of my own sanity.
I mean,
no, but that's
here's the
entirely
thing.
a fucking. That's entirely like
that's a
theory
hypothetical.
on your.
Yeah, I know.
I think Trainer's placement is relative to Ivysaur and Squirtle right now, in terms of how we put it on the tier list.
Yeah.
I think Ivysaur and Squirtle have a decent enough chance of making it into a game with Pokemon Trainer, and I think Pokemon Trainer himself, I think he has a solid chance of coming back. I think that I personally put Pokemon Trainer. Alec, do not move him down just because of your hypothetical.
Well, I was basing it off of what TJ said, so it's like, I don't know, are we unsure?
I think you judge them the same way as you judge Ivysaur and Squirtle. Because Pokemon Trainer himself isn't a character. He is the person in the background that is a stand-in for Squirtle, Ivysaur, and Charizard as a whole.
Then I guess that the best way to put it is a stance fighter with Pokemon a likelihood of happening? I think yes.
At this point, we're designing a new character, though.
I think we're just at middle ground right now.
Okay, middle ground. Let's settle on middle ground.
Okay.
What if we put Charizard in and
I just don't
Pokemon
think
Trainer was his own character, but he was laughably weak?
I just don't think that
He
Pokemon...
throws Pokeballs at people!
Like, I just
They're empty,
legitimately
they don't matter.
Like, I just legitimately don't think that Pokemon Trainer has a I just think that he has a better chance than we're giving him credit for.
I agree. No, that's what I've been saying, is that I think he adds too much to the series to be just discounted like that. Because he's just so unique in how he's implemented. It Smash really needs that.
So we have... So we're mixed, basically.
Yeah, so let's just keep him in the middle. Whatever.
Okay.
Diddy. Oh,
Yes.
No, I'm not
Or
going
are you
to.
gonna
We're
say
good.
something,
No,
Teach?
we're good. We're good.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
want to continue.
on
I'd
Diddy.
say Diddy's returning. Yeah.
So you think Diddy's
Done.
returning? Fuzz.
I think Diddy's likely. I actually kind of see him as the same logic as Ike, to where I could see a Smash game without him, but I think that there's a pretty good chance he's coming back.
I think
I
Diddy has
see-
lost. Oh,
Oh,
I think
go ahead.
I see returning as a thing of if there is. I see returning as a logic of there will never be a Smash game for as long as I live where these guys are not in that game. I see likely as there's a they are probably going to be in the game, but I can at least see a manufactured universe, alternate timeline of some sort where they are not in it. I see Diddy as a pretty good character to return. I think that I just see him as like, if you remove Diddy from the game, I could at least understand the logic behind it. I think he's still in the game.
I am curious on if they'd keep all three or if they'd focus on Donkey and K. Rool.
I
This
think
is
that
another
there's a real
case-
chance, actually.
There is a case, I think, for K. Rool and Diddy, and the problem is very similar to the Fox and Falco, I think. Will they pick the buddy or the rival?
Here's what I have to say. I think that Diddy is past his era of Nintendo knowing really how to use him very well. I think ever since he's been implemented into Brawl, he's not really had a real a playstyle that I think anyone has really appreciated in Smash. Like hell, I've been going through the he's always just seemed like a really awkward character in Smash, and I think in the era where Rare was like more properly partnered with Nintendo, Rare is what was the major driving force to keep Diddy as a good character. But I think Diddy has become a worse character over time and has kind of only been demoted down to just being DK's sidekick. So because of that, I kind of see Diddy Kong getting demoted down to kind of more of an assist role, be that via trophy, or maybe there'll be like maybe it'll take on like a more more traditional fighting games where there are assist characters and Diddy will be in that group. Because I don't think Diddy has enough that he can really do by himself that makes him feel like he deserves to be here still.
Oh shit, Sleepy Raid! Hello! Welcome everybody. We're in the process of a stream video. Both, kind of.
Yeah.
Welcome to Mask Anomaly stream. We're talking about characters that will either get cut or return for Smash.
That's all I have to say about Diddy Kong.
I think Diddy is returning.
So Fuzz thinks returning,
That's
Cinna
very
thinks
cool.
returning.
Actually, no. Let me rephrase. I think he should go into likely. I think he should go into likely.
Okay.
That's fair. Okay.
So we got a likely. We got. I'm assuming you're thinking cut, TJ.
I'm putting him in D tier likeliness.
So about unlikely. Okay.
TJ, I have a question real quick. At one point, did people see Diddy Kong as more than DK's sidekick? I guess outside of his
Never.
spin-off racing game.
He has, I mean, that's the main one I was going to point to. Is Diddy Kong
Okay.
Racing
Okay.
gives him a reason to be a protagonist. And hell, the original Donkey Kong Country games was brave enough to put Donkey Kong to the side to let DK be the hero. Diddy
Real
Kong
quick.
be the hero. But then Nintendo, ever since Rare has stepped down from being in charge of Donkey Kong Country, Nintendo has been firm that Donkey Kong is the protagonist and Diddy Kong is the side character.
Okay.
That's fair. Okay.
Real
I
quick to
forgot about
address
Diddy
the
Kong's
raid.
quest for some reason.
Kahi was asking about the topic. I think Chaos handled that. Random Fire, thank you for the follow. And Sleepy said you put Pichu into cut. Okay, good night. And then have a great stream.
It hurt me just as much as it hurt you, Leah. But
Actually, I will.
I cannot lie to
actually,
myself.
Actually, I will say this now, because Pichu was made from the same mold as Pikachu. My cut is literally like the game will actively not make sense if they put them into the game because they require the resources. They require A, too much resources, and B, too little actual interest to make it worth including them. I consider all the unlikelies, they're probably not in the game, but I could see an argument. Any character that is in unlikely is a character who I could see a logic behind.
Mhm.
Pichu, Dr. Mario, and Young Link all are characters that had that were based off models in the game currently as we see it. If I could see them at the end of the development process just being like, fuck it, throw them in. Because it's way easier to make those characters. Which is why I have Pichu as like an unlikely. But because at least it's not like Squirtle or Ivysaur, where if you wanted them to be their own characters, you'd have to create entire new models for them.
That is true.
I just don't know if we're gonna get that many Pokemon out of like all the Pokemon we could get. That's kind of my thought process.
Keep in mind though, I am making my tier list from a design perspective of how the game would make sense to implement them, and based off of how the franchise has treated returning characters in the past. While you guys are literally designing a game right now, basically.
Yeah.
I'm game design.
So
like, keep in mind that I'm basically just making this from a different perspective, is what I'm saying.
yeah. So my understanding here is we're all incredibly torn. So TJ thinks cut. TJ thinks cut. I am unsure. You think likely, and I think Cinna thinks guaranteed.
Maybe not guaranteed, just because, especially recently. I mean, he's not in Mario Kart 8 at all, and people are thinking that he'll get in the Wave 6 Booster Pass. Please, I would love that. That'll
be my deciding factor
right there. But yeah, I don't know. Nintendo doesn't really pay attention to much in the modern era, but I think there's a lot missing if Diddy Kong. I guess I'll have to talk about it a little bit with K. Rool as well, because I think having Diddy Kong return makes more sense than K. Rool, because I still think he's more of a face for the Donkey Kong franchise than K. Rool is, especially since DKC Country Returns, or that's the Country Twice, and Tropical Freeze. You don't really see K. Rool in those at all, whereas Diddy Kong is an actual factor in those.
Yeah.
I suppose.
That's kind
Chat, if you feel free to add anything you want to, I will read it out as well.
I actually think from a design perspective of making a video game, Diddy Kong is more likely to get in than K. Rool. That's me.
Yeah.
That's the end of my sentence.
Yeah.
I think Nintendo's feelings for Diddy Kong are can be summarized by the name of the classic mode they gave him, which is "Hey, little buddy."
He is the sidekick. He was
That
the main
is
character of one
all
game.
they see him as.
If he doesn't make it, look, if he doesn't make it into deluxe, that's gonna make me agree with TJ. That's where my thought process is. Otherwise, I'm completely unsure. That is gonna be the telling point for me.
Okay.
I would agree,
So,
but I feel like if anything, they might add him to deluxe to make up for the fact he's not gonna be in Smash.
Nah, I think he's
no.
gonna get in Smash. I think he is.
I think
If
where
If he doesn't make it in deluxe, then he's not.
Yeah. Okay.
That's my thought process.
They are still different development cycle. I will get us caught up on this all night. Okay, whatever.
Lucas is cut. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we're gonna get too.
I'm gonna lump him
Earthbound.
into Echo Fighter.
Really? I think that makes sense for Dr. Mario. See, this is why I didn't want to make Dr. Mario an Echo Fighter in our list, because now we're saying everyone's an Echo
I
Fighter.
ruined you. I ruined it.
I'm just gonna put Dr. Mario in cut, and I'm just gonna say that's not a system we're using. We are.
I know. I just want to see how long I didn't even actually commit to that. I just thought it was funny to make you do it.
I will say the reason why I'm a little more against it with Ness and Lucas, with Ness being lumped in as an Echo Fighter, is because I played both Mother 2 and 3, and I understand that they are very, very different characters, whereas Dr. Mario and Mario are literally Mario. I think as a Earthbound and Mother fan, that would make zero sense, personally. I see your logic with it. I understand why you're saying it, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
I have Lucas
To be an Echo Fighter.
I have Lucas in unlikely because apparently they actually did just use Ness's framework for Lucas as an initial starting point. That's enough to convince me that he could actually work under the same logic as Dr. Mario.
Mhm.
I'm putting it. He's not full cut for me, but he's an unlikely.
I think
Though,
he's full cut.
Fun fact, in Melee, Lucas was originally intended to replace Ness, but they didn't do it because his game hadn't released yet, which is
And
weird
it
because
never
that's
will.
literally the same thing with Roy, but yeah.
Yeah, because originally Mother 3 was planned for the GameCube, but that didn't materialize because of too much development time.
And then it was a
I find that really
copyright
interesting, though,
nightmare.
Yeah,
That-
I
now
found
it's
that really
copyright
interesting,
nightmare.
though, that Ness was going to be replaced at some point by Lucas, but yeah.
I
Not
think
so
that
much, though,
decision and Jigglypuff returning kind of
But-
solidified the
To me,
original
what the
12.
Echo Fighter, what the Echo Fighter category solidifies is that they don't warrant their own development effort. But if you can use a similar framework to just have a last-minute addition, yeah, that's how I feel. So.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think I see the logic there. I consider I'm not doing that for myself just because it makes my tier list a little uglier, and I'm a fucking aesthetic nerd.
Funny.
And I literally just have like most of my a big portion of my early unlikely. Dr. Mario, Pichu, Young Link, and Lucas are all in unlikely just because I see the logic of we have the framework, let's just do it.
Yeah.
So
That makes
I
sense.
think cut Cinna. Are you unsure? Or...
I'm uncut. I love Lucas, and it hurts my heart. He was my first Smash main literally ever, but he's not coming back.
And
I
then
haven't-
Fuzz is unlikely. So TJ.
I am gonna basically abstain
So unsure.
because I
Interesting.
don't think Lucas particularly adds anything that Ness doesn't. But like, if they just want to up the numbers and have a similar framework to build off of, then yeah. But I don't think in particular Lucas adds anything that Ness can't also contribute.
Okay.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm not gonna say better. I think they both do equally fine. It's just that Ness is the one that has international reach.
Lucas
TJ,
is
just making a
stuck.
reference.
I know, but you're still
Poor
putting words in my
Lucas.
mouth, and I'm gonna defend that.
I
Okay.
wasn't putting words in your mouth. I was just singing a song.
Sonic. I think out of all of the third parties, Sonic is the most likely to return.
He's returning.
Oh damn! Are we
I would
just on
say-
return?
Oh yeah.
I would say that here's a chance he gets cut. Then Sonic
No.
Frontiers happened, and then he is back on a bit of an upswing again. So yes,
Yep.
And it's
Sonic
like,
is
if Sonic was still in the era where he
Ooh.
didn't ever get to have any good games, then
Ooh.
there'd be an argument. But there's not an argument right now. Also, wow, Cinna,
Sorry.
your mic is crackling.
I think I think the Sonic fan base is ensured that he's too much of an iconic character to get rid of at this point.
yeah, I think that was an easy one for us. Sonic's coming back, and I think another easy one is DDD's also coming back.
I think
agree.
I actually slotted DD into actually no, I actually slide DD into likely for only one reason. Only one. I consider DD like a 90% chance of coming back. The only reason why DD has any chance of not having it happen is apparently because DD's a pain in the ass to develop for.
Really?
Yeah, that's a weird. So actually, here's a development log discussion here. Heavies in general are apparently really annoying.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't-
they're just hard to make work.
But
right?
he's a
They're
heavy
hard-
that's floaty, and that's gotta be really weird.
Apparently, the heavies in general are pain in the ass to make work at all. Like they have to. That's basically why in every single game the heavies get twisted so much. Because if you notice, heavies don't play this. Well, the heavies will usually have the same moveset from game to game. They will not feel the same. They're
Right.
completely defined by how their system works. And so they basically you don't get to copy and paste anything from a heavy into the next game. You have to rework everything to fit with the new mechanics, unlike other characters. So heavies are and apparently deities the most annoying one to make. Because he's a floaty character who's also heavy.
So are we
I can see that,
unlikely
yeah.
then?
No, that's just me. I like I said.
What about
I
you?
think Deity's I think Deity is a 90% chance of coming back.
I
I think he's a 90% chance of coming back.
What about
But
He is in my
other-
S tier.
But
Okay.
I can also
Me-
still see the developers just getting so fucking angry though, and just saying "fuck you" and just deciding not to do it.
Mentally, I'm
Because you're
revisiting
funny.
the conversation with DDD and Meta Knight. I don't know if any of you guys are more versed in the Kirby series than I am, because I don't really know a whole lot. Who's more of a prominent figure in the Kirby series, DDD or Meta Knight?
They
They're
both
kind
are.
of a duo.
Yeah.
In
Uh,
my knowledge.
I will say
Kirby-
Deity appears. Deity's more prominent by default because Deity is basically in every game now, even if he's not as important. At the exact
Okay.
same time, though, Deity and Meta Knight are both considered total icons. They're
Yeah.
there's no Kirby franchise without those two now.
And when it's 4-player Kirby game,
Yeah.
when there's 4 Kirby characters, it's always Kirby, Meta Knight, King Dedede, and Bandana Waddle Dee. That is always
why
their
Bandana-
lineup.
Which is why Bandana D has been one of the most requested characters of the series. As of
Yeah.
right
Despite with Sakurai not being in charge and the bias against Kirby, I would totally see all 4 being in. That is where I stand, though.
Actually, I
almost-
think that if they're gonna, I actually think that Bandana D has never had a bad chance of getting into the game. I think that the only reason why I think that Bandana D has just suffered from the fact that he's not a priority character. But at the exact same time, I don't think that he's ever had a chance of not getting in. Like I think that he has.
Yeah.
With how
only because.
Let's not talk about.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that anymore. I think that I wouldn't be shocked if he got announced for the next game, though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Olimar is staying.
Wait, did we decide on DDD or? I guess I didn't.
I guess it's
really
been-
get my piece on that yet.
You said returning, and TJ did too, I believe. Yes.
I didn't say returning. I was saying I was kind of revisiting the
Oh.
conversation I was having earlier
Oh.
about them. No, just to.
You started
wrap
saying
up.
that, so I guess you say your bit.
But yeah, before I was saying that in my head, I
How am I
think
too
that
loud?
one of them would be a. I think you were speaking a little bit louder, just with your voice. I don't think it's like your microphone, but yeah. Before I was saying that only one of them would likely get in over the other, but now looking at how the numbers are currently, I could see both of them getting in for the Kirby franchise. So, I'll say yeah, likely.
Okay, so we're more on likely with DDD. Got it.
Yeah.
Chat thinks DDD is the Kirby villain. I think he's returning. I could see it. Tahi mentioned the volume. I say if we have Meta Knight and likely, we can have Deity and likely, but we Yeah.
still kind of know he's getting in.
Yeah.
I'm keeping him an S tier.
I mean, yeah, go for it. I think that's fair. Like, I would have him at S tier if it weren't for the fact that developing him such a dickhead move, apparently.
Also, Sakurai
Yeah.
bias. This is considering the fact that Sakurai will not be the main dev, at least from what we can understand as things currently stand.
They always say he's not going to be the main dev, then he becomes the main dev anyways.
That was meant to be like that for Brawl. Well, not for Brawl, but that was supposed to be his last game originally, which
Okay,
I find
but
really
we
fun.
can- But we can more definitively say that now because because we have a pretty open window into what Sakurai's doing now on his YouTube channel.
That
So
is
And
true,
he's
yeah.
basically said
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Anyways, Olimar.
He's returning. Easy.
Omar's
Pikmin's
Pikmin.
popping off. so
Pikmin
hard
pops
right now.
off.
I have
Pikmin
him in A tier. They still
Ooh.
have things to do with Pikmin. Olimar's current design's not great, but they can fix it up. I hope they can fix it.
I actually like Olimar's current design.
The only way Olimar doesn't make it in is if
I guess it's
they
more of the
just put another
characterization.
Pikmin character in.
I guess it's more the
but-
characterization I have a problem with. Because
I
right
think
now
it's
his
characterization,
how
I
he's
can see-
made shallow. but-
Kahi says not Olimar, but definitely his functions in response to you, TJ.
Boo.
I think both
Um,
work really.
I think he's
I mean,
returning.
Olimar sort of serves as just a person to carry out the moveset rather than the actual character. When I think
Yeah.
Olimar, I more so think the Pikmin than anything else. So
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the Pikmin too. I think we're gonna have like every single playable Pikmin character has different costumes. It's gonna,
I could see
Olimar
that.
is gonna be the new Bowser Jr. in terms of alternate costumes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was simple enough.
Lucario.
If Mewtwo's coming back, I don't think Lucario is, at
Yeah.
least for this big of a roster. I don't see them getting... I'll put on sure
I
for
want
now.
to say this.
I'd agree.
Lucario is a permanent fan favorite in the franchise.
That is
I do wanna
true.
point that out. Lucario has, ever since he's been introduced, he is the... I don't want to make a generalization here. He is the furry character. People adore him. Lucario has consistently placed in top 5s of polls ever since his appearance. He is the most popular. He is the most popular steel type by far. He's the most popular fighting type by far. Lucario, I don't think we should put him into absolute guaranteed 100% net. Oh wait, you guys are making a different thing for me. Anyways, I put him into unsure because I think that I could at least see an honest to god effort for them to put him into the game just because of his favoritism. At the exact same time, though, I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't come back.
Keep in mind that we do have Pikachu, Jigglypuff, Mewtwo, and Charizard and/or Pokemon Trainer. That's already 4.
Yeah, but
With the
that's
Pokemon
also I'm
franchise.
not making the same. I'm not making the same thing as you guys.
Yeah.
That's kind of the difference, I guess. It's hard for me to say because it's always been between Mewtwo and Lucario for me, and it just feels like out of the two, Mewtwo has the more pressing concern.
Yeah.
I
He's
have
more
Lucario.
iconic. He serves as more of a darker sort of personality type to the series. But yeah, that's what I had to add to each.
I have Lucario in C tier. He's kind of popular. He's not like doesn't have the same stage presence I feel as Charizard, Mewtwo, Pikachu. Like those
Yeah.
ones are like almost unarguable. Lucario is more of like yes, he's well received, but he's not like the most well received. And
I don't
if
know.
that,
I
that
fucking
would
know
be
Pokemon, TJ.
that would be enough for me to put him into B tier. But what really kind of makes him feel drop all the way down to C is that I look at what he offers in terms of moveset and Smash, and I don't know what
Yeah.
he's supposed to be. I don't really know. Like his aura mechanic is
He was the face
already
of Pokken.
is literally just the mechanics of Smash 4 and Smash Ultimate. Like like they wanted to create this thing. It was like, okay, well, there's an underdog effect. Okay, but now everyone has the underdog effect. His is just stronger, and now it's like I just don't understand what he's supposed to accomplish. I have him, and he is currently sharing C tier with Sheik, who I think in a similar boat just doesn't have a purpose compared to other characters here.
I'm leaving him at it unsure for now. I feel if he gets in, he's replacing Charizard or Mewtwo. And both, it's very rough for Pokemon.
Yeah, right.
I'm just accepting I'm making a completely different thing.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
fine.
don't
Yes.
at this point, you guys don't have to take my opinion into account on whether or not a kid. I'm making a tier list based on whether or not I think they could get into a Smash game. I'm not making a Smash game.
Chaos?
And you guys can have your own thing going.
Sure.
Yeah, Lucario is definitely a very popular Pokemon, but when compared to what we have here, in my mind, he's just a step below them. Which I think
Chaos
makes
says I'd
sense.
be perfectly fine with him replacing Mewtwo, but that's my hot take. Oof.
Ooh, that is a hot take. I don't think that's an
I am-
unreasonable take, but I think that's a pretty hot take.
Kahi
Wow,
side-eyeing
I'm so
Fire Emblem.
surprised.
Yeah, I know. Very
Chaos would feel that
surprising.
way. I can't believe Chaos would say this. That's crazy.
I think Mewtwo is massively overrated? What are you talking about?
Actually, I will say Mewtwo does have. This is a Pokemon franchise thing. I need you guys to accept that. The Pokemon franchise pushes Mewtwo so hard that there is a large swath of Pokemon fans that are fucking sick of him.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
mean,
It's the
that's
exact same-
literally how I feel about Charizard.
It's the exact same thing with Charizard. Charizard and Mewtwo are so pushed in the Pokemon franchise that that is expected. You guys
That's
just gotta
literally
accept
fine.
it. It's a different reception between Pokemon fans and Smash fans on this.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I
that
know.
makes
I'm just being sarcastic that Chaos feels that way.
Kahi is telling Chaos to hush, and Chaos is like, lol, no.
All right.
I think we have too many Gen 1 Mons. We already have Mew. Mewtwo's better. Anyways. I could see Lucario. That's why I'm unsure, because I could see Lucario getting in, but who's getting fucking axed? Honestly, if it was up to me, I'd axe Jigglypuff and put Mewtwo in Jigglypuff's old spot, and then there we go.
And I'll
I'm down.
die
I wanted
for that.
Puffgon originally.
See, this is why I like starting with an actual tier list, and then when we actually have to cut down to the right number, then I can adjust it based off of that later.
Well, I
That's
mean,
fair
yeah,
enough.
when you guys just make the tier list as it is right now, and then decide the final cast later.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
I'd axe Pikachu and keep Puff? If only because it'd be...
I mean, I would
oh,
agree.
funny,
I would
okay.
agree, but that's not gonna happen, and you just not be silly
I
here.
think you know where I stand on that.
Then pulls up the hat.
If we were in a perfect society, Pichu would replace Pikachu, but that's not the world we live in. Unfortunately.
Whoa.
This,
Ooh, I'm
this
sorry.
has-
Also, Charizard is
Unfortunately-
more popular. I feel like
this
it's a
has gone in
real
very
tough
weird
spot.
direction.
It has. I want to get to the next one.
Rob.
Rob,
Now, are we replacing Game & Watch with Rob full-time, or is...
I have Robin likely.
Because I don't think we're getting both. I feel like Rob might have more staying power.
You know, I had Robin B tier, but after thinking about it just another second, I realized Rob is the quintessential Zoner character. Like, he is the Zoner character. I think he needs to be tuned down a little, but I think that Rob is, like, that is a role that he does better than anyone, and that I think he's a very fun, a fun take on the character, even if he is a little overtuned in Ultimate.
More of a Zoner than Young Link?
Okay, I think Chad is needing some catching up for what they missed.
I don't think having Link in that role is where he belongs. I think Rob belongs there because you can do anything with Rob.
Not Link.
Well, yeah, but to me, Link, I'm grouping all Links as just how likely there are to be a different number of Links. I don't think there's one Link that fits the role of Zoner that well.
I think it's just Ultimate in general. That's my competitive mindset speaking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
North said put Pac-Man in S tier. Steve, we're going in order. That is a little later.
Samus is not a Zoner. Samus, if you've ever played a Metroid game, does not move like a Zoner. Samus should move more.
And based on what we discussed with revamps to the original 12, which took up way too much time, that Samus would no longer be a Zoner or campy character. So
that's how I would make the Smash game, which is, as Fuzz pointed out, what we're doing.
In Smash,
when you upload this, you could title it something like "Let's make a Smash game" or something like that.
Yeah, that would be accurate.
That's a very good. That's a very
and I didn't
way
hear
of
that.
summarizing it.
Yeah, that was before the raid happened. We were explicitly talking about merging Zero Suit Samus and Samus's playstyles into one character, and I think that would be very good. And a lot better and more accurate. But Rob, replacement for Game & Watch, would you say, or would Game & Watch take?
I'm gonna say this now. I never actually said anything on Game & Watch. I have Game & Watch and Robin both likely. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them got cut. I think that they're pretty much Smash mainstays at this point. But that's me. I'm doing. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep repeating that.
Yeah, going back to what TJ was saying earlier, I think it was you, TJ, on the Game & Watch discussion. I think I'd agree that Game & Watch has kind of been done with what you can with him, whereas I think Rob has more potential that you can take from him.
Plus subspace.
More interesting in my eyes.
That's not even exactly what I said. I was more so saying that I think the main difference I see with Rob and Game & Watch is I feel like Game & Watch, Game & Watch was a fun character for a while, but his charm has worn off, whereas Rob's has not. Is basically where it comes down to. I think people enjoy playing as Rob. I don't think anyone likes playing as or against Game & Watch that much. But I am very biased in saying this as someone who used to play Rob. I think the framework for Rob is generally more fun, even if it does need a little bit of retuning.
So is Rob more likely,
I think Rob is more likely. I have Rob in A tier and Game & Watch in where'd I put Game & Watch? I put Game & Watch in D tier. I could potentially see myself moving him to C tier just because of the fact that I think the one thing I think Game & Watch has over Rob is the judgment.
Yeah,
that is true.
There is no like Game & Watch. If Game & Watch stays in the game, I think it is entirely as an excuse to keep the 1 through 9 RNG call. Ooh. And I don't know what else he offers.
I'm tempted to put both in unsure, actually, for future discussion, because I feel like that is warranted here, because I feel like we can't decide.
Okay.
I mean, I can, but...
Yeah, me too. But as a whole, as a group. Well, it seems like Fuzz, Tej, and I are all pretty set on Rob. Well, no, Fuzz said that Rob and Game & Watch are okay. Never mind, yeah.
But
so
I
it's kind of a split right now.
I actually, now that I think about it, I think we are more for Rob than Game & Watch as a group.
Yeah.
So.
And yes, and Kaki, I see you. Game & Watch is the oldest character in Smash, and yes, that is a notable thing. But I don't think that's an accolade that warrants him as a fighter. I think he gets demoted to an assist trophy.
I could see it that way, honestly. I have been reading through some interesting
The way you say
takes,
it's so blunt is really funny to me, TJ. I don't know why. Demoted to assist trophy.
Wolf is, I think, also an unsure right now because we still have to talk about the Falco equation.
I decided that I keep going back and forth on this one. I think Falco is more iconic to the Smash series, but I think I like the idea of a future Smash game going the whole heroes and villains route and having more of a sort of plot focus around that idea. So I think they're both likely. I have them both in B tier for that reason. Probably I can move them into A tier, honestly, but eh.
Put Wolf in unlikely. I get because he was cut, but the problem is specifically that especially with the refinement he got for Ultimate, it's like heroes and villains for it's the same thing with Diddy too. Diddy and K. Rool, all these villains is, since it's a smaller series, especially F-Zero, are we gonna get the sidekick and the villain at the same time? That's the problem, and I think that is what's really difficult to say.
Am I okay? What do you mean by that? I'm fine.
What?
He's asking if I'm okay. I don't know.
So, should we save that
They might
conversation
just,
later, or...
They might just not be used to the way you talk, TJ. TJ
Oh,
is not
I'm breathing
mad.
heavily. Oh, didn't realize that.
Oh, I see. In the chat. Okay.
I didn't realize I was breathing into my mic.
Oh, also, I guess we should point out, any disagreements that are being held on stream, it's not anything personal between any of us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're all friends.
We're all buds
There's
here.
nothing.
Yeah.
I think people realize that even. I think I've been on stream with all of you enough that people realize that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People have
Well, for Golden
repeatedly
Brawler's
told me
video
that they
as
thought-
well.
people have repeatedly told me that they think that people have like confused that I hate everyone else. So I
Fair
just
enough.
kind of wanted to make that clear.
No, that's fair.
I don't hate people.
Let's again though. Falco versus Wolf. I want to get everyone's thoughts one more time before we move on.
I think Falco is more likely than Wolf, personally.
I think it's too close to call.
Okay.
I think Falco
Personally-
has maybe a slight edge, but that's as much as I'll say.
That's about where I stand, actually. Yeah.
Cinna?
I'd say that Falco having the legacy matters, but I think it's a little bit diminished because Fox also has a legacy, and not only does he have more legacy, but he's more of a main character than Falco. So I'd say Wolf is more likely than Falco personally.
I would say Wolf is more likely than Falco as well because of the villain role, and that's if they don't just cut both of them, because Star Fox is getting nothing lately. Like, Fox isn't going anywhere, but the question is, are they going to keep Falco and Wolf, keep one of them, or cut them both?
The Star Fox franchise is a product of a bygone era.
Yeah.
Falco
I
has the edge
person-
anti-hero personality.
I personally think I have Falco and likely, and I have Wolf and unsure. I think I could see both. I could see them coming back. I have Falco with a bit of an edge, though.
It feels like we're incredibly torn here, because
Yeah.
I feel like we can
I-
bump them both
well,
to
Lauren,
likely, but it's just a
here's
matter
how I
of which
feel.
one. So
Here's
maybe we
how,
should
how I
wait.
feel. I think we shouldn't make this decision
Until
until
later.
we have to, and we're actually
Perfect.
in the process of cutting down the cast.
So basically, we'll put them both in the roster for now, and then see where it sits when it's all
Actually,
said and done. type
I
of
think
thing.
Yeah.
just.
Okay.
I was thinking maybe you guys should just put them both into likely, and then just come to that decision later.
That
Yeah.
too. That works too. I'm fine with either of those.
Yeah.
Falco.
I'm actually
gonna move
is
both-
more around
I'm actually
here.
gonna move both of them up to A tier. I think. Well, no, I think
that's
I think
not
I
the
still
right
feel
one.
B tier on them compared to
There
who
we
else
go.
is here.
So we're done with Brawl. We're on to Smash 4.
Villagers making
Mega
it.
Man.
Yep, Villagers
Villager,
making it
not
in.
Mega
I don't think that's a discussion. I think we just know this.
I
agree.
think I once again am going to say that I think Villager and Isabel are the same framework, and I think Isabel's the prioritized one, and that Villager isn't. 'Cause I don't think Villager has a lot
Ooh.
of character, whereas
That's
Isabel.
a good point, actually.
I should
Because a
say
Villager
this,
is only really a blank slate avatar without really any defined traits. There's a
Yeah,
reason why
but
when he was
Smash-
first added, the first thing people did was make a bunch of memes saying that he's a crazy axe murderer because like, he doesn't actually
Yeah.
have a personality because he's not designed for one. He's designed as a blank canvas for you to express yourself with.
I mean, I will.
And
yeah,
Isabel's a
that
character.
I should say, yeah, that makes sense. but Smash has always prioritized the main player character over side characters always. Like that is
I'll
just
have
a
my-
Smash Bros thing.
I'll
That
have
is
more of
just
a
a
That's
Smash
true.
Bros thing.
But how
But
different would a
Isabel
revamped
is
Smash
the-
game be?
Isabel nowadays is the mascot of Animal Crossing.
Yeah, but
though.
she's not the player
Yeah.
character, and Nintendo cares about that.
Neither is Pikachu technically.
No,
Yeah,
Pikachu-
this is
yeah.
conversation. Woo!
Yeah, but Pikachu's the exception. Because Pikachu's Pokemon. If there's no Pikachu, Pokemon no longer is Pokemon.
I'll have my own take
Yeah.
when we get to Isabel, but I do think Villager is staying.
I think Villager's the one that sticks around.
I'm putting Villager into Echo Fire territory because I think again that's where I'm putting characters that I think don't add something that there's another character that already accomplishes what they are without being while still using their framework. So
Kahi has a counter.
I think what we've settled, by the way, is that there seems to be 3 different tier lists going on. There's the video game tier list, which is on Alex's stream. There's the game design perspective, which is on TJ's, and there's my perspective, and there's the like chances based off pre-existing history one going on mine.
We don't play as
It's
Marth,
actually-
Roy, Chrom, Lucina, Corin, or Yoshi. I don't think that's...
Which, by the way, I should
Oh,
note that is actually.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think that matters as much as...
I should point out, by the way, I think it's cool that we have 3 different things going on, basically.
Oh yeah.
I think
They
that
work
is-
harmoniously, I think. Yeah.
And then
I
we're
think the
gonna
fact that
bash this
I think-
together.
Like I think the fact that all 3 of us have like different design qualities we're leaning towards, I think that actually makes it more interesting. All right. Anyways, Super Fighting Robot.
Mega Man! Fighting to save the world! Oh, he's redacted anyway.
I have Mega Man and Unsure because he has a bit of an edge because he's a Capcom rep. At the exact same time, though, he is still just a guest fighter. He's an Unsure for me.
The reason I would put him in getting cut
He was never
is
in
solely
character,
because
but he
Pac-Man
wasn't one.
exists and because of the relations between Nintendo and Bandai Namco.
Yeah, but the exact same time, though, Capcom and Nintendo are also super close. I say Bandai and Capcom are the only guest fighters in this entire thing I have an Unsure. Everyone else
Okay.
is just it. All the other guest fighters are an unlikely for me. Also, TG, yeah, actually, are you good? You are breathing super heavy.
Yeah,
Not
you
really.
are. Yeah, you have
Right.
been. I didn't want to say anything, but you have been.
You sound like you're
I
like
think
barely
I'm-
breathing.
I think I'm just having allergies then.
Been to
Let me.
I don't know
clear my
Street
nostrils.
Fighter lore, I'll be honest.
As long as you're feeling okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the Capcom, or sorry, I don't know if I'm lagging. Am I speaking over people?
You're good. I
might just
think
be like-
this
You're
is...
okay.
good.
I think this
But
is
yeah,
an easy unsure right now.
I think that's an Unsure.
For me, what gives Pac-Man a slight edge over Mega Man is because while they both have pretty equally well relations with Nintendo, Bandai Namco literally, I think, developed Smash 4 and Ultimate, right? At least with the coding.
Yeah, but then Capcom helped out more with Ultimate.
Did they? I wasn't aware.
I have
Okay.
not heard this at all.
Yeah, me
Oh wait,
neither.
no. No, they didn't help out with it. I think they were just like that was. Oh wait, no, I know what I was mixing up now. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about this anymore. Anyways, I still say though, Capcom has enough influence with Nintendo and overall legacy with Nintendo. I still think that they equal out to Unsure, especially because the
Okay.
Capcom characters make sense with Smash Bros. Whole aesthetic pretty
Chat
well.
says likely.
Agree with that.
I say that Mega Man's Unsure for me. I say Mega Man is an Unsure.
I feel like
He's
a lot of the
undecided for me
guests...
as well, yeah.
I feel what's rough is we're gonna have to... I feel like with the guests, they're almost like they need their own category. Because we're gonna have to pick through all of them and see which ones are staying. And that's gonna be rough.
Well,
But I
I
wanna
feel like
know-
it's a little.
okay.
Sorry, I'll let you talk after this stage. I feel like what's a little easier for the guests is that I think the only 3 like genuinely reasonable ones for a revamped Smash would be Sonic, Mega Man, and Pac-Man. I think the rest are just like, even if they're super popular.
Ryu,
they
you
probably
could
would.
make an argument for Ryu and Simon under certain circumstances.
Simon's
guess I can see it,
Konami, but we'll get to that.
Again,
That's
it's
true.
just
Okay, yeah.
again, it's just legacy stuff at that point, and just like
Yeah.
good affiliations with Nintendo. I'm not saying it helps their chances. I'm just saying that it makes their chances better than other guest fighters. At the exact same time, though, Mega Man's an unsure for me. I don't think he's guaranteed a spot
Right,
because
okay.
guest character.
Go ahead, Teach.
What I want to know is why y'all are putting these two bad bitches against each other. Let them.
Yeah, I don't know either.
They could accomplish completely different things, and they are
That's
both
true.
incredibly worth having. Pac-Man is what is.
I don't know what
one
you're
of the
calling
most
me out here.
iconic-
Cinna's the only one doing that.
Yeah.
Cinna
here.
and GB,
Well,
I feel, but I
I'm
feel like
not putting them against each other. I'm saying I
you're
just don't
trying
know
to-
with Mega Man yet.
you're trying. I mean, I feel like
Here,
you guys are trying to say only one of them will make it in, but I think there's a solid argument that both of them do. I feel like Pac-Man is one of the most iconic video game characters of all time. I think that and I don't think that his inclusion takes anything away from the possibility of Mega Man getting in. I think Mega Man represents a whole entire type of genre, like side scroller shooter is a very much a thing that Mega Man and only Mega Man can really accomplish. And I think that he kind of has like a sort of Kirby-like thing going on with he can use all of his different abilities that all work kind of seamlessly. I feel like Mega Man has a lot of reason to even be completely redesigned. Like you could redesign Mega Man based off of literally any one of his games, and he would still fit in Smash like a glove. And Pac-Man.
I agree.
And Pac-Man is just too big of an opportunity to just pass up.
I actually agree with TJ here. Also, I do want to point out I'm in strong advocation that Mega Man needs a redesign a little bit.
I'm also going to say the one I'm pitting Mega Man up against is not... I'm not pitting Mega Man against Pac-Man. I'm pitting him against someone else that we are going to be talking about, and that's why I'm specifically leaving him in unsure for now, because that's going to be a discussion.
I think I see where you're going with it.
I say Pac-Man and Mega Man both go into unsure. They both should go into there.
I feel pretty
Because
confident
they're
putting both of them in A.
I
will clarify.
I think they have good chances, but I prioritize just because they're guest fighters. It makes it a bit of a legal issue. I could see Nintendo not wanting to, and if Nintendo falls out with those companies, that is something we always have to consider at the exact same time. So I just kind of balanced it out to like that. At the exact same time, though, I feel like they have they have a way better chance than other guest fighters. That's
Also,
kind of
I
where
will
I stand. I think I have solid logic on that, at least.
Right. I will clarify that the reason why I was originally pitting them against each other is because I was trying to go at it with a mindset of how they were doing it in Brawl, because I believe in Brawl, and especially the games before that, or with Melee and 64 rather, they were trying to have a more reserved mindset with the third-party characters, and the way I envision it is I think if they were to revamp the Smash series with another one in the series, that was worded kind of weird, but I think they would similarly have a more reserved mindset with it, whereas they would want to have third-party characters, but they wouldn't want to have like a super abundance of them like Ultimate. But with you saying what you did, TJ, I can comfortably sit with having both of them in, because I think both of them very much make sense, and I think they would work really well together in that same environment. So yeah, I think I can see both sides of it, but I personally wouldn't pit them against each other now as I have it.
I mean, I also think that right now we also have to remember that right now Smash is like a marketing machine. There's no reason that we have to be limited on the number of properties we can put in. Granted, that is more effort, but I think that is more effort that is well placed because it makes Smash what it is, and I think that's just
actually agree.
the fact of the
I
matter.
actually agree with TJ there. Actually, that makes sense.
Anyway, let's
You know
talk
what?
about a character that's not
Actually-
getting in.
Actually, you know what? That actually convinced me. I'm gonna slot Mega Man into likely. I'm gonna slide him up into likely.
I'm tempted to leave in unsure because I feel like a lot of the third parties we're going to have to talk about at some point.
I'm in
Yeah,
likely now
but
too,
of
personally.
them, Mega Man is a good enough argument, and it's at least like the idea there is strong enough to where I can pretty comfortably
Interesting,
say
Kai.
it makes sense to me, at least, that he comes back.
Mm.
Yeah.
As for who's not coming back for sure, we Fit Trainer.
Yep.
We
The
Fit
only
Trainer's
thing-
gone.
The only thing Wii Fit offers is Wii representation, but I think Mii's do that better.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Wii Fit Trainer was the joke.
Wii Fit is a joke character that is literally, similarly to Ice Climbers, is a proof of concept character. Like, can I make a character using only yoga poses? Yes, but should you? I say this as a Wii Fit main. Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to go
Or
much longer
Ring
on that.
Fit, I think that is a separate discussion. But
We're talking only returning characters here.
yeah, Kahi does have to disagree, and that's leading to that because of the Wii Fling. I
Wii
feel like
Ring's
if
not
they
the
want to
same
pick
thing.
someone from Wii era, it's not Wii Fit Trainer.
Yeah.
And also Ring Fit, also the Ring is a different game.
Yeah, that is a different character entirely, which I think is also even more reason why. I think that.
Unless
I think
their point was they
hearing the
changed their mind
example-
to that, but either way,
Hearing the example of Ring Fit is making me take Wii Fit
I know
from
it is.
D
Okay.
tier to F tier.
What about Wii Remote Safety Guy?
Oh, God. We're not having that again.
Moving on.
Okay, Rosalina and Luma. This is
I'm
a
gonna
rough
say
one.
A tough one, yeah.
Be-
Can I be honest
Because-
here with Mario characters, I think it'd be unfair to stick any Mario characters into unlikely, except for one, but we'll get to them later. It's kind of like, I feel like just because of Nintendo favoritism, Mario characters are always going to have a natural advantage. At the exact same time, I have two Mario characters who I think are considered at least a little bit more expendable, and Rosalina is one of them. Because while Rosalina is a huge fan favorite, if we are following this from the approach of like, let's just like ring these guys down to like the maximum cast size we possibly could do.
She's recurring. This is true.
If they were going to do it, Rosalina is probably one of the characters who they would at least. I feel if they put the Mario characters onto a sliding scale, Rosalina is the first one to fall just far enough near the edge to where you could at least see a Smash game without her. I have
see that.
Rosalina, and actually, I may as well clarify now. I think that the next Smash game is only going to have a cast size around the size of Brawl. Because they brought up that the only reason that Ultimate's cast size is the way it was is because they were able to reuse assets. And so it was basically like, my logic is if a cast size got reduced to the size of Brawl again, like to only 1/3 of the total cast that we have now, I think that
I think it'd be
Rosalina would
half
at
at least, or at most, rather.
yeah, at half at most. If that was under the logic of where Smash was going, I think Rosalina would unfortunately be one of the characters left behind. Not because they didn't want to do her, but because they have priorities, and I don't think that she's at the top of the priority list.
I've got the hot
I
take.
think that she'd fall just outside of it. Just barely.
Rosalina, in every respect, deserves to fall into C tier with Sheik and Lucario, but Rosalina is also a Mario character, so she gets
Yeah.
bumped up to B tier.
I
Yeah, that's
think.
basically where I fall.
I think for me, it's a tear between Rosa and Daisy.
I mean, I don't think
Daisy
I don't
knows.
think they're the same conversation. Daisy can just do everything that Peach does. Rosalina just has her own moveset that's kind of just awkward right now. I think
In a
she's another gimmick on a stick.
In a cast
she's
where
also
we're
a
getting
Mario
revamps,
character.
is what I'm pointing to. Is I don't see
I don't
both.
think Daisy would I don't think Daisy would become her own character, though. I really don't.
I think
I see
she's
Daisy
talking
as a
about
costume
changing
potential.
Rosa.
I'm saying, would they pick Rosa as like? Would they go with Rosa for like the full-on character, or would they pick the safe bet and go with Daisy because she's an Echo Fighter?
I don't think I don't think they're comparable. One of them
Yeah,
is
I don't
easy
think
to
that's
recreate
comparable.
and is just reusing a moveset that already exists, whereas Rosalina has a pre-existing moveset, but it's very nothing and doesn't really do anything besides just try a gimmick, and one that doesn't work that well.
So
I
we're-
think you're downplaying Rosalina too much. She has her fans. With
I mean,
her-
yes,
with her
no,
moveset.
she has her fans, but in terms of what she offers to Smash as a game, her moveset
No, I
is
mean
just
like as a Smash fighter, she has her fans. She is popular enough. People like that she like in terms of online lobbies. I fight a lot of Rosalinas.
Speak for yourself, motherfucker.
Yeah,
I feel-
I am speaking for myself. Who else am I supposed to speak?
Look, I
for?
just wanted to quote the funny fan dub. Don't.
Yeah.
So where are we
There you go.
standing?
I will grab my bag of Pringles and smack you with it, TJ.
Where are we standing?
I will say, to respond to you,
IMT.
TJ, I think in this hypothetical that we're presenting here, I think Rosalina and Lumba would very well fill the slot that Ice Climbers originally served with her moveset with the Luma. Because there aren't
that
really
is a
any
good
other
point.
characters. I know that's something you
Except
don't
for
really think
No.
about with Rosalina, because she feels a lot more samey than a lot of the other different characters, but she does have that mechanic with her that you can use to strategize and everything. And I think from the standpoint
Damn.
of Nintendo, when Rosalina was sort of new,
Alex, do not
Rosalina did
interrupt.
then what Pauline is sort of doing now with the comeback she sort of had, where they're putting her in literally everything.
What about
Well, it's definitely not true with Rosalina now. She still has a very sort of popular aura about him, or about her, I think.
Alec, do not move Rosalina up. I saw that.
I mean-
well, you convinced me
Well,
from
what do you want?
bottom of you convinced me from bottom of B tier to top of B tier. So
Rosalina should go into unsure.
Okay. That's what I was waiting for people to say.
I'd say likely, personally.
I think
That
unsure
bumped it
is
to likely,
suitable.
but if we're tied, I'll leave as unsure for now.
I say
Lum-
unsure.
Again, I'm seeing this from the perspective. If we cut the cast in half, I think Rosalina would barely just not make it.
Okay. Little Mac is.
He needs to get reworked. He should be in the game, but he needs to get completely reworked from the ground up.
I don't have an idea of how to do that as a thing, though. That's the thing that hurts.
Ain't
me.
no air fighter, Mac.
I do.
His side special
They totally
could-
fucked him up. They based Little Mac off this perspective of how he was in the arcade games. He is not
Yeah.
this way in those games. Little Mac's whole thing is she should feel like this underdog who is constantly fighting against the odds and then takes it away the win anyways. If anything, Lil Mac should be a character who gets gradually stronger throughout the match as he fucking takes punishment. He is a character who should be so much more optimized and based into this perspective of getting better and better as he goes. He should be this person that's like, hey, I found this weak point.
I mean,
Time to
he is. He's
capitalize
based on
it, and it gets
SNES.
bop, 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 bop. And
I don't like. what
Kahi
you're
argues saying that he is based on an SNES, but
I don't think that they did him. Lil Mac wasn't even in the SNES version. That was not the same guy.
was it not?
He
I
was
don't
in
know.
the NES.
Oh,
But also, I'm hearing the things you are saying, and I am hearing you say give Little Mac aura, and I don't like
is not
that.
what That is not what I am saying. Yeah,
That is what
was
I am
not-
hearing.
yes, he was. It's the same. I don't. We're not gonna have that discussion.
A punishment. I am saying that Little Mac needs to be an underdog. Little Mac needs to have based into his kit as this underdog fighter that is able to pull out the win. He should not be this fucking pathetic little air guy who doesn't do anything and completely fails because it's a platform fighter.
And is a powerhouse
Little-
if there's just all land.
Like if it's like this is a game where I would say a solid 60% of the match is happening off stage sometimes. Little Mac was not made for this game. He needs a complete I say Little Mac is unlikely, and I say that he just needs a full restructure. They just need to fucking do something else.
So
Do
likely.
anything else. Yes, I have him in likely.
That's kind of where I feel he's Punch Out, fight character, fight game.
Yeah, I'd say
Fix
he's
him,
pretty likely.
Nintendo. Fix him.
Give his neutral air side special the jump. That'd be a sick idea.
I don't know about that one.
Kind of like a mini version of
brother.
Cloud or Joker.
I feel like Nintendo
You
might
s-
not give
Hey,
him
Sai.
that effort. I think
Yes.
the only reason he's reasonable is because a boxing game makes sense for the Wii. That's the only reason he got that game that he did. And I think
Fair.
Nintendo will see that he's in a really weird state, and there's a chance that they'll want to fix him, but there's a chance that they might just want to leave him behind. So I'm putting him at top of B tier. But
I'm
I think he has
undecided,
potential,
actually, yeah.
but I think he needs. But I think the effort it would take to rework him is more than we might see.
Okay. to address chat, Sai says you're still streaming this, bro. It's been 3 hours. Yes, it has. Also, hello, Octo. Welcome, first time chatter.
I mean, to be fair, we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting
Yeah.
there.
I have to wake up.
I'm
at
gonna
7
suffer at
tomorrow.
work tomorrow.
Me too.
I gotta wake up at
Ninja.
6, my guy.
We gotta. I think we get sidetracked talking about other stuff when we need to focus a little more.
Yeah.
Greninja.
Our guiding light cat is not here anymore. Greninja, I think, like
Cut.
Mewtwo, really.
I have
Oh, yeah.
Greninja and Unlucky.
Oh yeah, I'd
Really?
say Lucario is more popular than Greninja, and we seem to cut Lucario in favor of
Actually,
Mewtwo.
actually,
As a
Greninja
whole.
is technically. Actually, Greninja and Lucario, I say, are kind of rounding out around the same popularity.
Okay.
How am I? I'm good. How
Well,
are you?
I'd say Lucario has more legacy.
Cut.
We'll put it that way.
Well,
Just
yeah,
because of how much longer
he
he's
has
been
two
around.
extra games.
I think Greninja's more likely than Lucario is because of how much more popular.
And I agree with
Greninja's
Golden
is.
Brawler because I see
Okay.
I see what Greninja has going, and I think Greninja actually has a clearly defined playstyle that actually makes Greninja offer a specific technique. I don't know what you call it.
And-
there's a technique to Greninja that Lucario doesn't have. I feel like Greninja fills
The
an
side
archetype better than Lucario does. Like Greninja's from first being initialized, Greninja felt like a whole character where everything was thought out and felt good to use, whereas Lucario has always just been like, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this, and
That's
like,
fair.
I don't know. I feel like Greninja is more whole in how he's designed in Smash, so he has more of a reason to be here.
Same
in my
archetype
eyes.
as Sheik as well, and if Sheik is getting axed, who fills that slot better?
That's a very
I mean,
good point. I do want to ask a question real quick.
There's a different. I put him as unlikely for myself just because again, I'm building my thing from like the perspective of hey, half the cast size. He doesn't make it in on that logic for me. At the exact same time though, you guys are making like a whole different thing.
When it comes to Lucario, Mewtwo, and Greninja, like I said, I think Mewtwo's the most likely of all three, but the problem is we need more Gen 1 representation. Or outside of Gen 1, we need more representation. And Lucario and Greninja both fill that void, so that's kind of the struggle.
I do want to ask a question real quick. For each individual series, specifically the really big ones like Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, yada yada, what's the cap of how many characters you think they should have in this hypothetical?
I don't think
Since it's
there's
gonna be
ever
custom.
been
I'm
a
not counting.
cap.
I'm not playing the numbers game.
Are
I'm
we
just
not doing that?
I'm
Okay.
just looking at like, does that seem like that represents the series well enough? Sure. Does that seem like, and do the characters here offer something unique that no other character can? Like those are the two questions I'm asking essentially.
Okay.
Little upset I see Lucas cut, but okay. I mean, Mother 3's
I
never
have
getting
him as an
released,
ec-
we
I have
know.
him as an Echo. I think if he gets added, it's to fill in some extra time that they have, similar to. I think that Ness is the mother character that gets prioritized, and they'll add Lucas if they have extra time and they want to make something quick.
Octo, we already kind of agreed on that. Jigglypuff and Ness were kind of close to cut, but we stuck with them. Ultimately, I think we should focus. How do we count Miis? This is a hard one. How the fuck
Oh,
do
I
we
made my
count the
own tier.
Miis?
I made my own tier for Miis. I just made them their own tier.
Yeah, fuck it.
Because
I'll
Miis
hop
are
on that
returning it because they want to get their costumes, but I don't know if
Yeah,
there'd
in
be
my head-
separate slots anymore.
Just
So
make
Right.
the- just
In my
make them
head, you
their
either have
own
one or all
tier.
three.
Just make them their own tier.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I don't want to have the me discussion because I don't really know.
Okay.
Just make them their own tier and slot them into that, and let's move on. That's
Oh.
what we're talking about.
I'll put them with the Echo Fighters for now and just say Echo Fighters and Miis.
I just made a separate tier under Echo Fire that says "Help Me" with two eyes.
Yeah, I did the same. I
Nice.
did the exact same thing. That's all I did.
Anyway, Robin, I think actually offers a unique take on Fire Emblem, so I'll put him in high A.
I think that Robin is never coming back.
Wrong.
I think Awakening needs a rep,
Well,
and Robin is the one that makes sense to keep.
We need to
Because
talk
he
about
actually does
Palutena
something
and
different.
Pac-Man first.
Wait,
I
did I
just,
skip?
Again, I'm looking
I-
at this. from
Yeah,
my perspective.
Palutena and Pac-Man, we skipped those. Let's focus.
Oh, sorry. I
You're good.
dropped. I'm kind of working ahead here, and I can't help it. I dropped
you're fine.
Palutena into F tier because I don't think she works or does anything good, and I think that we're no longer in a Kid Icarus supportive era of Smash.
So no Palutena is what you're saying?
I don't
I
think,
think
she
she
comes
adds
back.
something good to the game, but I agree that she's not really as prominent compared to a lot of the other casts, so I put her in cut too.
I don't know what to do with her. Like, I don't know what I feel like she was a showcase of like, oh yeah, you can have custom moves, but then she doesn't actually live up to that. And it's just like she doesn't do anything in the game. So there's no reason for her to really be here. I think she has a very large role to play in like a story or something like that in terms of actually being just a playable character. Everything is made up, and I think that's a luxury that she has only because of the fact that Sakurai was in charge.
That's fair, yeah.
Fuzz?
Fucking Palutena, put her in cut. She's gone.
So we're on cut. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% on that, but I'm outvoted, so...
I like Palutena as a character, like personality-wise.
But not as a fighter.
She doesn't work in Smash right now. And if she comes back, I want her to get completely reworked from the ground up.
Interesting.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Also, Kahi said, okay, TJ, consider. Woman.
I mean, yeah, no, she can be in the game, just not a fighter. That's what I gotta say.
Pac-Man, I would say likely at the least because of them working on this series. At
I
least
put
I'm
Pac-Man right next to Mega Man. I had my say on that.
I would only give Pac-Man a higher rating because they're working on the game, at least for my assumption.
I mean, that's that they did for Ultimate. We don't know what the next game's gonna look like.
Yeah, we don't know yet. But I still say that as a whole, Mega Man and Pac-Man still have a better chance than other guests.
Okay. So Pac-Man is unsure. Robin.
I genuinely think that the only reason that Robin came back for another game is because everyone came back. I think that the next game, they're going to completely scrap Robin, and I think they're going to scrap all the other lords that are not representative of either A, the franchise at large, or B, the next lord. I think that Robin, along with Corrin and Byleth, are fucking gone. I think they're gone.
I think Robin does represent the franchise at large. I think he is. I think he's representing the most successful Fire Emblem game in the series, more in a way that's better than Lucina
and we have Lucina and Chrom, who are Echo Fires, who are thus easier to develop. I think Nintendo would realistically go for them more.
I disagree.
I hope not. That's all I gotta say.
Look, I'm not saying I like it. I'm saying that's what I think Nintendo would do. And again,
Okay.
I'm doing something different. I am not making a video game here.
Okay.
If you guys want Robin in the next game, go for it. I'm doing something. I'm not doing that. I think he's gone. I think he's genuinely got scrapped.
All right.
I'm going to
Personally-
disagree.
I think Robin is the most unique Fire Emblem character,
Yes.
but at the same time, I think his notoriety is outclassed by other Fire Emblem characters, which is unfortunate because of how much he adds. But I think if I'm looking at this from a developer's perspective, I think he probably would get cut. But
All right.
Oof.
Throw him into unsure then. I'd say. I think he's coming back,
Interesting,
but
because like
into
chat says, the most unique non-sword fighter Fire Emblem representation.
Can we stop with?
And
considering
a
everything
good
from
point.
chat? I have to wake up at 7 tomorrow.
Literally the most successful and important Fire Emblem game, because if it wasn't for Awakening, Fire Emblem would be dead.
Yes, that's a good point. That makes sense. At the exact same time, though, again, I am not making a video game here. I think he's gone. I think they're just gonna use Lucina and Chrom.
So we'll be on unsure. Shulk is staying.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. He's the face of Xenoblade, and that's a pretty big franchise for them now.
Yeah,
He's been in all 3 games.
I think we get one Xenoblade, and I think it's Shulk.
I have a genuine question.
Hmm?
Does Nintendo own Xenoblade? I actually don't know that.
It's a Pokemon
Yeah.
situation, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Where I
I
think
didn't
it's a
know that.
second party developing it, but they're like so close with Nintendo, it's basically they own it.
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
okay.
much. I think Shulk is guaranteed. Xenoblade.
I don't think it's quite guaranteed. I'm still putting him in A tier.
Hmm.
I don't have very many. I don't at this point. I don't think there's very many characters I have in guarantee, but
Okay.
Cinna?
I'd say guaranteed personally, just because of how much of a poster boy he is for the franchise.
I'm agreeing with you here. Oh, Bowser Jr. is getting axed.
I'm putting him with Rosalina.
I'm putting him with Rosalina because he's a Mario character, and Mario characters get preference.
Yep. I think he's designed as a mini boss, and that's not fun to play as. It's an idea. They tried to do something with him. I think you could still do something with Bowser Jr. His moveset, if it was detached from the fact that it is Bowser's son, then I think that he probably just be acts pretty confidently. Exclude and that's not without even talking about the fact that I think K. Rool does his gimmick better. But regardless, I think Mario series, the lowest I can put a Mario character of actual note is B tier. So
Oof.
that's how.
Bowser Jr. and unsure.
Hey, vey. Okay. That was a character I was pretty sure we knew on. Duck Hunt.
It's a Mario character.
Gimmick central. Put him in D tier with the rest of the gimmicks.
Oh, are you saying
Actually-
cut?
I ain't gonna lie. I actually have a solid. I wouldn't be surprised if Duck Hunt doesn't come back. I feel like Duck Hunt might become a cockroach character, and I think that's funny. I think that's really funny.
Everyone's like, out.
Oh, yeah.
Chat's like,
That,
out!
but
Get
I
out!
agree.
He's gonna become an assist trophy.
I think Duck Hunt will become a cockroach. He's never gonna leave us again.
I hope not.
I'd say cut,
It's-
yeah.
Duck Hunt's a
Personally.
troll character. It only would make sense that he exists to troll you.
Sure.
Ryu and Ken. So Ken's
Which is
Echo.
that's meant as a joke, by the way.
No, you're
I
good.
know it's
I know.
getting late for. I know it's getting late for a lot of you guys, and I know the humor's dying out a little bit.
I wake up in
still.
3 hours for work, yeah.
Ryu and Mega Man. This is the big choice. I feel like we're only getting one. And that's the difficulty.
We
Throw
have
Ryu
better
and
fighting game
Unsure.
characters.
Throw Ryu and Unsure, and just like put him at the bottom of Unsure.
Okay. Cloud.
I personally...
Oh. Well, no.
I'm putting Ryu in the Sheik tier, which is C, because I think that he's a good character, but he doesn't offer anything that other characters don't do better.
Thing is, Ryu
I
is the
personally-
fighting game
sorry.
character, but yeah, that's what Kahi said.
He is the fighting game character, but I personally put both of them in cut just because I can see a world where the Street Fighter franchise sees Smash as a sort of competitor because they are both fighting games, in a sense.
So it's
He's the
more.
fighting game character, but he's not the most fun fighting game character.
That isn't the point, though.
That's my point. I don't care what you say.
I love
Chaos
you,
says you're gonna have heavy bias with Cloud. I do have bias with Cloud, but I also am curious because I remember we had issues with Square, but then the
No, it
Fighters
should
Pass
not.
happened.
It
So-
should not be Guile. I don't want to fucking deal with Guile in another fighting game.
Oh jeez. Let's focus on
Fuck
Final
that.
Fantasy.
As long as his theme's in the game, I'm happy.
I could agree with that, but it's a matter of are we gonna get Square
Nobody gives a shit about Nash.
Are we going to get
I'm gonna second that by saying who.
I'm gonna just say it like I could see Cloud coming back, but I'm not 100% certain with like any guest character right now.
I have.
It
Cloud on
depends
spot.
on Square, and if Square's game, he's in. If they're not, he's out. It's very simple, but you could
I'm
say
not
that
gonna-
about a lot of guest characters, but he is the most prominent example.
I'm not gonna lie. The fact that Cloud and Ryu were at the beginning half of the "Everyone Is Here" trailer, like presented as just a standard part of the base cast, as if they're expected. That kind of convinced me that they're both at least considered unsure. Like Nintendo, like people, like they aren't unrealistic options. They're both an unsure for me.
You bringing up the trailer is enough for me to put Cloud into D tier. I still don't think it's gonna happen again, and I don't think Cloud offers anything that a different character, in this case Ike, doesn't offer just as well, with less effort.
Cinna?
I'd agree. Yeah, I put him in cut.
So we're kind of stuck in unlikely with Cloud. Interesting.
All right, cool.
Corrin is cut.
Get rid of them.
Yep.
Gone.
Goodbye.
Fuck Corrin.
So,
Get out of here.
so Bayonetta.
Yeah, Bayonetta.
Corrin's the worst character Smash ever made.
I like Corrin actually, as a pocket quite a bit. but-
Corrin Swift beheading.
In the current landscape of everything, in the current landscape of things, I think Bayonetta is unlikely. I put her
I would
D tier.
I would put Bayonetta in unlikely.
Bayonetta
Yeah, that's
was
wow.
in Wii U because she was relevant to the Wii U.
Yeah.
And now Bayonetta 3 has a lot of controversy. She's not like.
Also, Bayonetta 3 is unofficially the last Bayonetta.
Oh, did not know that.
Chaos is like, Corrin, get out! Get out!
Caleb's
Done.
second.
Get rid of you. I don't
Oh
love
my God.
you. Get rid of you.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's actually another S tier since Brawl. I've not had an S tier since Brawl.
Inkling.
Inkling is not going anywhere.
No, not at all.
Not going fucking
Yeah, Inkling.
anywhere. Inkling's a mainstay
Here
now.
to stay.
Out of two of the big, like, Wii U and Switch, like, launcher titles, Inkling is staying.
Splatoon's a fucking phenomenon for Nintendo. They ain't getting rid of
I don't like
shit.
it, but it's not going anywhere.
I love it.
Ridley.
I love it.
I think Ridley's not going anywhere either.
I would
agree.
put Ridley. I would put Ridley into likely. I feel like if they were gonna cut a villain, I wouldn't be
Yes.
surprised if it was Ridley. At the exact same time, though, I think that now that we have Ridley, they're not gonna immediately take him away.
Yeah,
see
and
that,
I
yeah.
think the main thing that kept Ridley out was Sakurai's very petty belief that he didn't really want to make Ridley work.
Too
And
big.
I think now that we have him, we're gonna keep him. I think he's a. I think.
I agree.
Like, they have a framework to build off of, and
Bit of a
by
rework,
God,
yes.
do I hope they build off of it. But now that we have him, I would be devastated if they took him away from us.
I have anyways. God, we're getting so close. Simon, just because of the working relationship with Nintendo, I don't want to say completely bullshit.
I'd say
I don't think
unlikely.
I put Simon at the very bottom of my unsure. That's kind of where I put him.
Simon
putting him
probably
in-
has better chance than Snake, but that's not saying much with Konami.
I think
Yeah.
that Simon has a better chance than most other guest fighters just because of the close working relationship with Nintendo. At the exact same time, though, guest fighter.
Yeah, I have him in C tier because I don't think he offers anything that another character couldn't offer as well. But he's also, aside from the fact that he's just a really good icon from the, I guess 8-bit era. So I think that alone gives him quite a boost. But other than that, I don't really think he accomplishes something that needs to be in Smash.
They could,
I would like
they
to-
could
I
be
will-
put as an assist trophy. That wouldn't be interesting.
Eh.
But
That's this trophy would be weird.
again, that's
I would
Konami.
I would like to personally reward Simon with the most annoying zoner reward.
Oh yeah, I won't lie. If I'd
Unfortunately.
be biased on saying I want Simon or Richter gone. There is some bias there.
Anyways, K Rule.
I
think that
like them. I think
K-Rool's
they
in
need
a
to do
weird
it work.
K Rule's in a weird situation where his rights are still kind of split, so that kind of makes him a bit more complicated.
I'd say it's the same chances
I
as
get-
Diddy. It's either if we had to pick one over the other.
No, I mean like Rare still owns K Rule, is what I mean, and
I
Rare is
suppose that's fair.
Microsoft, and while they're close with Microsoft, it's still kind of a situation there.
I am giving K Rule his own tier right above C tier. That's just called divorced parents.
Can we
I
throw
think that's the best
Banjo into
timeline.
divorced parents too?
Yes.
So I guess unsure, unless Cinna, you have anything to
Unsure.
say?
I would put
I-
K.
I-
Rool into unsure.
I put Diddy and Sting, so by default, I had to put K. Rool and Cut. By our logic that we're going with.
Yeah, but Nintendo owns Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah,
People
the
thought
rights are
Rare owned
fucking-
Diddy, though. I thought
Well,
they had
that's
some.
that's the fucking weird ass thing. Nintendo rights are completely fucked.
Yeah.
Nintendo does not Nintendo's rights are such a tangled web of bullshit that it's impossible to properly understand.
I think it's time for Isabelle.
I put Isabelle into unsure. And that's not because I don't want her. I want her in. At the exact same time, though, I do genuinely think Nintendo's gonna have preference for Villager just because main character syndrome.
I think we're going to get both because of how big Animal Crossing is. I could see them doing that. Even if, especially with how cloney Isabelle is, I could see them. I could see
she
them
might get
sticking.
remodeled into an Echo Fighter. I think she might.
I like the idea of Isabelle being the main one and Villager being the Echo Fighter, just because of how Isabelle is sort of serving the main sort of poster
I like
child
that.
focus of it.
I like that too, but I genuinely think that Nintendo just has this weird thing about it. Nintendo's weird.
I
see
think
both sides.
I think likely at worst, but that's
Likely
me.
at again, it's just it is weird, so I'm just gonna say I agree with that more or less, I guess.
TJ said
Yeah, I have Isabelle as making it, and I put Villager into the Echo / costume slot.
okay.
For my own.
Yeah, with the preface that whichever one gets in is, if you think Villager's more likely, then this applies to him. If you think Isabelle's more likely, it applies to her. I think it's Isabelle. I put her in S tier.
I really want to see Diddy Kong Racing on. Oh, okay. You're talking other stuff. Incineroar, cut.
Cut.
Gone. He's gone.
Laters.
Yeah.
Which sucks because Incineroar was a fun character.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Fun
boy.
to play.
We're at the
Again-
final We're at the final stretch then.
I
And-
like that he offers a sort of wrestling. I do want to say a couple things on this, Roy. I like that he offers a wrestling-based moveset. I think the character that would have done it better would be to take the flying men from the fucking
Earthbound Magicant.
from the Magicant stage and to translate that into a moveset by creating Halucha.
Interesting.
It's too
I like that
many
idea.
gens gone now though, so we can't get Halucha.
Yeah.
Probably
like
not.
we didn't even get Halucha for Pokken, and that was a game made for it.
Chat
Really?
disagrees, but I don't see it. Like, I don't see it.
We already have
Incineroar's-
Mewtwo, Pikachu.
I will say
Jigglypuff.
Pokemon preferences are always going to be there too. At the
Yeah.
exact same time though, and I want to make this clear. I think Incineroar is the best design heavy they've ever had. I think that Incineroar is fun. That's for me. I think Incineroar is so much fun. He has so much personality. Incineroar has more personality in Smash than Bowser. That's not fair.
Oh, I hate that. You're right.
And
It's just-
Incineroar has so much going on. He's so fun. He's charming. He's likable.
Oh God. I'm sorry. I'm still just reeling from you just saying that Incineroar has more personality than Bowser, and the fact that you're 100% correct. That actually hurts.
I just ruined your day. Anyways,
I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight.
What if they just add bits of Incineroar to Bowser then?
You
They
say
are
that, but
not the
honestly,
That's a connection anyway.
I wouldn't complain. Anyways,
like I think, like you say that, but I think of like Mario 64, the attack where he like charges at you, like that's very Incineroar. Like I don't know, a bit of a weird thing, but I can see Bowser taking on a little bit more of like a one-on-one fighting kind of idea like that.
Why did who say what
Oh.
loudly?
I will say I am doing this thing right now with a little bit of my slots. I'm moving some characters up, some characters down, just based on my personal likelihood that I think they're gonna make it in. Whatever. I'm not really gonna expand on that. At that same point, I would love if Incineroar came back. I understand he's probably not. I won't say it's completely impossible because Pokemon does have this preference, but I think he's not a priority at all.
Are we bumping him to unlikely? Is that what's happening?
I bumped into unlikely just because Pokemon preference, but I think that he's gone. I think he's not a priority at all.
I also have an unlikely.
Okay, thank God. You know what? I'm fine with Incineroar being an unlikely. I'm fine with that.
Cinna and I are probably the only two at cut, or...
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of in between. I'd say leaning towards cut, based on
He's
what we've
probably-
said.
The one thing
He's
that
probably
keeps him
cut.
up in D tier for me is the fact that he offers something that no one else does, and that's all.
That's it.
He's probably cut. I wouldn't
Probably.
be shocked if he's gone.
So, we're at Fighters Pass 2.
Plant cut.
Or Fighters Pass in general.
But
Cut-
Mario.
Cut him by the stem. No. That's not saving it.
But it's plant.
Super fucking Mario.
Now,
He's a
actually,
plant
no, I
TJ.
should. And also, Piranha Plant was actually a character made up of other characters' recycled moves, which means that by default, under the same logic we've used.
Why?
Yeah, no, literally every single move in Piranha Plant's arsenal was recycled from another fighter. Every single one.
What's his
except-
neutral special taken from?
Oh wait, no, the exceptions were the special
Poison?
moves. Those were the
I was
Oh,
gonna
okay.
say, okay.
the
Okay,
exceptions
special
were the
moves.
special
Okay.
Special moves weren't recycled.
That's
Every
fair.
other move in his
So
arsenal
is Sonic.
was recycled
Oof.
from someone else.
Sonic needs a
Lit-
redesign. We agreed on that, though.
Like somebody
That's true.
literally did like an analysis of this, and they found out, oh my god, he's just like Piranha Plant probably got thrown together in like 10 seconds.
Wait, what about his
He's
up
not
tilt where he
hard to
shakes his
make.
head back and forth? What is that taking from?
I don't remember.
I think we all agree cut, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cut.
I can only in good faith put him as high as D tier.
I don't think he's coming back, but
But it's
Isabelle-
Super fucking Mario.
Well, the difference is Isabelle is cute.
it really can be summed up as if a character is so fucking easily made, there is an argument there. But I don't think he should
And
still
it's
be in
Super
cut, though.
Mario.
I have the opinion that I'm going to say right off the bat that I think none of the DLC fighters are returning at all. But, let's get into it.
Actually, I will say, this is the game with the most bullshit DLC I've ever seen in my life. There are 2 characters in here that just by default, because of Microsoft relations, I think have a higher chance.
Chat disagrees with me. I was saying this would be a hot, spicy take, but I just...
Anyway, let's just rapid fire through these, because I think that most of these guys aren't worth talking about. Joker. I think
Right
he's
place,
on,
right time.
Right place, right time. I think he's on.
Yeah.
I think that I'm gonna stick him into unlikely for myself, just because it's Persona and and Persona will always be popular. Next,
So are we saying unlikely or cut with that?
Unlikely.
That's a cut.
you guys can just stick him into wherever the fuck you want. I don't care.
Keep giving unlikely.
Well, this is for
Interesting.
Golden Brawler's tier list as well, since he's still doing the video.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd say
I
cut,
have
personally.
I have a hard time ever saying a guest fighter is completely cut from the roster forever, just because of the fact that it's a guest fighter. There's always going to be negotiations.
Joker
we're not
cut,
saying
highly
forever, we're saying
unlikely.
for the next one, but yeah.
Chat did agree on cut, so I think that'll kind of push towards that.
Okay, yeah, put him in.
Okay.
Hero
Cut.
is not. Hero
I'd say
is,
Hero has a case compared to the
Dragon
DLC ones,
Drag-
but
Yeah,
You're in
it's
the
also
region where
Dragon Quest.
You're
Ow.
in the region where Hero is least relevant. Everywhere else, I think he has more value than here.
Yeah, but
in
there is-
America.
yeah.
Yeah, but Japan is the primary audience.
Do
for
you
a lot
not
of that
remember
stuff.
the difficulty
Yes.
getting Dragon Quest music for what we had? Do you really think they're going to bring Hero back?
I think the negotiations could happen.
I'm not saying
Okay.
I haven't been cut, and I don't think they're gonna bring him back. I'm just saying compared to the rest of the other DLC fighters, he is in the upper echelon of like maybe type of thing. But I haven't been cut.
And come to think of it, as I think about what his moveset is like, that is a moveset that is built in such a way that, like, yeah, this is never happening again. I'm just gonna have as much fucking fun as I want.
That's how I feel.
That's how I feel looking at his moveset. So I
Cinna
think,
and Fuzz have more high expectations. I think we both believe cut.
I still said
I'm
cut.
not
I
saying
said
I,
that like
I'm
5
not saying I
times.
have high I'm not saying I have high expectations. I'm saying I have a hard time putting any guest characters into here. And Dragon Quest is one of the most successful franchises on the planet, where it's from.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening. I know chat's kind of unsure. Kahi is unsure, saying
Golden Brawler.
more
I don't
than
think any of
likely,
us see
but-
it happening.
Dragon
I think we're
Dragon
just
Quest is-
yeah,
looking at
you know
I'm
what? Fair,
sorry,
fair,
but-
fair, fair.
I'm
Let's just
so-
move on. We're
Okay,
right
sorry,
at the
but
tail
Dragon,
end.
Dragon Quest is
Banjo-Kazooie, rest in
way-
peace.
Dragon Quest is
Sorry.
way too important for them Nintendo to just drop them forever. I think they'll come back at some point. Anyways, Banjo-Kazooie, divorced parents.
Yep,
Rest
divorce
in
parents.
peace.
I
You
would.
will always be missed.
I'll
and
put in the
loved,
same
but
spot as
yes.
K. Rule.
There we go. That works.
Okay.
Yep.
Terry.
Divorced parents.
Terry.
Okay.
Terry.
So, I put Ryu in C tier because I think what Ryu offers is what Terry offers, but way less interesting and fun. Terry is rad as fuck, and he was apparently really easy to get permissions for. I love Terry now that he's here. I don't want him to leave, but I think he probably has a decent chance to leave. I am going to break my own rules and put him in B tier. I can't help it.
I
Don't.
I don't think
Terry
he's
is really
likely.
cool.
I don't think he's likely, but I would like him to return. And the fact, I guess it just matters.
I want
In,
to find a game character, and I want it to be Terry.
TJ, I'm so happy you love
First,
Terry. Terry is likely. I love Terry so much. Everyone's saying likely, but I think the problem is, will
Everyone's
Nintendo
saying
bring
likely because
him
they
back?
Love him. Everyone's
Yeah.
saying likely because they love Terry. And
But
because
will
say
Nintendo
Terry-
go with SNK is the question.
In a
No,
realistic
probably
sense.
In a realistic sense, Terry's probably gone. But the sad thing is that Terry is probably one of the best designed characters they've ever done.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Which-
sad,
I
but
think
will say
realistically,
that-
he gets into C tier at most. I'm sorry.
oh, we know SNK is more than happy to put Terry in Smash. The difficulty is
It's
Nintendo without Sakurai's love for SNK
I was just
going
gonna
to
say
push for
Sakurai
that.
bias to really help Terry Bogard get
Yeah.
smashed.
I
in
mean,
the first place.
apparently, Sakurai has wanted to put an SNK character in forever, and he had to fucking beg Nintendo to do it.
That's
and
why
he only got it
I didn't even know that, and that makes it even worse for for his
Oh,
case.
no.
Yeah, it was very much a Sakurai thing.
It's entirely Sakurai.
Byleth,
Sakurai.
let's.
Byleth is gone.
I
gone,
hate that.
gone,
I hate it.
gone,
I
gone.
love Byleth.
Byleth's moveset is so sick, but Byleth's gone.
Byleth is
not
gone,
bringing
and I want to give the perfect reason why. Because all those fucking assholes who Fire Emblem, where? Spam the dislike button. That's gonna tell Nintendo not to add them again. And it sucks, because Three Houses is such a good game.
Oh, you're kind of right. Damn. I was gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and put him in C tier, but after remembering the dislike,
I'm one of those people. How dare you, Chaos.
I
don't want to
think
talk about this
Byleth. I
anymore.
think
I'm too
Byleth.
sad.
Three Houses is
think
not a
Byleth-
good game? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think anyone would have minded Byleth existing if it weren't for the fact that he was the last one of the Fighter Pass 1.
And that's what sucks. I want to see
timing
Byleth come back so
was terrible.
bad.
Could you
should- if
imagine
they-
the universe if they introduced Banjo as the last one?
Oh, I would be
True,
that would be a better universe.
Go.
God,
I'm a
can
proud
you
Fire
just
Emblem
imagine-
hater. I mean,
Just imagine
the series
the
did nothing to
reactions
deserve
of
it.
Just imagine the reactions of how much people would have popped off at Banjo being the final reveal. People would have been so
Oh,
happy.
I would have been so happy.
I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem fans don't even like the representation we've got because we have 4 Marth clones and then we have fucking Corrin just sitting here.
Corrin's existence makes me fundamentally angry. Moving on. Man, Nintendo really wanted ARMS to be a thing.
I think
Well,
cut.
they really didn't. I don't think they did.
I think
I will
cut
say-
because
Wait, do you not remember the insane marketing for ARMS?
Oh no, I
ARMS had
remember.
one of the most
I remember.
aggressive marketing.
I don't care.
I remember marketing for it. I'm pointing out the fact that they added Min to Smash at a point in time where they like very much pulled the rug under anyone who is trying to actually keep in the ARMS scene. Like,
I'm just gonna.
Huh?
I'm just
Nintendo's
gonna.
weird.
They
Nintendo's
are
always
weird.
Nintendo's always been really shitty when it comes down to treating fan bases that aren't immediately
Oh, yeah.
successful as
Definitely.
worth it. I have a feeling within like half a decade we're probably gonna get an ARMS attempt. We're probably gonna get an attempted ARMS sequel, and because
Yeah.
Nintendo is a stubborn dick when it comes down to not letting franchises. Nintendo will guaranteed give ARMS a sequel just so they can try to make it work again, and it will not work because ARMS is a fundamentally not great concept.
I agree with you, only because of the fact that we got everybody one to Switch.
I have friends
Sure.
who are unironically excited about that game, and that makes me angry.
She gets her
Anyways-
own tier of shit.
Anyways, fucking Steve. Steve is a
What?
character. Steve has a high chance because Minecraft is the most successful game of all time, and it's also because Microsoft and Nintendo are best friends.
I'm putting Steve as possible cut because of the fact the technical debt with Steve is fucking insane. Hearing Sakurai talk about all the amount of bullshit they had to go through just to get him in the game, people would love it, of course. But are they going to do it again and see it worth taking, like, potentially 5 characters worth of development? I don't know about that.
That's about where I stand on it, is that I think he's so just massive as a character and the potential that he has moveset-wise that I think that gives him a bit of a push in how likely he is. I have him in staying personally just because of his popularity and his
Steve,
like how many people know about him.
Revamp the fucking
Microsoft
character.
and Nintendo are best friends, and Microsoft made a shit ton of money off of Smash Bros.
It's like, I could see it if it was literally any other Microsoft character that they could do. But fucking Steve and the fact they had to hard code and basically redo the code for every single stage just so blocks could be made. Then, considering adding him in when they did in Ultimate, compare this to this.
I will say, by the way, I do want to point out the main reason that was such an issue with coding that into the game is because they didn't think that Steve was ever going to be an option. So they had to basically just redo the code entirely. Had they actually gone into the game knowing that it was like Steve was going to be in it, it would not have been as much of an issue. I did just want to point that out.
That sounds tedious. Holy heck.
I don't agree at all because it's like, it's just.
I'm not wrong. That is an actual thing. That's a part of
It's going to be even worse for them, considering they're adding him in at the base game, potentially for a new game, and then they'll have to.
In the base game.
Okay, I feel like this is a different topic. Where are we sticking him?
I have Steven unsure.
I am waiting for y'all to be done.
I have Steven unsure.
TJ.
Saying, personally.
Once upon a time, when Ultimate was first entering its development cycle, we got the first trailer. I made a vow that there are 3 characters that I do not want to see added to Smash Bros. The first of which was Freddy Fazbear. The second of which was Sans Undertale, because I think Sans in particular has the specific gimmick that he's designed as a character who has 1 HP, and doing anything else would be unreliable to the base to his base material, even though he has the stardom to deserve something in Smash. So I was very happy. I was very okay with him getting a Mii costume, because I think that is a compromise that doesn't have to work around the fact that he is built like that. And the last one was Steve, because I figured Steve would take way too much work to even be allowed to work in Super Smash Bros. And even if they went through all of that work, I was pretty confident that whatever we got out of him would either not feel like Steve, or it would disrupt the entirety of what makes Super Smash Bros. What it is. And I think we got the second of those 2 outcomes. I think Steve
Revamp
has
him if he
ruined
comes back.
Smash. I think he's ruined Smash, and I don't think there is a way to work around him in a meaningful way. He is in D tier for me, because at the same time I cannot deny the star power he has, and the fact that that Microsoft is behind the wheel, and he's my only bargaining ground for Banjo to actually get to have the love he deserves.
Nerf him 3 blocks max.
I do want to say this: if Nintendo is like, we don't want Steve, we will never see Banjo again, and I don't want to make that sacrifice.
I would make that sacrifice.
I would prefer if they just threw Master Chief in. Fuck it. He's supposed to be their fucking face, and they didn't do anything with him, which is just baffling to me. But that's
I think a
besides the
studio
point.
character doesn't work in Smash in most cases.
I think that apparently the reason why Master Chief isn't allowed in is because 343 is apparently being difficult about allowing him to be used.
That doesn't sound
Interesting.
right. They were pretty advocate about it on Twitter, from what I recall.
Yeah, but no, the issue is that 343 wants like specific things apparently, which I don't know. Maybe it's one of those. Maybe it's a situation.
Halo's
similar
dead,
to Cloud,
Detroit.
Where
Look,
maybe it's
hey,
one of those situations where they wanted more control over how the character works. I wouldn't be surprised about that if that was the case, because that was apparently an issue with Cloud.
I don't even know what to say. Just I don't think
Unsure.
I don't think Halo being dead doesn't entirely murder the chance of Master Chief.
I'd
But
say
that's a-
unsure.
Yeah,
I'm cautiously
unsure.
optimistic in saying that I think bringing him back would be a bad idea, but I don't think that will stop them from not bringing him back.
So, like, I'm a casual player. I never got the anger behind Steve being so OP. I just see funny Minecraft
It's not
man,
even-
like, why are people so angry?
It's not even that he's overpowered. It's that the way that he's built
It's
is
not fun.
very much in a way that
Actually, I think a good way to put it is apparently people. I wouldn't say he's unfun, Alec, but he's a character that fighting against him is a nightmare.
That's what I meant. Is like
he's a
playing as
character
him is
that
fun because you
encourages-
make everyone else suffer.
He's a character
I
that
wake up in
encourages
2.5
you to
hours. Can we go to the next
disengage
character,
with the
please?
game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sephiroth.
It's just like
I
Um,
Cut.
agree.
Unlikely.
yes, we got.
cut unlikely. I'd say unlikely. If Cloud gets in, I would like to see Sephiroth return because of the rivalry, but I could see that not being the chance either.
I honestly think that only one Final Fantasy character would get in, and I think that's going to be Cloud. I think Sephiroth is unlikely.
I would prefer if Sephiroth got in and not Cloud, because I think Sephiroth has more to offer.
I would prefer Sephiroth, but I'm thinking realistically here. Smash likes main characters more. That's why we have so few villains.
I would accept
But
if
we're
they
also
added
taking-
Cloud and
we're
not
also getting a new
Sephiroth.
director, probably.
I would
Yeah,
accept
but-
if they added Cloud and not Sephiroth, if they at least gave Sephiroth a boss role. That is what I would accept.
Yes.
Can I say, by the way, I appreciate the fact that Smash is so main character focused in terms of his casting. Actually, made people more happy with the Nickelodeon one, because Nickelodeon has some weird fucking characters in there.
That's a fun game.
Let's
Anyway.
That's all
move-
I want to say on that. Pyra and Mithra, I put both of them into unsure. We're probably getting like Shulk back, and I
Yeah.
think that he's gonna be the primary representation of Xenoblade going forward.
I
However,
agree.
because Xenoblade is such a major franchise and people like them so much, I still think
Nerf 'em.
Pyra and Mithra have like staying power of some kind, especially because they're pretty popular in Ultimate as a whole.
Again, nerf them. A lot of Fighters Pass 2 just had a lot of characters unfun to fight against. Nerf them. If they're coming back.
You could sum up the entirety of Fighters Pass 2 as fun to play as, unfun to fight.
Yeah.
You can describe the entirety of Ultimate that way.
I'm not so sure on that one, but that's me.
That's how I feel, but
I love fighting.
How about Pyra and Mithra for... So, unsure.
I put both of them into unsure. Yeah.
TJ? Cinna?
Though
I'd
I won't
say.
lie, I
Sorry.
feel like they're gonna get
Sorry.
separated into different characters at some point.
I don't think
No.
that.
No, that would go against
They don't-
the dynamic of the source material too
unlike
much.
Zelda and Sheik, there's not as much reason to do that.
Out of
I
all
don't
the
know,
Fighters Pass
Nintendo is weird. Is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Out of all the Fighters Pass characters, I think Pyra and Mithra are the most likely to return, but again, nerf.
I'd
Also,
say cut for them personally.
Oh. I
Oh,
guess
yeah,
because
because-
Xenoblade 3 exists, but they could just do Fire Emblem, so I don't know. With Xenoblade and be...
They could.
1,
I guess
2,
I don't
and
really see
3.
it quite as much with Xenoblade, just because I think Shulk is the face of the franchise and they have that, but I guess Xenoblade is just kind of a weird one for me in a way.
Oh yeah, by the way, you want to know something
DJ?
weird? Of this entire cast, I only have 4 characters in the 0% category. I only have 4 of them.
TJ,
That's
thoughts, Pyra and Mithra?
I think Shulk is the better representation of Xenoblade. I think Xenoblade 2 has mixed reception they'll probably go for a Xenoblade 3 character instead.
Are we leaving as unsure then for now?
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Kazuya,
suppose, okay.
I think,
Cut.
yeah.
Unlikely.
It has to be cut. Yeah.
I think he was very much an idea that was like, this is a cool idea and concept. Then he came out and it was just like, what the fuck have you unleashed upon this unforsaken world? Dear God.
I love
Your mic
Kazuya.
wavered when you said that. In
I think Kazuya's fun.
Not to
I think
fight
it's
against,
fun.
like a
But he
lot of
has-
the DLC.
He has wreaked unholy consequences onto the universe at large. Put him
TJ's
back
treating
where
him
he
like-
came from.
TJ's treating him like the Black Plague.
And
Put him back in the volcano from whence he came.
I think it's an easy cut. If they're gonna add anyone from Bandai
No.
Namco, it's Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Not even a fucking question.
Oh God, Sora. Oh my God.
Cut.
He's-
Cut.
He's never seeing the light of day again.
Disney is
Yeah.
never letting this happen.
this one by itself was a miracle.
That was the last miracle Sakurai brought upon us.
I
Thank
genuinely
you, Daddy
thi-
Sakurai. Bow.
like, look, we can say all we want about Ultimate. The fact that Sora even stepped a foot into that fucking door is insanity.
With the Mickey Mouse keychain, that's even a bigger deal, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The fucking Disney logo hanging off that thing.
Let's go.
Mickey
Anyway.
Mouse was definitely looming over him this entire time, like, aha!
It
better
cost
not fuck us over.
$400,000 to show that keychain for 2
Yeah, right.
seconds.
I was saying we still do need to decide through the rest of this.
I have mine done,
Okay,
but
yeah,
I will
you-
stay here for your
I-
guys'.
I will let you guys decide the rest of the attorneys. I don't care.
Okay. Because now we have to decide through the likelies, unsures, and unlikelies. And
How many do we
just think-
currently have?
we have, in this current roster, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 26 characters, and I don't know where to put me's in that, so maybe 27th. I don't know how we want to count that.
I just don't want to count me, so let's not. Let's not. Can we not?
Okay, well, no, just so we can have at least a discussion about it. For me, with the Mii's, it's either you have one with an all-around moveset, or you have all three. That's just how I see it.
Don't
There-
don't
There's
talk about
Pandora's
the memes. Ignore
box
the
number
memes.
of me's.
Ignore
Sorry,
the
They
memes
are-
because
They're gonna
it's-
happen, it's just whatever way they happen, I don't
They
care.
have n number of slots, so this is now
Well-
42 characters plus n. I don't care.
Actually,
Plus
let's take a
M.
look at that Mii's may not be after the Switch. It's not likely, but it's a possibility.
The n is inclusive of 0. Moving on.
Just ignore them.
Especially
Anyway,
since he's partially Disney, Square Enix owns him, not Disney, and all we know about Disney is very dire straits with how they have. Yeah.
the fact that Disney logo was in it though means that Disney still owns a portion of him.
Their name shows up in the credits now.
Yeah,
So,
Disney is in the credits of Smash. And so how many characters do you guys have?
wait, 26, 27, 20. We have 16 more characters we can add to returning. Everything
Wow.
else we have to cut.
Just add all the likelies right now except for Falco and Wolf. Decide between Falco and Wolf.
Yeah,
Do we agree on that?
I'm on board with that.
Because I know there have been talks about Meta Knight and DDD, so I wanted to
Hold
bring
on,
that
I-
up again.
I
And then
reckon there was
Isabel.
Talks about
Save-
whether or
save-
not-
Save a
They were
screenshot
talk-
of this because I think this is a graph that has its own metric at this point.
Okay.
Just grab a screenshot of this for yourself, unless you just want to just use what you have of the stream. That's up to you.
This is. Oh, this is on screen. There we go. I downloaded this currently, so this is where we have gotten to.
All right. So now let's actually lower it down. So all likely, and then decide on Wolf or Falco, possibly both, but we'll find out what else we have to argue on.
Of course, Chaos is vying for Wolf, but yes.
Throw all of them in there and then just decide between the two which one you guys want.
All right. I'm waiting for GB to update all of them and all of the ones into return.
I'm not going to care about like the specific order at this point. I think we're just.
No. We're just making the list.
I can structure it for the video after.
Yes.
So yeah, I'll say what I said before about Falco and Wolf is that I think Falco with his legacy doesn't matter as much as with other characters, just because Fox exists and he carries on that legacy in a more prominent way.
A
And he's
portion
also
of it
the main
anyway.
character. Right, yeah. And also, I think Wolf does what Wolf carries out the sort of why can't I think of the word? He carries out the clone character sort of aspect in a better way than Falco does, in my opinion. And he also has a hero-villain sort of archetype, which I appreciate.
Hmm.
And you know Smash with its lack of villains in general, so
So you're thinking
Yeah.
Wolf.
I'm thinking Wolf, correct.
TJ?
I still am not ready to decide. I'd still rather skip around that question and get some unsures in there.
You know, that's fair. Someone said Roy gets beheaded. The difficulty is he is, like TJ said, the antithesis to what Marth is.
I like Roy and Marth representing two sides of the same moveset, where one wants to be close and one wants to be far. That's something that I think, as a concept, Melee was onto something there, but I think that we still haven't had a game executed in a way that feels like it does it well.
Typical, bro.
Roy was like really weird, and in Ultimate, Roy became Jer the character, and in Melee, Roy hits like a wet noodle.
What full noodle? Quack quack.
Pokemon trainer, we have that discussion we've had. I also need to mention Echo Fighters. Which ones are we saving?
I'm not gonna worry about that.
Ignore them.
Yeah.
Because to me, I think
Really?
the Echo Fighter,
Something-
I think the Echo Fighter category exists because this is like when we're down to the wire, and it's just like they want to develop characters. These are the ones they can look at.
I would
Yeah,
even
just
consider
like-
them as part of the number for the cast, yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
don't consider them. Just like focus on the main.
These are the
cast that you
slots.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Pokemon trainer, it's still that or
So-
Charizard.
How many do we have in the
You
like,
guys have.
upper
You guys have
in the
35.
S tier thing?
You have 35
35?
characters right
Okay.
now. How many do you guys want?
So 7 more.
Oh, fuck, and we've got how many? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
We'll say
22
36
more.
just because it's either Wolf or Falco. It's just one of those two. So we'll say
Did you just say
36.
22 more. What?
At least,
7. I literally said 7.
No, I thought Alec just said.
yeah,
22.
between the ones here.
It's 13
Oh,
with the ones in the yellow tier. Unless you're
Wait,
counting
but
the ones
this-
below that
would
too.
it be?
Wait,
Would
you
it
guys
be
have
two-
30. You guys have 35 characters in returning right now. What is the actual number of characters you want? in this?
42.
Okay,
No.
so 7 more. 7
Wait,
more.
I don't think we're
characters.
at 34.
We
Oh,
are at
are.
35.
You are at 35.
but we're cutting one of these, so that's 34.
No, it's
Cutting on
35.
what?
I'm not counting Falco and Wolf. I'm
So
not
Falcon and
counting
Wolf
them.
are 36, like I said before.
That's 12.
hold on each column. Wait, no, that's not correct. My math is
Okay.
bad.